Chapter 1275. A primitive island that the Emperor chanced upon. The creatures on the island worship an unknown power that comes from the cosmos. Without reaching the level of an angel, just understanding it will result in being corrupted by the cosmos. Try not to make a wish to the genie, and don't bring it to that primitive island. Admiral of Stars Catlia finally received Mr. Fool's feedback. As she heaved a sigh of relief, she became even more worried about the Queen's exploration. She turned her head to look at the unresponsive magic wishing lamp and hurriedly put it away. Then, she spread out the letter, picked up a fountain pen, and described the information she had just received in her own words, hoping to attract Queen Mystic Bernadette's attention. Bakeland, in a dilapidated apartment. A bearded man sat on a chair, his hands cuffed behind his back. Zio, who had relied on her own strength to rise to the middle echelons of a Mi-9, stood in front of the man with two subordinates with a triangular blade in hand. She held a trident and said in a deep voice, "We already have enough witnesses and evidence to prove that you're one of the main organizers of this demonstration. If you wish to reduce your punishment, answer my questions honestly." Before Zio could say a word, the bearded man felt an extremely powerful pressure. When she finished speaking, even his psyche trembled. It was as though electric currents were condensing in him, hiding a stabbing pain and numbness that could erupt at any moment. The bearded man endured the fear and weakness in his heart and said, "No one instigated me. No one is instructing me. I'm just doing what I want to do. Don't you know? All of Bakeland has become a barrel of gunpowder. Even a single spark can cause the entire city to explode. And there are countless people like me who can't tolerate it and are willing to take the risk. Those darn nobles and merchants have hoarded so much food, and there are already people starving to death in East Borough. Do whatever you want with me. I've never believed in the promises of those fellows. The reason why I agreed to end the demonstration was because everyone had received quite a bit of food." Zio was just about to ask something when she suddenly turned her head and listened to the commotion in the distance. Rumbling sounds came from an unknown location. They were deep, hoarse, and rumbling. Faceac, Intis, or Phaenopotter's army has broken through the blockade and begun attacking the Bakeland defense line. Zio's expression turned heavy. In the forsaken land of the gods, after Klein returned to the real world, he immediately reached out to see if he could retrieve the magic wishing lamp from the fog of history. Soon, he confirmed that the sealed artifact numbered 0-05 couldn't be summoned. So it was related to the uniqueness, or perhaps the origin substance? In short, Genie is indeed a high-level existence that has been sealed. Its level is at least that of a king of angels. There's no way to use it at all. Klein exhaled and turned his attention back to hunting dark demonic wolf coder. He had made a lot of preparations during this period of time, and had also deliberated over the entire plan above the gray fog. However, Klein was not in a hurry to take action. He spent a lot of time inspecting the loopholes and patching up the imperfections. 2 to 3 days later, in the deep darkness of the desolate wilderness, Klein, who had disrupted the divination ahead of time, was wearing a half-top hat and a long black trench coat. He held a lantern that emitted a faint yellow light as he reached out his right hand with a solemn expression and grabbed at the air. At that moment, a bolt of lightning streaked across, illuminating the entire world. Klein then dragged out a figure. It was himself holding the illusory staff of the stars and the lantern. Right on the heels of that, his true body entered the fog of history and ran to a time before the first epoch, hiding in the layers of ancient cities. His historical void projection came to life as one of the terrain he had surveyed surfaced in his mind. Using the staff of the stars as powers, he directly teleported over. This place was very far from where his true body was. Even if there was a problem with the projection, no one would be able to lock onto the exact location of his true body's return to the real world. After looking around and taking in the scene of the dried riverbed and the monster-like boulder that stood in the depths of the darkness, Klein no longer maintained the staff of the star's historical projection. With a shake of his right hand, it quickly faded away and vanished. After doing all of this, Klein walked to the boulder, put down the lantern, and chanted an honorific name in Jotun. The Lord of Darkness that exists with history, the embodiment of countless miracles, the god that wields wishes. This was the dark demonic wolf's honorific name that Klein had obtained from the Evernight goddess. Although the mythical creature might not still be using it and might have made certain changes to it, there was no doubt that it pointed to him in mysticism. Deep in the rolling mountains, in an ancient castle, giants, elves, humans, and vampires were working as gardeners, cooks, servants, and guards respectively. They all had different expressions on their faces, and when they met each other, they would whisper a few words to each other, appearing to be very lively and intelligent. However, when they returned to their rooms, they would immediately turn sluggish. Their eyes would no longer move, and their bodies would float up and hang from the ceiling. Deep in the castle, in a hall that could only be illuminated by the lightning outside the window, a huge figure lay quietly in the darkness. It was like a small mountain, its entire body covered in dark short fur. Its pitch-black pupils occupied at least 3/4 of its eyes, and there was a tuft of grayish-white fur on its forehead. Its head looked like a magnified and distorted wolf. This was none other than the god of wishes, dark demonic wolf Kotur. Suddenly, the demonic wolf, which was even more exaggerated than a normal giant, raised its head. Every dark, short hair on its head shook, and all the servants in the castle followed suit and did the same. Kotar's eyes moved slightly as he turned his head slightly, as though he was listening to something. In the next second, he opened his mouth and let out a silent roar, summoning another him. Just as this dark demonic wolf appeared, Kotar's true body leaped into the grayish-white fog and ran to a particular historical spot of the second epic. This was a secret history that he grasped. In the real world, the dark demonic wolf's historical void projection made a wish in an incomprehensible language. Then, his figure flashed as he directly moved to a mountain peak near the northern city of Noise. After making the corresponding preparations, the god of wishes let a dark, short hair fall off, turning into an illusory worm of spirit that expanded into a corresponding prayer point of light. With the help of this point of light, Kotar saw who was praying to him. It was a young man wearing a strange hat and strange clothes. He stood beside a glass lantern and softly chanted the honorific name of the god of wishes. The dark demonic wolf's pitch-black pupils darted around and saw that the young man's body was covered in a layer of grayish-white fog. There were things hidden in the fog that couldn't be seen clearly. As a Sequence 2 angel of the seer pathway, this mythical creature could clearly sense that the fog was similar to the fog of history. It could sense that the items in the fog had a strong attraction towards him. Sapphire Castle? Kotur had heard some things from the demon wolf king, Fleegria, an ancient god, and instantly had a guess. Under this premise, he had ideas about what the young man was planning on doing. Using Sapphire Castle to attract me and make me take the initiative to attack him before confirming my location? This is bait? Indeed, he's only a projection from the historical void. It's unknown which fragment his main body is hiding in, and it's unknown where the ambusher is hiding. Previously, there was an obvious anomaly in Sapphire Castle, but I control myself. I didn't attempt to search for the corresponding area or search for clues left behind. Why did they think that I would fall for it this time? It's just a simple attempt. If it doesn't work, I'll change to another method. Or is there something wrong with this prayer? Haha, I've lived for thousands of years and experienced so many things. What kind of situation haven't I seen? The best way to deal with it now is to ignore him and not spy on him. All I need to do is remember him. The dark demonic wolf quickly made a decision. Planned on observing for a while longer before extinguishing the prayer light. At this moment, he saw the young man open his mouth again. The eternal blazing sun, you are the inextinguishable light. You are the embodiment of order. The dark demonic wolf couldn't understand what the young man was trying to do. In this abandoned place, praying to other true deities was useless. In the next second, Klein chanted the honorific name of a god again. the Lord that created everything, the ruler behind the shadow curtain, the depraved nature of all living beings. The dark demonic wolf's pupils dilated slightly. It was confused by the actions of the human in the prayer light. Without waiting for he to make a guess, Klein chanted the third honorific name softly. The needle that fiddles with time, the shadow that roams through fate, the embodiment of deceit and mischief, Amon. He's praying to Amon. The dark demonic wolf no longer knew what he was up to. It instinctively felt that something was amiss and immediately wanted to wipe away the corresponding prayer light. Suddenly, he saw the young man raise his head with a smile on his lips, then took out a crystal monocle and wore it on his right eye. With just one prayer, Klein's historical void projection became an avatar of blasphemer Amon. Almost at the same time, the dark demonic wolf felt his gaze pass through the prayer light and look at him. Then his gaze passed through him and his true body in the fog of history. Without any hesitation, he immediately extinguished the prayer light. As his true body melted away the gaze, he removed the maintenance of the historical projection. In the fog of history, in the layers of old cities, Klein suddenly stood up as a scene surfaced in his mind. A few seconds before this scene took shape, he had severed the connection between his true body and the historical void projection to prevent Amon from descending beside him. The baffling things he had done previously were mainly to confuse the dark demonic wolf, allowing him to continue observing after he realized that the prayer wasn't his true body, accumulating the amount of time he spent spying on Sapphira Castle. Finally, praying to Amon was to use the god of deceit's possible descent and influence to conceal Sapphira Castle's reverse corruption on the dark demonic wolf. If Amon didn't respond and only watched from the sidelines, Klein could also prepare a monocle and attempt to deceive the dark demonic wolf. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes on Monday. Chapter 1276. In the depths of the undulating mountain range in the ancient castle, as soon as dark demonic wolf Kotur returned from the fog of history, he instinctively cleared all his connections with the outside world. He was prepared to abandon this place and move elsewhere. Although he still hadn't figured out what had happened, his experience told him that he couldn't rely on luck. He had to retreat and give up when needed. At the same time, in the city of old, with a thought, Klein's figure instantly appeared in the ancient palace above the gray fog. He fused with the crimson figure that distorted and scattered at the fool's position and condensed. In this mysterious space, the crimson star that represented justice, the hanging man, the star, and the other members of the tarot was constantly expanding and contracting, producing layers of ripples that intertwined into a mighty tide. This was one of the preparations that Klein had made ahead of time. In the name of German Sparrow, he had used different reasons to get the members of the tarot to pray to Mr. Fool, asking this existence to relay certain answers and information to Mr. World. This way, the Crimson Star would resonate and affect Sapphira Castle, allowing it to summon the Fool to deal with it. This was one of the keys to Klein's escape from Amon. It could help him avoid the need to take 4 steps counterclockwise and recite the incantations. He could directly enter Sapphira Castle without wasting any time. And in a battle at the level of an angel, the difference of a second might determine the final outcome. If Klein wanted to win, he had to consider every detail. After sitting on the high-back chair belonging to the Fool, Klein beckoned for the staff of the stars and the sea god scepter as he observed the other changes in Sapphira Castle. In the grayish-white fog, there was an additional crimson spot of light. It was rapidly shrinking, and it wouldn't take long for it to disappear. Beside the Fool's seat, circles of light bloomed as though they were forming a pure passageway. On the crimson spot of light, a gigantic demonic wolf's figure could be vaguely seen. This was the result of Kotar's spying on Sapphira Castle. Over time, after gaining a certain level of understanding, he had unknowingly been corrupted. As a result, he had established a preliminary connection with Sapphira Castle. Of course, as an angel, as the god of wishes of the second epoch, he had enough status and ability to sever this level of connection and remove the corresponding corruption. If Klein couldn't grasp this second, he would once again lose track of the dark demonic wolf's whereabouts. And beside the fool's seat, the circles of light reflected Gehrman Sparrow, who was wearing a half-top hat and a long black trench coat. He wore a crystal monocle on his right eye. Amon. It was unknown what loophole this blasphemer's avatar had used to slow down the speed at which Klein's historical void projection dissipated. Then, using the subtle relationship between him and his true body and Sapphira Castle, he attempted to directly invade the world above the gray fog when Sapphira Castle summoned him. As the halo spread out, German Sparrow's slender and powerful palm penetrated the barrier and suddenly reached into the ancient palace, as though he had opened an invisible door. Although Klein had long prepared for this and knew that Amon wouldn't be sent away that easily, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle when he saw this scene. He was afraid that in the next second, his hand would hold the crystal monocle to his right eye. This was also something that had to be resolved in a second or two. Otherwise, the fate of Sapphira Castle would be a question mark. Without any hesitation, Klein made distorted and transparent worms of spirit drill out from the surface of his skin. They quickly gathered and formed another Klein. This Klein caught the sea god scepter and stirred the power of Sapphira Castle. Under the augmentation of layers of invisible waves, the blue gems lit up, causing the violent bolts of lightning to form a silver-white sphere that rolled into the rippling circles of light. Amidst the crackling sounds, the palm that had penetrated Sapphira Castle instantly shattered and melted away. The spherical lightning that was filled with a destructive aura expanded outwards and descended into reality, enveloping the monocle-wearing German Sparrow. This projection from the historical void had been barely maintained by using the loophole. After suffering such a blow, it could no longer maintain its state. All it could do was adjust the crystal monocle and shake its head regretfully as it watched its figure rapidly turn transparent and be shattered by the electric snakes. When a small portion of the worms of spirit responded to Amon's prayer, Klein's main body obtained the Staff of the Stars. He held the staff that was embedded with many gems and aimed the Grade 0 sealed artifact at the rapidly shrinking crimson spot of light. At the same time, a scene surfaced in his mind. The rubies, emeralds, sapphires, pearls, and diamonds on the Staff of the Stars lit up one after another. Gong! A distant bell chime seemed to traverse endless time as it echoed in the grayish-white fog and the crimson spot of light. In front of dark demonic wolf couture, the darkness suddenly faded, revealing a huge stone wall clock. The wall clock was ancient and mottled. Its surface was divided into 12 segments by grayish-white and bluish-black. Each segment had a different symbol that represented a different time. At the core of the wall clock, there were 3 needles that seemed to be formed from worms of time. One was long, one was short, and one was medium. They were filled with the vicissitudes of life. This was the beyonder power of the Angel of Time, Amon. Klein had used the Staff of the Stars to recreate it. Typically speaking, a beyonder power at this level wasn't something that could be understood just by seeing it once or twice. It wasn't easy to record, but Klein wasn't fighting alone. During this period of time, he had frequently returned to Bakeland with the help of Miss Magician's summoning. He had gone to Leonard's place to directly converse with Palez Zarost, allowing him to gain a deeper understanding of the corresponding mysticism knowledge and beyonder details. Although Palez had fallen to Sequence 2 and was unable to use the powers of the time domain, he still had his experience and knowledge. He hadn't lost it. Gong! On the ancient and mysterious stone wall clock, the second hand suddenly jumped, causing everything around dark demonic wolf couture to slow down. Even the deep darkness seemed to freeze. This miracle invoker, who was about to completely sever his connection with the outside world and realize his wish to teleport far away, immediately froze on the spot for a brief moment. There is no doubt that the high-level beyonder powers that were recreated with the Staff of the Stars were quite different from the original version, but to Klein, the current effects were enough. Upon seeing that the dark demonic wolf was affected by the ancient wall clock, He immediately threw away the staff of the stars and allowed the worms of spirit that he had split out to fly back into his body. With a thought, Klein returned to the city of old before the first epoch. Then, holding a lantern that emitted a faint yellow light, he appeared in the desolate plains that were shrouded in darkness. He then grabbed forward with his right hand and successfully pulled out the projection of himself that was holding the staff of the stars. This method could effectively increase the success rate of summoning the staff of the stars, but it would clearly reduce the might of this Grade 0 sealed artifact. After all, what was summoned was a historical projection of a historical projection. Of course, since he was in a race against time, it was very simple to make a choice. Klein's main body didn't enter the fog of history again. He reached out to grab himself by the shoulder and used the technique of dream divination to outline the feedback he had received from using Sapphira Castle to corrupt the dark demonic wolf. In the ancient castle, in the dark hall that didn't have any candles lit, the mountain-like demonic wolf stood up. One detail after another was quickly filled in as Klein adjusted the specific situation according to the scene when the target was frozen. The corresponding gem on the black cane lit up. In Klein's mind, the scene that resembled an oil painting suddenly expanded and intertwined with reality, making it difficult to distinguish them. He descended into the ancient castle, into the dark hall, and in front of dark demonic wolf Kotur, who was propping up his body with his 8 legs. He had finally officially met the god of wishes who had survived from the second epoch. Without any hesitation, taking advantage of the fact that the dark demonic wolf had just escaped the influence of the ancient wall clock, Klein dispersed his historical void projection and took out an iron cigar case from his pocket before snapping it open. Inside the cigar case lay a gold Ruan coin. The surface of the gold coin flashed, reflecting Rionette Tinker, who was wearing a dark and complicated dress and holding 4 blonde, red-eyed heads. One of the preparations Klein had made ahead of time was to use the method he had used to bring Admiral of Bloodseigneur to bring Miss Messenger to the forsaken land of the gods. Rionette Tinker was undoubtedly a wraith, and an even more powerful wraith. She could also reside on the smooth surface of the gold coin. In addition, she was a spirit world creature, essentially a spirit. She could enter the world above the gray fog like Justice Audrey's spirit body and descend into the forsaken land of the gods. Due to these conditions, in order to not expose the secrets of Sapphira Castle and the fool's true identity, Klein first got Miss Messenger to possess the gold coin. Then, he used the iron cigar case to create layers of seals. Then he sacrificed the item above the gray fog and used a bestowment ritual to bring it into the forsaken land of the gods. Of course, the premise of these actions was that Klein had the status and strength of a Sequence 2 angel in Sapphira Castle. Even if something went wrong with Rionette Tinker, he could still handle it. As for Rionette Tinker, because German Sparrow had just helped her retrieve a portion of her body, she happily agreed to this matter. Silently, Miss Messenger left the gold coin and appeared in the pitch-black pupils of the dark demonic wolf that occupied 3/4 of the space in her eyes. Wraith Possession, Chapter 1277. Just as Rionette Tinker's figure appeared in dark demonic wolf Kotar's pupils, she left the window of the mind and expanded back to her original size. This meant that her wraith possession had failed. As for the dark demonic wolf's body, it rapidly shrank and thinned as it crazily absorbed the surrounding light, turning into a translucent black velvet curtain. This was an item that Klein had once seen in a dream divination. It had been spat out by the grayish-white fog and landed in the hands of the dark demonic wolf. It was suspected to be the Sequence 1 attendant of mysteries beyond her characteristic of the seer pathway. At that moment, it was unknown what powers the dark demonic wolf Kotur had used to dodge Rionette Tinker's wraith possession at the critical moment, allowing him to avoid the subsequent series of controls. The curtain immediately wrapped and released, causing the dark demonic wolf covered in dark short fur to appear in the originally empty spot. Rionette Tinker wasn't the slightest bit surprised by her failure. Seizing this opportunity, she made the blonde, red-eyed head in her hand spit out a rectangular diamond-like charm. Her other 3 heads respectively recited a word in ancient Hermes, Jotun, and Elvish, yesterday. The rectangular diamond-like charm was immediately engulfed by the transparent flames, fusing with the void. Rionette Tinker's body swelled up as the 4 blonde, red-eyed heads flew up at the same time, landing on her empty neck and stacking together. In the blink of an eye, Miss Messenger had turned into a gigantic ragdoll that could nearly tear through the dark demonic wolf's castle. She wore a black gothic dress with countless mysterious symbols and sinister vines wrapped around it. Her eyes were scarlet like blood, and she didn't have any human aura. Dark demonic wolf Kotor didn't attempt to stop Rionette Tinker from borrowing strength from the past, nor did she immediately reveal her complete mythical creature form. She stomped her 8 feet on the ground, raised her neck, and let out a roar. The roar seemed to come from a higher level, containing words that were similar to Jotun. They made the curtain suddenly float up and instantly expand, covering the ancient castle from top to bottom. The curtain quickly turned transparent and fused with the building. It was as though it had never appeared and didn't affect him at all. However, Klein's spiritual intuition told him that this place was already isolated from the outside world. To escape, he had to first break through the invisible barrier. In other words, the curtain turned the dark demonic wolf's castle into an independent kingdom. This was the embryonic form of a divine kingdom. Having just failed once, Klein, who was planning to continue summoning angels to help him, had a flash of inspiration and instantly changed his mind. He reached into the void and pulled out another version of himself. It was the German sparrow holding the historical projection of the Staff of the Stars. Right on the heels of that, Klein controlled his historical void projection and turned him into his marionette, distributing some worms of spirit to him. While he was busy with these matters, Rionette Tinker had already recovered to her peak state. Her bright red eyes reflected the 8-legged demonic wolf that was covered in dark short fur. With a flash of light, the dark demonic wolf turned into a white goat. However, outside the dark hall, a giant holding a broom suddenly squirmed and transformed into a demonic wolf with grayish-white fur on its forehead. At the instant he was cursed, Kotar, a miracle invoker, had switched places with his marionette. He opened his mouth again and let out a roar. This roar also contained many words that seemed to come from the source of Jotun. It spoke of a beautiful wish. I want all the godhood here to dissipate. In the next second, as the god of wishes, the dark demonic wolf fulfilled his wish. Klein immediately felt his godhood being suppressed. The beyonder powers that involved godhood that originated from Scholar of Yore and Bizarro Sorcerer could no longer be used. Fortunately, the thing that maintained the historical void projection was spirituality. As long as the summoning was successful, it wouldn't be dispelled by the dark demonic wolf's wish. Similarly, as Klein had already turned his historical projection into a marionette and had transferred a portion of the worms of spirit over, he could still switch places with that projection. Apart from him, Rionette Tinker and dark demonic wolf Kotur were also affected by the wish. Beyonder powers above Sequence 5 vanished into thin air, making it difficult for them to use them. Of course, be it the demonic wolf marionette that had turned into a goat or the gigantic ragdoll Rionette Tinker, there were no changes in their states. What existed was reasonable. It wouldn't be eliminated by the power of wishes. After making this wish, the dark demonic wolf arched his back and his body slightly arched as though he was about to engage in a melee with Klein and Rionette Tinker. At that moment, his body was like a hill, not much inferior to the castle-like ragdoll. He looked down at Klein coldly, as though he could crush him to death with a single claw. In addition, numerous marionettes in the castle surged over. Some of them were giants, elves, vampires, humans, and mutated monsters. A portion of them were originally Sequence 5, but now they had Kotar's worms of spirit in their bodies. This also meant that in this special environment, they could all reach the level of Sequence 5. After the godhood dissipated, dark demonic wolf Kotar's advantage became extremely obvious in this independent kingdom. Hundreds of sequence 5s besieging 2 sequence 5s. Furthermore, the dark demonic wolf was a mutant to begin with. Even if he wasn't able to reveal his godhood, he had a massive body and terrifying strength. He was a creature that was good at combat. He wasn't on the same level as the weak human marionnettist Klein. At this moment, Rionette Tynker's body, which was wearing a black gothic dress and wrapped in evil vines, suddenly turned incorporeal. She was first reflected on a floor-to-ceiling window before jumping into the dark demonic wolf's pitch-black pupils. He had once again attempted to possess a wraith. However, dark demonic wolf Kotar swapped places with another marionette in a timely manner, preventing Rionette Tynker from successfully possessing his true body. Rionette Tynker wasn't discouraged. She continued using the glass windows, crystal lamps, eyeballs, and other media to constantly jump between marionettes in pursuit of the real dark demonic wolf. The dark demonic wolf relied on the numerous marionettes and the advantage of having his worms of spirit. He constantly switched places with different marionettes to prevent himself from being forcefully possessed by the ancient bane. While the two angels were entangled without any commotion, a large number of the dark demonic wolf's marionettes had surrounded the two Kleins. The vampire's abyss shackles, the giant's storm of light, the elf's wind shackles and lightning arrows, the human's psychic piercing and holy light summoning, as well as all sorts of beyonder powers, enveloped their targets one after another. Some of them controlled, some weakened, some attacked, and some purified. They worked extremely well together, allowing Klein to dodge a portion of them before he was completely drowned by the barrage of attacks. Plasma burst and light exploded. Klein's figure with the staff of the stars quickly outlined itself on the other side. At that critical moment, he had swapped places with his marionette in a timely manner. He imagined his traveling ability and used the staff of the stars to complete the teleportation. In this special situation, this was essentially the release of a record. After narrowly dodging this round of attacks before Klein could catch his breath, he discovered that a marionette was controlling his spirit body threads. At the same time, a human marionette, under the influence of the dark demonic wolf, extended his right hand and aimed at the miracle invoker's body. In the next second, the dark demonic wolf swapped places with another marionette, and that marionette was forcefully possessed by Rionette Tynker. This way, the human marionette's right hand had become Rionette Tynker's target. The marionette clenched his fist tightly as he spun his wrist, stealing his target's next thought. Right on the heels of that, he jumped up and pounced onto a particular companion. Rionette Tynker, on the other hand, was momentarily stunned. Upon seeing this, the dark demonic wolf immediately made a few marionettes spread their arms and summoned pure pillars of light that swirled with flames. Amidst the holy light, Wraith Rionette Tynker's body first melted to a certain extent. Following that, she relied on Mirror Jump to forcefully teleport to a glass window high above the castle, dodging the subsequent purification. In just a few seconds, she and Klein inevitably fell into a dangerous situation. The restricted environment, the place he had been operating in for a long period of time, and the God of Wishes' characteristics magnified dark demonic wolf Kotar's advantage to the extreme. If it were any other scholar of yore, there was only one problem they needed to consider: how to rely on Rionette Tynker to escape. However, Klein had his own trump card. Just as he pulled back the spirit body threads, he didn't hesitate to activate Sapphira Castle. His uniqueness in this aspect wasn't suppressed by the dark demonic wolf's wish. This was a level that even the seal of the Forsaken Land of the gods couldn't isolate. In midair, a grayish-white fog appeared. The ancient palace above the spirit world appeared indistinct. This brought about a slight tremor. A certain force followed the connection and shook the demonic wolf's castle, causing the black velvet-like translucent curtain to pop up a little, allowing the independent kingdom to fuse with reality to a certain extent. Seizing this opportunity, Klein opened his mouth and shouted a name in Jotun. Leodero! Boom! 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 Hundreds of thick silver bolts of lightning descended out of thin air, striking dark demonic Wolf Kotar's castle at the same time, turning it into a forest of lightning that emitted a powerful aura of destruction. P.S. Requesting monthly votes for the last 3 days of January. Yes, I'll update tomorrow. Chapter 1278. Boom, boom, boom. The silver bolts of lightning that were as thick as giant snakes struck the translucent black velvet curtain, causing it to shake violently and distort. Seizing this gap, Rionette Tynker's figure reflected in the castle's glass jumped back into Klein's pocket, returning to the surface of the gold coin inside the iron cigar case. The prepared Klein raised his right arm and calmly aimed the staff of the stars at the floor tiles of the hall. A scene surfaced in his mind, one that represented a particular beyonder power of a druid. The ground beneath Klein's feet immediately softened, turning into a swamp, causing his body to sink as though he had fallen into the sea. Underground sneak. Rumble. At the same time the swamp solidified, the translucent black velvet curtain could no longer withstand the baptism of the lightning storm. It suddenly shrank into a ball and fell back into the castle. The thousands of thick bolts of lightning were no longer obstructed as they blanketed the ancient castle like a torrential rain. The tower collapsed and the hall shattered. One marionette after another was as weak as phantoms under the lightning strikes. They were instantly charred black and cracked, turning to ashes. By the time the silver that illuminated the entire mountain calmed down, dark demonic Wolf Kotar's castle had been completely reduced to ruins. Many places were even burning with scarlet flames. Klein immediately emerged from the bottom of a deep pit and saw the demonic wolf covered in dark short for not far away do the same thing. With the 3 druids and the marionettes, he successfully hid underground and avoided the lightning bombardment. And at that moment, the independent kingdom created by the curtain had completely collapsed, but the wish made by the dark demonic wolf hadn't completely faded. The return of godhood still needed some time. Without any hesitation, both parties engaged in an intense battle once again. Kotar made the curtain that had shrunk into a ball fly up and drape it over his body, so as to prevent the wraith from forcefully possessing him. After all, he only had 3 marionettes left. Of course, this way, he wouldn't be able to switch positions with the marionettes. At the same time, Rionette Tynker left the gold coin in Klein's pocket and floated towards the 8-legged demonic wolf. His arms suddenly expanded, and short gray hair grew on the back of his hands. His nails became long, sharp, and strong. Werewolf transformation. This evil thing that resembled a rag doll turned into a gigantic werewolf. It constantly moved at high speeds, brandishing its sharp claws as it engaged in an intense battle with a mountain-like dark demonic wolf. Amidst the clashing sounds, Klein was attacked by Kotar's remaining 3 marionettes. One of them raised his head and roared, letting his short brown hair burst through his clothes. In an instant, he transformed into a terrifying giant bear that was as tall as 2 people. One squatted down and pressed his palms on the ground, while the other raised his right hand and pulled his hair down. At this moment, a tide of crimson flames gushed out of Klein's clothes and instantly engulfed him. His figure immediately appeared in a clump of flames beside him. Then he jumped out, raised his cane, and charged straight at the gigantic brown bear. And where he was originally at, dark green, mutated vines pierced through the ground and grew crazily, stirring the remnant flames in the middle. Tap, 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 tap. The gigantic brown bear didn't back down. With heavy footsteps, it charged at Klein like a high-speed steam locomotive. It opened its arms in an attempt to give him a passionate hug, one that could crush all his bones and squeeze his chest together. Tap, tap, tap. Klein, whose black trench coat fluttered backward, similarly didn't back down, just as he was about to collide with the gigantic brown bear. Suddenly, he exerted strength with his left foot and twisted his waist, forcefully leaping up and flying diagonally above the brown bear. Ha! When the two intersected, Klein swung his black cane down and struck the brown bear in the shoulder. Normally, such an attack wouldn't be able to harm the thick-furred brown bear, but Klein was using the Staff of the Stars. Its physical attacks would produce random mutations or all kinds of strange effects. Of course, under the suppression of the God of Wishes, these mutations and effects wouldn't exceed the equivalent of a sequence far beyond her power. Pa! Amidst the echo of the cane strike, the gigantic brown bear split diagonally from its shoulder. The headless half of it moved more than 10 meters away, while the remaining part remained in its original spot. Whoosh! The brown bear's organs and blood flowed to the ground, creating a rather horrifying scene. However, the brown bear wasn't dead yet. His two halves squirmed as he struggled to stabilize his center of gravity and continue attacking. As a marionette, he was essentially dead. Such damage wasn't much. At this moment, Klein had already jumped behind the brown bear, his feet on the ground. Another wave of scarlet flames gushed out and engulfed his figure. A flame that was about to be extinguished soared up as Klein leaped out and arrived near the marionette who had his palms pressed on the ground. Wearing a silk-top hat, he ran past and waved his cane to the side without turning his head. Pa! The marionette's body emitted golden flames as his figure instantly vanished. A stream of flames soared into the sky as the marionette jumped down. However, the golden flames didn't extinguish as they quickly burned him to ashes. Klein didn't even look over as he rushed in front of the marionette who had plucked out a handful of hair. The marionette immediately threw out the hair in his hand. These strands of hair burned on their own, emitting a raven-black gas that alerted Klein's spirituality. Poison. A poison with unknown effects. With a creak, Klein relied on his clown powers to forcefully stop. Using his body's inertia, he extended his black cane forward. In his mind, all sorts of thoughts frantically reorganized themselves, quickly forming a scene. Before this operation, Klein had sought Miss Justice's help to perform a certain level of hypnosis on himself. It made it so that when he was subconsciously thinking, his brain wouldn't be able to form a picture. Only a single thought would resonate, and he had to actively control it to construct a scene. This allowed him to use the Staff of the Stars for a longer period of time without being affected by the negative effects. As for the drawbacks of such a way of thinking, Klein felt that it was bearable under the predetermined conditions. Silently, the gem embedded in the Staff of the Stars lit up. A pure, blinding, and holy pillar of light descended from the sky, enveloping the raven-black gas and the corresponding marionette. The poison quickly melted under the burning of the sun. It was the same for the marionette. While Klein's eyes still had the remnant glow, his body instinctively turned around and aimed the Staff of the Stars at the brown bear that had split into two. Silver-white lightning flashed as the two halves of the brown bear's body finally collapsed, unable to get up again. In just a few seconds, Klein had finished off the remaining marionettes of the dark demonic wolf. After the abnormality in Sapphira Castle, be it him or the God of Wishes, time had become abnormally tight. No one was willing to delay because it wouldn't be long before the true creator, Angel of Time Amon, and the other high-level existences of the forsaken land of the gods would descend. Upon seeing this, dark demonic wolf Kotar's body suddenly trembled as he threw out the translucent velvet curtain. The curtain first vanished into thin air before suddenly appearing behind Klein. Just as his spirituality sensed it, it enveloped him and enveloped him. Klein's vision immediately darkened as he felt his thoughts suddenly turn sluggish. One by one, the spirit body threads were inoculated onto the curtain. He attempted to use Flaming Jump, soften his bones, and use the Staff of the Stars, but he was unable to succeed due to this abnormal state. The black velvet curtain wrapped tighter and tighter, causing Klein's eyes, nose, and mouth to protrude as though it was about to create a brand new person. Rionette Tinker immediately jumped and appeared on the translucent curtain, forcing it to separate from Klein's body and move to the other side. The dark demonic wolf took the opportunity to raise its neck and let out a roar. The curtain stood up as though it had become a cloak draped over an invisible person. A terrifying suction force was born from it, causing Klein and Rionette Tinker's spirit body threads to float over uncontrollably. If they didn't have the corresponding Beyonder powers, it might only take 3 to 4 seconds for their spirit body threads to fuse with the cloak, and they would become its marionette. Thankfully, Klein was a marionettist himself. He immediately focused and controlled his and Miss Messenger's spirit body threads. Learning from Zeradal's method, he made them circle around him and return to their original positions, forming one circle after another. Roar! The dark demonic wolf spat out a blob of air, causing it to blast at Klein like a cannonball. As he was focused on controlling his and Miss Messenger's spirit body threads, Klein could only barely dodge. Just as he was about to be hit, Rionette Tinker floated over and stood in front of him. Boom! Rionette Tinker's blonde hair scattered down as a few of the evil vines that wrapped around her body snapped. The dark demonic wolf's subsequent actions didn't stop. Taking advantage of the curtain crazily pulling at the target's spirit body threads, it launched attack after attack at Klein, forcing Rionette Tinker to forcefully block it. This made this tough, ancient Bane falter under the attacks of the claws, air blobs, and flames. Obvious wounds appeared on her body, making it seem like she couldn't last much longer. At this critical moment, as he controlled his spirit body threads to resist the curtain's attraction, he reached into his pocket in a sluggish manner and took out another iron cigar case. The seal was removed and the box opened. Inside lay a gold coin. There was also a wraith on the surface of the gold coin. This was a blurry female wraith. It was a true undead creature, not a wraith of the mutant pathway. It was the strongest trump card that Klein had prepared. Previously, as he was in an independent state that wasn't connected to the outside world, he didn't use it. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to obtain the desired effects. Only when the curtain attacked him and Miss Messenger did he feel that his opportunity had arrived. As the box opened, the wraith suddenly jumped onto the surface of a glass fragment. There were black, illusory tubes on her body that extended into infinity. It was unknown where they connected to. This was the symbol of artificial death. And artificial death was now equivalent to the Evernight goddess. This trump card of Klein's was to replicate the Evernight goddess's use of the god of glory, Bladdle's corpse, to destroy Amon's attempt to snatch Sapphira Castle. For this, he deliberately found a wraith monster in the forsaken land of the gods and imprisoned it, placing it together with the white feathers that originated from the artificial death project that he had summoned from the fog of history. Through Klein's repeated experiments and his special trip back to Bakel and Dupre, the wraith finally established a certain connection with artificial death, allowing the Evernight goddess to use it to exert a relatively low level of influence. P.S. Additional updates at 7 p.m. seeking monthly votes. Chapter 1279. The dark demonic wolf that was attacking Rionette Tinker seemed to sense something as it slowed down and turned its head to look at the wraith that had just appeared. His pupils, which occupied 2/3 of his eyes, suddenly dilated as though he had caught a whiff of a familiar and dangerous aura. In the blink of an eye, the wraith raised his arms. The surrounding power of wishes dissipated at a faster speed as godhood began to return, reaching the level of Sequence 4. As for the soil beneath the dark demonic wolf's feet, pale white and illusory arms protruded out. They were densely packed like a forest as they grabbed Kotar's 8 legs, causing this miracle invoker to fall into a cold and deathly stillness. It was temporarily unable to escape. Using this opportunity, Rionette Tinker, who had turned slightly sluggish due to the control of her spirit body threads, turned incorporeal and vanished. In the dark demonic wolf's pitch-black pupils, the figure of Miss Messenger, who had long blonde hair and was wearing a dark and complicated long dress, suddenly appeared, completing the possession. Kotar, the god of wishes, immediately stiffened as though he had degenerated from a creature into a puppet. He attempted to influence Rionette Tinker's spirit body threads to resist the wraith's possession, but he would be interrupted by the pale white and cold arms produced by the female wraith from time to time, making it difficult for him to succeed. Upon seeing this, Klein maintained his spirit-body threads to form a circle as he slowly raised the staff of the stars, aiming it at the black velvet curtain that had transformed into a cloak. He constructed a scene in his mind. The surrounding darkness suddenly flowed as though it contained an unimaginable secret. Illusory candlelight lit up in such an environment, illuminating a long table with flesh and blood placed on it. On both sides of the long table, 3 extremely blurry figures held the flesh and blood as they devoured it hungrily. In the next second, the 3 figures turned their heads at the same time and cast their gazes at the translucent black velvet curtain. The curtain's crazy suction force came to an abrupt halt as it hovered in its cloak form, as though it had momentarily forgotten who it was, which side it belonged to, and what it should do. Feast of Betrayal. Fairy tale magic. Feast of Betrayal. What Klein had just used was a fairy tale magic from Catlia. It was called Feast of Betrayal. Its effect was to temporarily awaken the items in the target's hands or give them sentience, making them betray the target. This was a beyonder power at the Sequence 4 level, so he couldn't use it under the suppression of the Power of Wishes. At the same time, because the spell that the Staff of the Stars reproduced was still quite different from the original, and the curtain didn't have much malice towards the dark demonic wolf, it only appeared confused and didn't launch a crazy attack on its master. As soon as Klein got rid of the influence of this curtain, he immediately snapped his fingers and let the crimson flames engulf him. An instant later, his figure, wearing a half-top hat and a long black trench coat, appeared in a cluster of flames beside the dark demonic wolf. The scarlet flame rose up and turned into a stream of flames, allowing Klein to jump out easily. Then he bent his back slightly and charged at the gigantic demonic wolf with the Staff of the Stars in hand. Tap, tap, tap. Klein ran faster and faster, as though he had transformed into a gust of wind. And what welcomed him was the dark demonic wolf barely raising its 2 front claws to break free from its bindings. Pa! Pa! Klein waved his black cane to his left and right, accurately hitting Kotar's 2 front claws, causing them to pause momentarily. At the same time, he lowered his body and passed over the 2 front claws, gliding to the space beneath the dark demonic wolf. Amidst the howling wind, Klein twisted his body in midair and stabbed upwards with the Staff of the Stars. With a poof, the black cane embedded with many gems pierced through the skin covered in dark demonic wolf's short fur and penetrated deep into its body, forcefully leaving behind an exaggerated wound. Whoosh! Dark black and red blood gushed out like a flood, spewing towards Klein with the intense corrosive effect of a mythical creature. But at this moment, Klein had already flown out of the space beneath the dark demonic wolf, preparing to launch a second wave of attacks. Suddenly, he heard an intermittent roar. It came from dark demonic wolf Kotur, who had been possessed by a wraith and found it difficult to move. Leota, Aro. Klein's gaze froze as the dark demonic wolf's mocking smile surfaced in his mind. He wasn't the only one who could stir the remnant divine powers. If he could, so could dark demonic wolf Kotur. Even if this miracle invoker didn't know that Wind Angel Leotaro had become the Lord of Storms, he naturally knew what to do with Klein's demonstration. Who couldn't do simple imitation? Boom, boom, boom. The silver bolts of lightning were like torrents spewing out of a water pipe. They overlapped each other as they poured down on the ruins of the ancient castle, completely drowning all the figures. Klein didn't have the time to react. After hearing the first half of the sentence, he had already used his clown powers to forcefully twist his body. With a kick with his right foot, he returned beneath the dark demonic wolf. Rionette Tinker jumped onto the gold coin in his pocket. Right on the heels of that, Klein half knelt down and stabbed the Staff of the Stars into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The massive lightning storm tore through everything it encountered along the way. By the time the terrifying lightning forest dissipated, the ancient castle that belonged to the dark demonic wolf couldn't even be considered a ruin. There were no traces of it left, only a charred crater. In the crater, paper figurines were blown up one after another and reduced to ashes. Silently, The soil that shimmered with the light of colored glass softened as Klein's charred palm reached out. With the dark demonic wolf suffering most of the damage, he had used paper figurine substitutes and underground stealth to barely survive. However, he could still vaguely smell the fragrance of roasted meat emanating from his body. After returning to the ground, Klein, who was dressed in tattered clothes, turned his gaze and took in the entire situation on the battlefield. The dark demonic wolf's remains were scattered everywhere. Its flesh was charred and lifeless. The curtain had curled up into a ball and fallen to the edge of the crater, motionless. The power of the wish had been completely cleared, and godhood had returned to this area. The wraith that had established a connection with artificial death had been destroyed. If it were any other Beyonder, they might have believed that the dark demonic wolf had chosen to die with everyone. However, as a demigod of the seer pathway, Klein, who had enjoyed the treatment of a miracle invoker in advance, had other thoughts flash through his mind. What's a miracle? Resurrection is a miracle. When the dark demonic wolf saw that something was amiss, it didn't hesitate to trigger divine punishment in an attempt to make everyone die together. Then, he could resurrect somewhere nearby. I almost used up my last resurrection. Klein had a plan for such matters. He immediately used a charm engraved with the Fool's patterns and used it to pray to Mr. Fool in front of Miss Messenger in his place. Then, with this summoning that hadn't dissipated from Sapphira Castle, he entered the world above the gray fog with a single thought. He used the prayer light's true vision to examine his surroundings and search for the resurrected dark demonic wolf. At this moment, Rionette Tynker left the gold coin in Klein's pocket and appeared beside the curled curtain. It has a Miracle Invoker Beyonder characteristic. Miracle Invoker Beyonder characteristic? That's right. The dark demonic wolf has one of the 6 Miracle Invoker characteristics when the attendant of mysteries is full. Normally speaking, the remaining attendant of mysteries Beyonder characteristic would also correspond to a Miracle Invoker Beyonder characteristic. As Miss Messenger spoke, Klein's spiritual intuition also sensed it. He confirmed her judgment and thought a snake of fate will Septon's answer. There were a total of 9 Miracle Invoker Beyonder characteristics, but when the attendant of mysteries was full, the 3 sequence ones would definitely each have a sequence 2 characteristic. The remaining 6 Miracle Invoker characteristics belong to Zeridal, Antigonus, Magic Wishing Lamp, Curtainless Theater, The Last Banquet, and the Dark Demonic Wolf. Klein originally hoped to obtain the Dark Demonic Wolf's characteristic, but he never expected that the curtain not only had a sequence 1 attendant of mysteries characteristic, but it also had a sequence 2 Miracle Invoker characteristic, which was the one that had gone missing back then. From the looks of it, the reason for its disappearance was also because it was swallowed by the gray fog before being spat out. Do I still need to search for the resurrected Dark Demonic Wolf? No, I don't know when the true creator and Amon will descend. Besides, I've already expended most of my preparations. As for the Dark Demonic Wolf, it's still in perfect condition. It can make wishes, summon, and create miracles. Anyway, I've already achieved my goal. As his thoughts raced, Klein looked up and said to Miss Messenger, "I'll put away this curtain." He gave up on the idea of chasing after the Dark Demonic Wolf and planned on controlling the curtain while it was in a weakened state. Rionette Tynker nodded slightly and turned her head, casting her gaze at the charred remains of the Dark Demonic Wolf. The remains immediately emitted a faint glow, either turning into white rabbits or goats. They were all the type that emitted rich, meaty fragrance. In a hidden spot nearby, Dark Demonic Wolf Kotar's body, which was covered in dark short fur, quickly condensed. He directly abandoned his original corpse and immediately made his wish and responded to himself. He moved to a distant spot and then ran off without looking back. This god of wishes didn't even consider the loss of the curtain. He didn't choose to resurrect on the spot because he hoped to use the curtain to hold back the fellow who was closely related to Evernight, so as to buy him more time to escape. To be able to survive from the second epoch until now, Kotar had relied on following his heart's wishes. He wouldn't be greedy when he shouldn't be. As the light flashed, The demonic wolf with grayish-white fur on its forehead disappeared into the depths of the darkness. Klein didn't stop Miss Messenger from venting her anger. As he approached the curtain, he sighed inwardly. An angel is really difficult to kill, especially one from the seer pathway. As his thoughts raced, Klein was just about to drag his past self out to pick up the curtain when he suddenly felt a familiar aura descend. This aura was dark, filthy, and filled with depravity. It made Klein immediately associate it with the true creator. The curtain suddenly floated up and turned into a cloak once again. Inside the cloak, the deep darkness turned into a vortex as it emitted a buzzing sound. Mysteries. P.S. Monthly tickets for December have been added to the first update. Seeking monthly tickets on the last day and a half. Chapter 1280. Mysterious. Klein's heart palpitated when he heard that. He subconsciously wanted to return to Sapphira Castle and leave the scene. However, no matter how his thoughts raced, his spirit body remained in his body without any changes. Hiss! This made Klein's teeth ache as he instinctively cast his gaze at Rionette Tinker. He saw that Miss Messenger had already floated over, looking like she was facing a terrifying enemy. As for the surrounding darkness, it froze like a lake that had encountered a bitter cold. There was no longer any lightning streaking across the sky. Mysterious. Klein found a little sense of security as he recalled the form of address he had just heard. This wasn't unfamiliar to him, but the last person to address him in such a manner was the ancient god of the sun from more than 2,000 years ago, the City of Silver's creator. Before he died, he had sensed Klein's divination and shouted through space that couldn't be crossed. No way. The true creator is equivalent to the ancient god of the sun? No, he is only a sequence 0 true god. He can't reach the level of the creator that I hypothesized. Furthermore, from Amon's attitude, the ancient god of the sun must have really perished. The true creator is the pitch-black infant that crawled out of the ancient god of the sun's stomach. He inherited a portion of the ancient god of the sun's characteristics and memories. He is a fallen body of this creator. Klein calmed his chaotic thoughts and stabilized his mental state, attempting to quickly find a solution to his current predicament. At this moment, inside the cloak formed by the curtain, the dark vortex spoke again. Go to the giant king's court and meet Sassurer. This sentence echoed in Klein's mind before shrinking together in the form of illusory words. It was wrapped in a layer of pitch-black mucous membrane, turning into a strange seed. The seed then fell into Klein's body and spirit body, melting inside. Without waiting for Klein to respond, the dark vortex dissipated, and the cloak formed by the curtain lost its support and fell to the ground again. The will that descended from the true creator has corroded a portion of my spirit body and flesh, forcing me to have no choice but to go to the giant king's court and open the palace where dark angel Sassurer is sleeping. This is something that many deities pay attention to. After watching from the sidelines for a long time, the true creator finally found an opportunity to drive me to do it. Klein surveyed the area, summoned his past self, and picked up the curtain. Then, without hesitation, he said to Miss Messenger, "Let's leave now." The true creator had already sent a sliver of his will over, so would Amon be far away? In addition, Klein also attempted to seize the opportunity to enter the world above the gray fog and use the power of Sapphira Castle to remove the corruption he had suffered. All right. Rionette Tinker nodded, allowing the many Beyonder characteristics left behind in the crater ruins to fly over and be contained by her. According to her and Klein's prior agreement, half of the spoils of war other than the high-level items of the seer would belong to her. She would have the first pick. After all, when dealing with Shaman King Klarman, Klein had also received payment. As for the remaining half of the spoils of war, Klein planned on sacrificing it to the Evernight goddess as a form of gratitude. Regardless of whether the deity needed it or not, he still had to go through the necessary procedures. He still had to express his gratitude. After cleaning up the battlefield, Rionette Tinker entered the iron cigar case in Klein's pocket and possessed the surface of the gold coin. Klein didn't immediately seal it. He raised the Staff of the Stars and constructed a scene in his mind. It was one of the scenes he had memorized while surveying the terrain. As the gem flashed, his figure disappeared from the crater ruins and moved into the distance. After a few seconds, the air fluctuated as a tiny creature that was difficult to see with the naked eye crawled out. The creature rapidly expanded, turning into Amon wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe. Amon adjusted the monocle on his right eye and curled the corners of his mouth. He chuckled and said, "Finally, someone has to open that door." After 2 consecutive teleportations, Klein took out the iron cigar case that Miss Messenger was hiding in and used the Staff of the Stars to create several layers of seals, the kind that would be removed the moment he touched it. Right on the heels of that, he entered the fog of history and ran all the way to before the first epoch. Relying on his unanswered prayers, he instantly entered the world above the gray fog through the summoning of Sapphira Castle. As the roars and ravings echoed, he felt the corroded portion of his spirit body gather together and curl into a ball. After dissolving layer after layer, he managed to maintain his stability and didn't completely evaporate. Is this the power and level of a true deity? Yes, and it's a true deity who wields the domain of degeneration. Klein sat in the seat belonging to the fool and frowned as he observed his condition. The corrosion created by the true creator wasn't powerful. If they were to leave the protection of Klein's spirit body, they wouldn't be able to last long above the gray fog. This was also the main reason why Klein dared to directly enter Sapphira Castle. However, unless Klein planned on dying again, he wouldn't be able to bypass his spirit body and remove the corroded portions. With the help of divination and other abilities, Klein quickly figured out the various effects of the corrosion. It wouldn't mutate, nor would it send any information to the true creator, nor would it interfere with Klein's actions. It would only continue to exert guidance in the sense of mysticism, making Klein have no choice but to head to the Giant King's court and open the palace where Dark Angel Sasra was sleeping. It's both mental and fate. When I become a miracle invoker and obtain the level of an angel, I should be able to remove this corruption once I gain control of Sapphira Castle. However, if I want to become a miracle invoker and obtain the level of an angel, I have to head to the Giant King's court and open the door to that palace to help the City of Silver find a way out of the forsaken land of the gods. As Klein pondered, he revealed a bitter smile. Fortunately, this was something he was prepared to do, so it didn't burden him with any additional burdens. Following that, Klein summoned the unshadowed crucifix from the fog of history and attempted to use the power of Sapphira Castle to push it to purify his body of flesh and blood. Unfortunately, the corroded portions of his body were similarly clumped together, preventing him from completely removing them. This also made him truly understand how terrifying a Sequence 0 was. Unless I'm in a desperate situation, I can't pray to an evil god like the true creator. Klein shook his head and returned to the real world. He sacrificed the curtain above the gray fog. It does contain an attendant of mysteries beyond her characteristic and a miracle invoker beyond her characteristic. There's even a scholar of yore and a Bizarro sorcerers. Its level is rather high. I can't directly shatter it with the power of Sapphira Castle that I can currently use. However, because this place seems to be at the highest level of the seer pathway, I can effectively suppress it. Through the accumulation of time, I can slowly melt and split it apart. The first thing to be split apart should be the attendant of mystery's characteristic. The rest can be used to concoct a potion. Yes, it doesn't have any living characteristics. The one I just summoned has already disappeared. Klein held the translucent black velvet curtain and looked at it repeatedly for a while. Then he mobilized Sapphira Castle and conjured an iron pot that was boiling with invisible power. After staring at it for a few seconds, Klein threw the curtain into the iron pot and pressed the layers of seals onto it. In about 3 to 4 days, the attendant of mysteries beyond her characteristic would be melted and decomposed. After throwing in the supplementary ingredients, it would belong to the Miracle Invoker Potion, which included Sequence 9 to Sequence 2. Looking around, Klein raised his right hand and grabbed a piece of paper from the junk pile. This was one of his other preparations. He had spent a large amount of time in advance, paying the price of repeated failures to successfully summon 0-08 once. He used the quill to write down the reasonable reaction that the dark demonic wolf should have. This was to prevent the other party from not playing according to the rules in the initial stages, causing the plan to fail. With this short script, it was very reasonable for the dark demonic wolf to be attracted by Klein's strange actions and not extinguish the prayer point of light immediately. Similarly, without knowing how many enemies there were or what abilities the other party had, it was very reasonable for the dark demonic wolf to not flee in a hurry. Instead, it created a complete independent nation to cut off any possible reinforcements. With a flick of his wrist, Klein burned the piece of paper. Then, he busily sacrificed the sealed iron cigar case to Sapphira Castle. He also responded to Miss Magician's prayers and conveyed world words. Magician's first didn't dare to be negligent. She immediately got up and used her record beyond her powers to grab forward, dragging out the German sparrow from history. Klein then teleported to an empty room in a nearby inn. He set up a ritual and brought the iron cigar case back to reality, releasing Rionette Tinker. After thanking Miss Messenger and watching her take away half of the Beyonder characteristics, Klein changed the ritual and began to sacrifice to the Evernight goddess. At the end of the ritual, he prayed in anticipation, "I pray for a hint to purify the corrosive powers in my body." From his point of view, only an existence at the level of the Evernight goddess could deal with the corrosive powers given by the true creator. If the goddess agreed, Klein planned on descending to return his corporeal spirit body to Bakeland to be purified. As for how to remove the corroded parts of his body, he temporarily had no idea. As Klein said that a blob of darkness enveloped the altar. When the darkness disappeared, the Beyonder characteristics were all gone. Apart from that, there were no hints left. From the looks of it, I can only rely on myself. Klein wasn't depressed. He raised his right hand and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise manner, drawing the crimson moon. Praise the lady. His gratitude was very sincere. After all, he had received quite a lot of help. After dealing with the aftermath, Klein's historical void projection vanished, and his main body returned to the forsaken land of the gods. He held the lantern he had taken from the past and looked at the silent wilderness illuminated by the dim yellow light. He felt his body and mind relax a lot as he couldn't help but sigh. Finally, P.S. requesting monthly votes on the last day of January. Right, there's an early update at midnight. Chapter 1281. In the primitive jungle outside biome in the Rorstad archipelago, the leaders of the resistance army gathered in a cave and looked respectfully at the blessed of the sea god, who was wearing a black cloak and had yellow eyebrows and deep blue eyes. "Lord Donis, this is an opportunity." Kalat, who had a shaved head and sat in a wheelchair with a green beard, said excitedly. His partner, Edmonton, whose face was smeared with short red lines, followed closely. "Lord Donis, according to the feedback from our intelligence personnel, the situation in Biome is very chaotic. Be it the Church of the Storm or the Governor General's office, they are all anxious because the Fasak army has besieged Bakeland." Having said that, Edmonton looked at Kalat, allowing the person in charge of the corresponding field who knew the situation better to give a more detailed description. Kalat looked at the solemn Lord Donis and deliberated over his words. There are already differences among them. Some want to transfer the strength of the colony back to Bakeland, while others want to defend this place and use it as a spark for revival. Such differences have caused the military and the Beyonders of the Church of the Storm to be at a loss. There are loopholes in all aspects. Lord Donis, this is our opportunity. We can completely agree to the conditions of the Fasak and Phaenopotter Navy and cooperate with them to attack Biome and take back the country that belongs to us. It's indeed an opportunity. But is this something I can decide? I'm not stupid. Donis quietly listened to the statements of the resistance leaders and muttered inwardly. As an Intis person, a famous pirate, and a treasure hunter, he didn't have any mental burdens when it came to attacking the Ruan colony. He didn't have any hesitation. Of course, he didn't have a strong sense of belonging to the Republic of Intis. Even when he occasionally worked as a part-time pirate, he preferred to target Intis merchants because they carried more valuable luxury goods with them. There is only one reason why Donis didn't agree to the resistance leader's request on the spot. As a conspirer, he knew very well what his position was. A human-shaped microphone, a tool responsible for passing messages between German Sparrow and the leader of the resistance army. There's a high chance that Gehrman is from Rouen. If I were to agree to it directly, I might not be able to see the sun tomorrow. However, he doesn't seem to care about Rouen at all. T. We can't be fooled by superficial appearances. Donis cleared his throat and looked around. This matter is of great importance. Prepare a clean and peaceful altar for me immediately. I want to pray to God. In an organization that generally believed in the sea god, such a request didn't surprise Colot, Edmonton, and the others. It was even in line with their expectations. Therefore, they immediately arranged for people to prepare for the sacrifice. The Rörsted Archipelago's resistance can't sit still either. They themselves have the support of Fasak, Intis, and Fanapotter countries. That's why they're able to hold on and not be wiped out by Rouen and the three churches. I even got them to extract quite a lot of subsidies from the various countries. After hearing Donna's prayer, Klein sighed. Sitting in the ancient palace, he tapped the edge of the long mottled table in front of him. After a few seconds of thought, he conjured the word, German Sparrow. This crazy adventurer immediately assumed a praying posture and said in a deep voice, "Make use of the current situation to directly negotiate with the upper echelons of the Church of the Storm and the Rörsted Governor-General's office and exert the necessary pressure. The goal is to force them to back down and accept the idea of the Rörsted people governing the Rörsted Archipelago. The resistance can guarantee most of the benefits that Rouen currently has, allowing them to transfer troops and Beyonders back to Bakeland with peace of mind." Inside the clean and tidy altar, Donis, who had received the feedback, straightened his back. He turned around, cast his gaze at the rebel leaders waiting outside, and said with a solemn expression, "Don't worry." He said with a solemn expression, "I have received a revelation. God told us that every one of his people is precious. Don't sacrifice them for unnecessary wars. We will never lightly start a war, but we will not be afraid of war either. In short, we will first try to use the current situation and our forces to negotiate with the Rouen, forcing them to make concessions that could satisfy most of us. If that doesn't work, then we will consider war." God said, "Remember hatred, but don't be blinded by it. The people around you and a beautiful future are the most important." After becoming a conspirer, Donis realized that his ability to fabricate reasons and persuade others was increasing. Many a time, ideas would form as soon as he opened his mouth. Colot, Edmonton, and the other leaders of the resistance had a deep hatred for the Rouen colonists, but see God's words and Lord Donna's words had succeeded in making them waver. They had a clear understanding of how powerful Sea King was during this period of time. If the war were to develop to the point where both sides were enraged, the Blue Mountain Island where Byam was might be completely submerged by the seawater and become a ruin. All the locals would be dragged into the afterlife. The powerhouses of Fasak and Fanapotter did have the ability to prevent the situation from collapsing, but how much strength could they spare on a peripheral battlefield like the Rörsted Archipelago? Colot and the other leaders of the resistance didn't believe them too much. They believed that these fellows were essentially no different from the Rouen. They were all bandits from the northern continent who could tear off their masks at any time and become new colonists. After a moment of silence, Colot, who was sitting in a wheelchair, looked at the man in a black cloak on the altar. "Lord Donis, we are willing to work hard for a peaceful resolution." He paused for a moment before continuing. "According to the intelligence, the one who has the final say in the Rörsted Archipelago is Sea King, John Cotman. It's best we negotiate with him directly." Donis nodded slightly. "That's exactly what I'm thinking. We need to send someone to Byam as a representative with full authority to face John Cotman. Just as he was about to ask who was willing to go, he suddenly realized that Kalat, Edmonton, and the others were looking at him. It was as though they were saying that the blessed of sea god, the relatively transcendent pirate of Intis, was the most suitable target. Dogsh asterisk T. Don is cursed inwardly as he looked at everyone. His thoughts raced as he said, "Yes, this is an honor, but it also contains extreme danger. I know that some of you are filled with the spirit of sacrifice and want to make your due contributions. Why don't we do it this way? Let's draw lots to decide. That's the fairest way." "I have no objections," Kalat and the others answered without hesitation. A few minutes later, Donis looked at the cards in his hand, and his facial muscles twitched indiscernibly. City of Silver, in the chief's room at the top of the spire. Colin Iliad cast his gaze at Derek Berg, who appeared stunted compared to his surroundings. "Are you ready?" Derek held the Thunder God's roar hammer that looked like a leg bone. It had a dark blue surface and was surrounded by lightning. He nodded heavily and said, "I'm ready." He didn't act like a Beyonder from the Sun Domain at all. He looked more like a berserker. The white-haired Colin Iliad, who had an old scar on his face, shifted his gaze and looked at Lovia. "Are you ready?" Lovia, who had a head of silver-gray curly hair and a pair of light gray eyes, didn't wear a usual black robe with purple patterns. Instead, she had changed into a set of dark armor. She moved her head indiscernibly. "There's no problem." Demon Hunter Colin, who had become a Silver Knight, cast his gaze at the others in the room and asked if they were ready. After receiving an affirmative answer, Colin Iliad slowly walked to a wall, took down the two swords hanging on it, and carried them on his back. "Set off." The City of Silver's chief gave the order concisely. The exploration team he led would head to the afternoon town camp once again to further explore the giant king's court and find a path that led to the real sea. Amidst the sound of metal armor clashing, Lovia, Derek, and the others silently followed behind the chief. They walked out of the room in a single file and walked down the stairs. On the way, they saw Waite Chermont and the other elders of the six-member council, as well as the residents of the City of Silver who were maintaining order in the spire. These people were either leaning on the railings or waiting at the stairwell. Their expressions were abnormally solemn, as though they were sending off the exploration team that carried their hopes on their shoulders. No one spoke, and there was silence. However, when Colin Iliad, Derek Berg, and company passed by, the residents of the City of Silver raised their right arms and placed their fists in front of their foreheads. Amidst this action, Colin and the other members of the exploration team left the spire and arrived on the road. Then, they lit lanterns made of animal skins. Under the dim yellow light, the residents of the City of Silver walked out of their houses and stopped by the side of the road. They looked at Derek and company with admiration and anticipation. One after another, they raised their right arms and placed their fists in front of their foreheads. Derek subconsciously straightened his back, his heart burning with passion. Just like that, the exploration team followed the road to the city gate under the escort of the crowd and walked out of the City of Silver. As though they had a tacit understanding, the moment Colin, Derek, Lovia, and company left the protection of the city wall, they turned back to look at their hometown that they had guarded in the darkness for 2,584 years. They saw that the residents of the City of Silver hadn't left. They were all standing near the city gate, looking at them. With a whoosh, the black mass of people raised their right arms and placed their fists in front of their foreheads. This was not only an expression of the highest respect, but also the deepest blessing. Colin Iliad stared silently for a few seconds before closing his eyes. He raised his right arm and suddenly waved it down. "Let's go." Derek and company immediately turned around, carrying the animal hide lanterns that emitted a faint yellow light. They silently and firmly stepped onto the path that was shrouded in darkness. Destination: Giant King's Court PS, first day of February. Updated in advance. Requesting for a guaranteed monthly ticket. Chapter 1282. This month coincides with the new year and the pandemic. Both my work and my mental state are unstable. Thank you for giving me time to rest. I will be back to writing double chapters on February 3rd. As for the summary of the content, I intend to end the detailed part at the end of this chapter. Since I'm about to enter the last chapter, I'll just say a few words here. As I said before, I will learn from the lessons of my previous life and arcana in this book. I will not let many of the characters I created in the early stages be abandoned by the plot and gradually weaken and lose their color. Actually, this is something that can't be helped, because if I give the supporting characters the same treatment as the main characters, people will feel that it's unfair. They will feel that I'm giving too many golden fingers or giving too much space. They will feel cumbersome, heavy, dragging, and bloated. However, if I don't do this, it will be difficult for the supporting characters to keep up with the main character's speed, and they will inevitably lose their sense of existence. Before writing mysteries, in order to solve this problem and other creative problems, I came up with a leveling system of potions, sequences, and acting. On one hand, I can ensure that there will be enough changes and new things with each leveling up, and on the other hand, I can reasonably make the supporting characters grow faster. Actually, the source of inspiration for many of my settings is to solve these problems. Similarly, the setting of tarot is actually to better control the supporting characters. Through them, I can show different cross-sections and become little Ku's arms and roots. Therefore, in the later stages of writing mysteries, I have been warning myself that I must stay calm and develop the sidelines of the supporting characters. Of course, this is indeed very difficult to write, because the later stages, there will be more and more supporting characters. When the lines are intertwined, it will be really huge and difficult to control. Moreover, it will obviously slow down the pace and reduce the attractiveness of the plot. In addition, the creation of different characters and sequences can't be the same. If everyone has ups and downs, twists and turns, and there is great terror between life and death, then it will be meaningless and will lose its uniqueness. Some characters need to settle their hearts over and over again, accumulating small amounts of strength and then exploding it. Thank you all for your support in January. Thank you all for subscribing and voting. The average subscription is just over 97,000. Okay, I will continue to ask for monthly votes in February. P.S. Today's update has been sent. Chapter 1283. Boom, boom. In an underground shelter in Bakeland, Audrey, who was dressed in hunting gear, listened to the distant explosion. When she turned around, she happened to see Melissa looking at her in confusion. The girl, who had just come of age, asked in a dreamy tone, "Miss Audrey, will the war end if we are completely defeated? Miss Audrey, will the war end if we are completely defeated? Will we no longer have to worry about the bombardment and lack of food?" Audrey took a deep look at her and said, "But if that happens, you will have to change your faith." Melissa hesitated, unsure of how to answer. At this moment, a commoner curled up by the wall blurted out, "I believe in the god of steam and machinery. Even if Fasak and Intis win, I don't need to change my faith." When the time came, life would return to its original warm and peaceful state. These words stirred many of the commoners hiding in the shelter. They frequently whispered to each other, discussing the possible developments. There was no lack of believers of Evernight among them. To most people, faith wasn't that important compared to their lives. After all, the one who ultimately protected them was still a true deity. The police officers who maintained order in the shelter didn't stop the commotion from spreading. They watched everything coldly from the sidelines, even with some anticipation. But what the defeated will endure is definitely crueler than you can imagine. It's not something that can be summarized with a change of faith, be it the lessons given by history or the conclusion deduced from the human heart. It made Audrey more pessimistic than anyone else here. She surveyed the area and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The goddess's anchor has begun to waver on a large scale. If it wasn't for the support of the food previously distributed, it might have completely collapsed, and Audrey knew very well what this situation meant. She closed her eyes, raised her face slightly, and muttered to herself silently, "The battle of gods is about to begin. The final outcome was about to be revealed." After nodding at Melissa, Audrey turned around and left the area, arriving at the exit of the shelter. The golden retriever, Susie, was squatting there like a qualified guard. "You don't seem to want to go back." Susie's nose twitched as she asked in a low voice. Audrey hid in this shelter when the siege began. She didn't have time to return to her mansion in Empress Borough. As the war calmed down a little, Earl Hall had sent people to urge her to go home and go to the sanctuary that belonged to the nobles. Audrey shook her head and said with a faint smile, "I have to do something I should do." Without waiting for Susie to respond, she smiled and said, "You will stay here in my place and secretly calm their emotions. Don't let any disturbances happen here. If they want to touch you, you can let them." Susie hesitated for 2 seconds. "All right." Audrey didn't say anything else and left the shelter through the exit. The guards completely ignored her. The sky outside was dark and gloomy. Many buildings had already collapsed and were burning with flames that were about to extinguish. The streets were empty. There were no carriages or pedestrians. This was completely different from Audrey's impression of Bakeland. Originally, Bakeland was blue, yellow, and beige. It was lively, prosperous, and full of vitality. But now it was gray, black, and scarlet. It was withered, messy, and somewhat dead. Looking left and right, Audrey, who was dressed in hunting attire, determined her direction and walked towards the edge of the city. What she wanted to do was simple: join the war and do her best to help the Rouen forces not collapse before the War of Gods ended. If the victor of the War of Gods was the opposing side, she would use various methods such as Q, hypnosis, and mental plague to eliminate the venting emotions of the soldiers, officers, and beyonders, reducing the damage brought about by the war. Amidst the swaying flames, Audrey quickly passed through them and headed into the distance. Rorstad Archipelago, City of Generosity, Biome, in a room high above the Cathedral of Waves. Draped in a black cloak, Donnes met the famous cardinal of the Church of the Storm, the high-ranking deacon of the mandated punishers, Sea King John Cotman. Glancing at the other party's muscles that completely propped up his priest robe, Donnes swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue. After some deliberation, he said, "I bring goodwill." For some reason, he felt his skin go numb, as though there was an invisible bolt of lightning leaping over him. "Goodwill?" The tall, burly, and well-defined John Cotman grunted. "Ha! If it wasn't for the fact that fellows of the Sailor Pathway are more irritable, often unable to tell the difference between a joke and a mockery. Once they erupt in anger, they don't even consider the bigger picture. Why would I need to speak like this?" Dodge *T. Donnes mumbled, maintained his smile, and explained the resistance's intentions. John Cotman stared at the great pirate who had left the Golden Dream. He suddenly scoffed. "You're right. If we were to withdraw most of our forces, will you be able to defend Biome and the archipelago? If we can't defend it, and a combined fleet of Faceac and Phaenopotter breaks through the defensive line, how will we ensure the interests of the Rouen immigrants?" As the demigod involved, he was extremely certain that Sea God Cavituous had perished. However, he didn't know who was currently bearing the title of Sea God, and if he had the ability to protect the Rorstad Archipelago. Not a good question. A question means that there's a chance of a successful negotiation. In fact, Donnes hadn't thought about how the resistance would resist the Faceac and Phaenopotter people after Rouen mobilized powerhouses to reinforce Bakeland. He fully believed that German Sparrow and Mr. Fool backing him had the ability to protect this place. As thoughts raced through his mind, Donnes looked at the oppressive Sea King. "I will pray to my lord and ask him to protect the Rorstad Archipelago." "Oh." Sea King John Cotman narrowed his eyes and took a step forward. The aura that came from the Tyrant Pathway made Donnes involuntarily take 2 steps back. He lowered his head and prayed on spot. "Blessed of the sea and the spirit world, protector of the Rorstad Archipelago, ruler of the undersea creatures, master of tsunamis and storms, great Cavituous, please descend your power and protect the archipelago." After praying, Donnes carefully cast his gaze out the window, but he didn't discover anything abnormal. John Cotman sized him up for a few seconds and said, "Your God doesn't seem to be responding to you, ahem." Donnes cleared his throat and felt his heart beat like a drum. Ahem. Donnes cleared his throat and felt his heart beat like a drum. At this moment, the sky outside suddenly darkened, As though a large number of dark clouds had flown over, blotting out the sun, Sea King John Cotman instinctively turned his head and looked out the window. He saw a shadow cast over the area where the sea and sky met. With his control over the archipelago's waters, the overall situation quickly surfaced in the mind of the Church of the Storm Cardinal. The Rorstad archipelago and the surrounding waters were shrouded in a thick fog, turning indistinct and surreal. A seabird flew past and attempted to land on the harbor's cliff, but it directly passed through and failed to stop. The ordinary people in the archipelago continued their normal lives, but they felt that another storm was coming. John Cotman's dark blue pupils dilated significantly as he subconsciously turned his head to look at blazing Donna's, who claimed to be sea gods blessed. Donna's mouth was slightly agape, and he forgot to close it. The degree of surprise he felt wasn't any less than that of the Sea King. A few seconds later, the fog dissipated and the shadows faded. Everything in the Rorstad archipelago was restored to its original state. Donna's blinked, and when Sea King John Cotman looked over again, he chuckled and said, "My lord has answered my prayers." As he spoke, the pirate with a bounty of more than 10,000 pounds slapped himself in his heart. Dodge *T. How dare you doubt Mr. Fool? Is this the might of Mr. Fool? John Cotman fell silent for a few seconds before saying, "I will carefully consider your suggestion. I'll seriously consider your suggestion. I'll immediately gather a few important figures in Biome to discuss this matter. I'll give you an answer in an hour." Donnas raised his chin slightly and laughed. "I will wait patiently." With that said, he followed his instincts as a hunter, casually bowed, turned around, and walked out of the room. Amidst the creaking sound, silver bolts of lightning lit up in John Cotman's blue eyes. Above the gray fog, in the ancient palace, Klein threw the curtain in his hand back into the metal pot and sealed it again. He had just used the powers of a Sequence 1 attendant of mysteries to respond by mobilizing the powers of Sapphira Castle, creating an effect that shocked even Sea King John Cotman. In another half a day, the attendant of mysteries beyond her characteristic will be dissected, and the rest can be used to concoct the miracle invoker potion. Yes, when I'm only left with Sequence 2, I can attempt to use the powers of Sapphira Castle to shatter and reassemble it. In a short period of time, I can extract the Beyonder characteristics of Scholar of Yore and Bizarro Sorcerer to reduce the risks brought about by the potion. After muttering a few words, Klein quickly returned to the real world. He wasn't in the dark wilderness, but the Giant King's court that was frozen in dusk. He had entered the Giant King's court before the City of Silver's expedition team arrived at the afternoon town camp. In the orange light, Klein felt his body decline and exhaustion as he cast his gaze at the magnificent and beautiful buildings high above. The countless palaces and towers still had the afterglow of the Second Epoch, as though they were the embodiment of a myth. No, this is a myth. Klein planned on attempting to open the palace where Dark Angel Sassurer was sleeping before the City of Silver's expedition team officially took action. This way, if anything were to happen, the City of Silver's expedition team would still have the time to make targeted preparations. As for Klein himself, he would definitely be much safer than others because he was using a historical void projection. P.S. Requesting for a guaranteed monthly ticket for February. I'll be able to resume 2 updates tomorrow, PS2. Reagan's new book, Counting Romantic Figures. Historical officialdom nurturing. If you like this type of book, you can add it to your collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 1284. Due to the City of Silver's previous exploration, Klein knew which places were dangerous and how to avoid them. It didn't take long for him to follow the small path, passing through the waning forest, the barren tunnel, and the ancient elevator to arrive at the place where the keepers lived. After waiting for a while, when the curtain above the gray fog split into 2 and separated the attendant of mysteries beyond her characteristic, Klein reached out and dragged his past self out. He wasn't sure if the other divine kingdoms would isolate the fog of history, but at the very least, the Giant King's court, which had lost its owner and no one to maintain it, didn't pose any obstacles to his attempts. Unfortunately, this matter involves too high a level. I can't get any results from divination. Otherwise, I would feel more at ease. Klein shook his head and muttered silently to himself. He wasn't in a hurry to jump into the fog of history. He first took out 2 items and handed them to his projection. One of them was a dark black wooden box. Inside, it was the ashes of giant guardian Gurozel. Klein had never forgotten his promise. He had originally planned on handing Rozel's ashes to Little Sun on his second exploration of the Giant King's court and get him to help bury him. However, due to various matters, Klein had come directly to the forsaken land of the gods and entered the Giant King's court. As for the ashes of the ascetic snowman, Klein planned on scattering them into the golden sea when he left the forsaken land of the gods. It was the divine blood of the ancient sun god. After handing over the urn and the black iron key from Vice Admiral Iceberg, Klein followed his usual routine and jumped into the fog. He ran to the fragment of light from before the first epoch, allowing his consciousness to naturally shift to the projection he had summoned. This projection didn't hold the staff of the stars, only creeping hunger. As there was still quite a distance from here to the palace where the Giant King lived, and there were many giant golems obstructing him, Klein couldn't guarantee that he could reach his destination in 5 minutes. Right on the heels of that, he made the glove on his left hand turn transparent, and he vanished from the spot. In the next second, Klein appeared outside the guard's residence with the huge black iron key. He didn't teleport too far away. Yes, most of the powers in the Giant King's court have clearly declined. Only the guards recognized by the Divine Kingdom can produce a relatively normal standard. Beyonder powers similar to teleportation are also suppressed. I can only blink in a relatively small area. From the looks of it, even if I summon the Staff of the Stars, I won't be able to use the corresponding scene outlined in my mind to directly descend outside the Giant King's palace. As expected of a former divine kingdom of an ancient god, Klein seriously observed the effects of the environment. After making a preliminary judgment, he turned around and walked back to the inside of the guard's residence. He opened the wooden box in his right hand and spread the ashes of Gurozel to every corner with a solemn expression. According to the scene he saw in Gurozel's dream, this guard's residence was where the giant had lived for a long time. It was the home he had the deepest impression of and was most fond of. It could be imagined that back in ancient times, Gurozel and the other rational giant guardians would rest here, fooling around, exchanging rumors, discussing music, and pondering over fun games. They didn't have to worry about food or illness, and they lived every day happily. As Klein's hand trembled, the dust scattered, landing on the walls, ground, bedside, tables, chairs, and stone pillars. The orange-red light outside the window shone eternally, making everything appear peaceful. When Klein scattered the last bit of ashes, the dusk suddenly thickened a little, making the dust in different spots fuse with the orange-red color, becoming a part of the divine kingdom. Klein closed his eyes, as though he could sense Rozel's joy. A wanderer who had been forced to leave his hometown for more than 3,000 years had finally returned to the place he missed day and night. The dusk's light softened, making Klein feel that he was no longer being rejected. It's equivalent to being acknowledged to a certain extent. I've become a partially accepted guard. Klein emanated his spirituality and confirmed the changes. He didn't stay any longer. Using creeping hunger and the path that the City of Silver's expedition team had previously explored, he constantly flashed around, sometimes taking a detour and sometimes dragging out the unshadowed crucifix. He passed through the secret hall without any difficulty and arrived beside the Giant King's residence. On the left was a row of huge stone pillars that formed a railing. Outside the railing was an orange-red cloud and the gently surging deep blue sea. Taking a deep breath, Klein returned to the hall he had just come out of. He reached out and dragged out his marionette, Inuni, who had once belonged to him and had yet to be parasitized. Even if he used a historical projection, he didn't want to open the door himself. Looking at the slightly dazed Inuni, Klein handed the gigantic black iron key under his armpit to him and controlled him to leave the hall. He walked along the railing formed by the stone pillars and walked all the way to the tallest and most magnificent building in the giant king's court. The dusk's light seemed corporeal as it covered the surface of the palace, bringing with it a strong sense of decline. It was as if everything in the world was about to come to an end. On both sides of the palace, there was a steeple on one side and a round tower on the other. The main door was grayish-blue in color and was covered in symmetrical, mysterious symbols. Its overall height exceeded 10 meters. On the left side of the door, at a height of 3 to 4 meters, there was a pitch-black hole about the size of an adult's fist. Inuni stared at it for a few seconds before raising the black iron key that resembled a 7-stringed instrument and placing it into the deep hole in front of him. They were so compatible that they didn't leave any gaps. As the gigantic black iron key sank into the deep hole, Klein, who was in the nearby hall, held his breath, prepared to remove his existence at any moment. With a click, the black iron key in Inuni's hand touched the bottom. It suddenly turned soft, as though it had fused with the hole as it emitted grayish-blue beams of light. The various symbols, labels, and patterns on the door lit up and protruded. All the light quickly intertwined and pressed down heavily, causing the grayish-blue palace's main door to slowly open. The gap in the door widened as Inuni's eyes suddenly reflected a turbulent, pitch-black, viscous, and illusory sea. Not good. Klein's heart stirred as a strong sense of danger surged in his mind. Without any hesitation, his consciousness returned to his body and severed the connection with his historical void projection. In the next second, his vision suddenly darkened as he felt a sharp pain in his left head. It was as though someone had stabbed a red-hot iron rod into it and kept stirring it. At the same time, indiscernible ravings echoed in his ears. They seemed to come from an era even more ancient than ancient times. Klein's expression instantly contorted, making him look abnormally ferocious. He could still barely maintain his rationality, but he no longer had the strength to stay in the historical fragment. Silently, Klein landed back in the residence of the giant king's court's guardian. With a thought, he was about to enter the world above the gray fog. Before planning to do such a dangerous thing, he had no doubt found reasons and excuses to arrange for the members of the Tarot to pray in order to awaken Sapphira Castle's automatic summoning ability. This allowed him to return above the gray fog without taking 4 steps counterclockwise and reciting the incantation in times of danger. However, just as Klein's spirit body saw the grayish-white fog and heard the familiar roar, he felt the repulsion from Sapphira Castle. It was unknown whose orders it had received, but it had actually stopped Klein from entering. In Klein's astonishment, he realized that a black shadow had passed him and was heading straight for Sapphira Castle. This wasn't a mon, but a shadow that had an aura that was completely identical to his own. Subconsciously, Klein influenced Sapphira Castle and gave a thought of rejection. Then he succeeded. The shadow was also blocked by the grayish-white fog. Right on the heels of that, he and the shadow fell back into the real world. After his spirit body returned to his body, Klein bent his back in pain like a curled-up shrimp. Pah! The half-top hat on his head fell to the ground. After a few seconds, Klein finally recovered. He slowly straightened his body and cast his gaze at a glass window made of orange gems. The window vaguely reflected his current appearance. With the bridge of his nose as the boundary, the right side of his face was the same as usual, while the left side of his face had countless things crawling in and out. Klein's eyes narrowed slightly. He hurriedly took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and regained his control as a clown. A clear image of his appearance appeared in his mind. Dressed in a black trench coat, the black-haired, brown-eyed, angular German sparrow's right face remained the same. The left side of his face had already turned translucent, formed from twisted maggots. Looking down, his neck was in a similar state. It was the same for his body that was covered by his clothes. On the verge of losing control. Hiss! I need to resist the strong inclination towards madness. Why is this happening? Klein suddenly sensed something and instinctively lowered his head to look at his feet. It was empty, lacking the shadow that should have existed. The orange light of dusk shone in from outside the window, but it failed to create any shadow beside Klein. Haha, I understand. Klein bent his back and let out an uncontrollable laugh. He suspected that this seawater that surged out from the giant king's palace had not only drowned his marionette and historical projection, but it had also used the latter to slice off his shadow, causing his spirit to lose its integrity. He was unable to completely suppress the inclination towards losing control, and that shadow was equivalent to a fraction of him. It could also affect Sapphira Castle, so it resulted in a situation where neither side could reach above the gray fog. As long as I get rid of that shadow, the problem will be resolved. The right side of Klein's forehead twitched as he straightened his back. At this moment, the orange-red light that shone in from outside was dyed gold, turning rather resplendent. This made the entire giant king's court seem to return from dusk to noon. Klein's heart stirred as he cast his gaze out the window. A scene vaguely surfaced in his mind. In front of the tallest and most magnificent building in the giant king's court, Marionette Inuni stood there, facing the open door. It was dark inside the door, and he couldn't see anything clearly. Suddenly, Inuni turned around and looked down. His face was covered in a shadow, and his hair had turned dark black. It draped over his shoulders and was slightly curled. Pairs of illusory black wings spread out from his back. In a nearby hall, a pure shadow with its lower body stuck to the stone bricks and its upper body upright swam out. P.S. 2 updates will be resumed today. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1285. It's not Dark Angel Sassurer. Marionette Inuni's projection was corroded by the power that surged out from the giant king's residence, turning into a monster that I can't understand at the moment. Furthermore, it looks like it can exist for a long period of time. Perhaps it has some of Sassurer's will. Klein covered his face with his left hand, allowing worms of spirit to burrow through the gaps between his fingers. What he couldn't understand the most was another matter. He had clearly opened the palace where the dark angels slept, but the deities and kings of angels that were watching didn't react at all. According to Klein's thoughts, when the turbulent sea surged out, be it the true creator, the god of knowledge and wisdom, blasphemer Amon, or Amon's brother, who had been hiding behind the scenes, they would immediately descend or appear to confirm Dark Angel Sassurer's current state or snatch the corresponding items. To his surprise, the entire giant king's court was silent without any external influence. Could it be that they are still waiting for me to enter the giant king's residence and make contact with Heaven's deputy? Yes, the true creator said that he wants to meet Sassurer. The parts of my spirit body and body that have been corroded have yet to return to normal. This means that the true creator's goal hasn't been achieved. Ha! As Klein's thoughts raced, he realized that he couldn't control his emotions. Be it anger, sadness, worry, or gloom, he couldn't help but smile and laugh. The only thing he was glad about was that this didn't affect his brain. He could still think and use all sorts of beyonder powers. However, at times he would suddenly go crazy and become rash and radical. I wonder if a demigod in the mind domain has a way to treat such a situation. After all, the sealed artifacts or beyonder characteristics I can summon can't do it. This is a sign of a spirit losing its integrity. If I don't resolve the split shadow, I probably won't be able to completely treat it. However, perhaps there's a way to temporarily return me to normal. For example, a virtual persona to make up for the incomplete parts? Unfortunately, I can't enter Sapphira Castle. Klein's thoughts were in a mess as the scenes that surfaced in his mind gradually disappeared. He then picked up the half-top hat that had fallen to the ground and wore it on his head. Then, through the huge glass window made from orange gems, he observed the changes in the entire giant king's court. Unlike before, there was now an illusory sun in the sky, allowing the grand buildings that were frozen in dusk to enjoy the sunlight of noon. The giant golems guarding the palaces seemed to have put on a cloak made of shadows. Inuni, who had black wings on his back, and the pure shadow that originally belonged to Klein jumped over the railing and glided over. Klein narrowed his eyes and subconsciously took a few steps forward, intending to fight the enemy. But very soon, he came back to himself and examined his current situation. He quickly retreated to the ancient elevator, moved the switch, and landed in the desolate tunnel. Then Klein blinked to the vicinity of the waning forest and ran all the way to the edge of the Giant King's court. He intuitively believed that, in his current state, he wouldn't be able to defeat the mutated Inuni and his separated shadow. Of course, if it was just the latter, he was more confident. After arriving at the edge of the bright sunlight, Klein turned his head and realized that Inuni, who had layers of wings on his back, and his shadow hadn't chased after him. It was as if there was a limit to their range of activity. I can't leave the Giant King's residence. Or is it because Dark Angel Sassurer is too far away? Just as this thought flashed through Klein's mind, he saw the illusory sun in the sky suddenly jump from the center to the west. The colors of dusk once again enveloped the divine kingdom. Klein vigilantly observed everything and wasn't in a hurry to leave the Giant King's court. Not long after, the illusory sun fell into the palace where Dark Angel Sassurer was sleeping. Darkness became the ruler of the Giant King's court. This darkness was different from a normal night. There was no moon or starlight, only blurry shadows. Standing in such darkness, Klein had a nagging feeling that someone was sticking to him from behind, but he clearly knew that it was an illusion, so he didn't turn around blindly. A few minutes later, the illusory sun rose, and the light of dawn dispelled the darkness. The power that surged out from the Dark Angel's slumber changed the ancient god's divine kingdom, the Giant King's court. This is a power that's close to that of a true god. At the very least, it has to grasp the uniqueness. But which pathway's uniqueness is it? The changes produced are blazing sun, darkness, degeneration, and mutation. This is a little contradictory. It doesn't seem to be derived from a single uniqueness. Furthermore, the uniqueness of the sun pathway is definitely with the eternal, blazing sun. The darkness brought about by shadow and degeneration undoubtedly belongs to the true creator. When I opened the door, I saw an illusory, pitch-black, sticky sea. It's related to the Chaos Sea? Klein shook his head and continued observing, waiting for the City of Silver's expedition team to rendezvous. Bakeland, at the edge of the city. As soon as Audrey entered, she realized that the fog had become abnormally thick, to the point where she couldn't see her target clearly beyond 5 meters. A howling wind blew, tearing through the fog. From time to time, it would give her a clear vision, but it would quickly be filled by the surging white. Audrey's eyes suddenly turned golden, allowing her to see further. As she carefully walked, the fog in front of her suddenly thinned significantly. At the same time, her beyonder powers began to fade. Mysterious weakening. Some of the concepts and information that Mr. World had once mentioned flashed through Audrey's mind. Boom, boom, boom. The cannons that belonged to Bakeland roared crazily in front of them, sending cannonballs that were either scarlet, ghostly blue, silver white, or black as they whizzed towards the enemy camp. But in the next second, these cannonballs encountered an invisible barrier and exploded in midair, shaking the transparent wall. At this moment, a slightly blurry, gigantic figure appeared in the thick fog in the distance. He was humanoid in shape, but he was more than 10 meters tall. 2 arms extended from his ribs and waist, emitting a rich darkness. For some reason, the appearance of this mythical figure caused a commotion among the Fasak and Intis allied forces. Every soldier and officer felt as though they had returned to their childhood. They were walking alone on a dark path with no one around them. Everything was silent, making them feel uneasy from the bottom of their hearts. The fear of the unknown, the fear that stemmed from their imaginations, instantly caused their emotions to collapse. They turned around and prepared to escape. At this moment, a bright ray of sunlight shone on them, allowing them to see the light and giving them courage. However, there was still a small number of soldiers who couldn't control themselves. They shouted "Mother" or a female's name in an attempt to escape the battlefield. Bang! Bang! Amidst the dense gunshots, these soldiers fell to the ground, their bodies blooming with flowers of blood. They then fell to the ground and twitched slightly before they stopped moving. No one cared what their names were, nor did anyone know what their past was. Immediately following that, under the commander's orders, the invisible barrier that enveloped the Intis and Fasak allied forces was opened. Scarlet flaming spears leaped out in a dense barrage, shooting towards the Ruan camp in a manner that blotted out the sky. Just as these flaming spears approached the target, they suddenly turned chaotic. They scattered in all directions and stabbed into the ground, creating pitch-black holes one after another. This was the first time Audrey had seen such a large-scale use of Beyonder powers. She was momentarily shocked. She couldn't help but think of the people she knew and the roles they played in this battle. Glaint and the other young nobles had joined the army and held different ranks of officers. They were scattered in different parts of the battlefield and could be killed at any time. The magicians had left Bakeland with Judgment's family and hid in a small city in Eastchester County. As a middle-ranking member of MI9, Judgment was secretly resisting the infiltration of Beyonders from Fasak, Intis, and other countries into Bakeland. The Star led the official Beyonders to seal off the various cathedrals of the Church of Steam to maintain the stability of the city. St. Anthony and the other demigods of the Church of Evernight, the Church of the Storm, the royal family, and the military formed the final line of defense for Bakeland. The Sanguine is currently maintaining their neutrality. A few seconds later, Audrey reined her thoughts and prepared to use psychological invisibility to sneak into the enemy's camp and spread mental plague. Suddenly, her spiritual perception stirred as she cast her gaze further away. In the thick fog, a rather blurry and thick tentacle wrapped in countless silver bolts of lightning rapidly extended toward a certain spot in the Allied forces' camp. A feather burning with golden flames fell. Deep in the thick fog, a huge grayish-blue palm reached out, holding a silver broadsword. In the fog sea, a place that deviated from the safe sea route, countless bolts of lightning struck down frequently as the waves surged and collapsed. Bernadette's dawn was constantly sent flying. Under the might of the world, it appeared abnormally tiny as it tottered. This queen mystic stood at the bow of the ship, calmly watching everything. From time to time, she would use fairy tale magic like the Emperor's new clothes to maintain the ship's balance. Her gaze pierced through the terrifying storm, searching for the primitive island that might exist. After some rest, Colin Iliad led Derek, Lovia, and the other members of the exploration team out of the afternoon town camp. They followed the path up the mountain and entered the giant king's court. What surprised them was that the frozen dusk here had changed, and the brilliant sunlight illuminated every corner. "Where's the helper you invited?" Colin Iliad controlled the shock in his heart and turned his head to ask Derek Berg. Derek was just about to speak when he suddenly saw a figure walk out from behind a half-collapsed tower. This figure was wearing a black trench coat and a silk top hat. The right side of his face had deep lines, making him look cold and stiff. The left side of his face had transparent, twisted, and constantly crawling maggots. P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1286. Upon seeing the figure walking over from behind the collapsed tower, the members of the City of Silver's expedition team took a defensive stance, ready to attack or provide defense at any moment. In their eyes, the man wearing strange clothes and a strange hat was equivalent to a monster, a very terrifying one at that. Even a normal Beyonder could be considered a monster after their bodies underwent such a mutation. Seeing the reaction of the half-giants, Klein grinned and said with a beaming smile, "Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. I'm Gehrman Sparrow. You should be glad that I can still control myself. Otherwise, you would have already lost your minds from looking straight at me." As he spoke, the transparent maggots on the left side of his face and neck continued to crawl slowly. Under the left side of his clothes, there were protruding marks that appeared and squirmed gently. Monster! The members of the City of Silver's expedition team, who weren't demigods, were increasingly certain of their judgment. Your World. No, Mr. Sparrow. Derek Berg finally managed to recognize Mr. World, whom he had met once before. Klein raised his left palm, covered his left cheek, and smiled. He smiled and said, "Life is always full of unexpected things." Without waiting for Little Sun to respond, Klein paused and said, I've already opened the door to the Giant King's residence. I have already opened the door to the Giant King's residence. This has brought about some accidents, causing changes to the divine kingdom. The door to the Giant King's residence has already been opened? The white-haired Colin Iliad, who had an old scar on his face, focused his gaze. He subconsciously looked up at the magnificent building complex that was enveloped in golden sunlight. However, due to the distance, he couldn't see the situation at the highest point. However, the fact that the frozen dusk had been replaced by the scorching noon sun was enough to explain many problems. Klein's gaze swept past the City of Silver's chief and the black-armored six-member council's elder Lovia before returning to Derek's face. With an obvious smile, he continued, "That's right." He smiled and continued, "This has also brought me some negative effects, just as you can see." At this point, he clapped his hands and said in a tone as though he was instructing children, "All right, beyonders below the demigod level, leave this place. All right, beyonders below the demigod realm, leave this place. The mutated Giant King's court isn't something you can enter." Other than Colin, Derek, and Lovia, the members of the expedition team felt an inexplicable sense of fear as they looked at the chief. Colin Iliad was silent for a few seconds before turning his head to them. "I'll first leave the Giant King's court and wait at the periphery. If I see the signal, I'll immediately act according to the plan." The carefully selected members of the expedition team were not only strong, close to demigods, but they also had different powerful sealed artifacts that could complement each other. Even if they faced a saint, it wasn't like they didn't have a chance. However, in the City of Silver's original plans, they weren't to be used as the main force. Colin Iliad had led them here because he hoped that when the demigods and the other demigods were exhausted from fighting the potential enemies, these team members would be able to play a corresponding role. Furthermore, they could rely on different sealed artifacts to deal with different accidents, so as to prevent the entire team from having any weaknesses. Now, with the addition of powerful reinforcements, the Giant King's court had indeed undergone a mutation. No one knew what they would encounter if they explored deeper. Colin Iliad, being cautious, believed that there was no problem with German Sparrow's suggestion. Furthermore, he felt that he couldn't let the team members who weren't demigods take unnecessary risks and suffer meaningless casualties. Hence, he agreed to the monster-like expert suggestion. When the time came, if there was a chance, he, Lovia, and Derek could give a signal and get the team members to rush along the cleared path to provide aid. As for the entire team's beyonder powers becoming relatively monotonous and being unable to deal with different situations, Colin Iliad wasn't too worried because they had the former shepherd, Lovia. The members of the expedition team, who weren't demigods, looked at each other and hesitated for a moment. In the end, they chose to listen to Colin Iliad. "Yes, Your Excellency." As they answered, they gave Derek Berg a deep look, as though they wanted to warn the chief to be careful of this sequence for demigod. He actually knew a monster-like living powerhouse. This was extremely suspicious to the residents of the City of Silver, who had almost never seen outsiders. Sensing the clear distrust shown by his companions, Derek felt his heart wince as his eyes nearly reddened. But in the end, he didn't make any excuses. He maintained his silence and straightened his back. After the other members of the expedition team left the Giant King's court, Klein smiled and pointed at the two demigods apart from Derek. "Let me guess. You must be the chief of the City of Silver, the former demon hunter, and now the Silver Knight, Colin Iliad. You're a believer of the Hanging Man, the Black Knight Lovia, who shepherds lambs?" Lovia's pale gray eyes, hidden behind her visor, narrowed. "You really look like a clown. The Hanging Man?" When he heard Mr. World's words, Derek almost doubted his ears. He thought that Elder Lovia was related to Mr. the Hanging Man, but he quickly remembered the exact image of the fallen creator. It was a naked man nailed to a cross. Mr. World used the Hanging Man to refer to the fallen creator, but Elder Lovia reprimanded him for not being polite. Derek, who was just over 2 meters tall, nodded in thought and sincerely praised Mr. World's courage. He actually dared to give a true god a nickname, and he even said it in front of his believers. Colin Iliad looked at the German Sparrow and then at Lovia. He didn't try to determine who was right or wrong. Let's continue forward. He had already unsheathed the two swords on his back and covered them with the light of dawn. No problem. Klein smiled and turned around. Together with the three demigods from the City of Silver, they circled to the left of the huge stone staircase. After walking for a while, they saw the familiar rugged path. On one side of the road was a towering cliff, and on the other side was a bottomless cloud that was tainted by the midday sun. At this moment, Klein and the others felt the ground tremble. They saw a large amount of illusory, pitch-black gas surge out from the depths of the golden cloud. With a whoosh, the rugged path collapsed and fell into the dark water surface. Beneath the water surface, there seemed to be an invisible vortex lurking. It collapsed. There's no way out. Klein bent over with laughter, making the three saints, Colin, Derek, and Lovia, tense up. After taking a few seconds to control his emotions, Klein straightened his body and took out a piece of white paper from his pocket with a beaming smile. He folded it into an airplane. Phew! He blew at the head of the paper airplane, swung his arm, and threw it towards a cloud that was engulfed by darkness. At the same time, the glove on his left hand was covered with slippery fish scales. Upon seeing this scene, Colin Iliad, who was still a little confused, nodded slightly and turned his gaze to the paper flying object. A violent gust of wind blew, carrying the paper airplane forward for a few seconds. Then, it suddenly dissipated, and the paper airplane plummeted into the dark cloud like a stone without causing any ripples. It looks like flying is useless, Klein said to Derek and the others with a smile as he turned around. Lovia didn't respond. She released a translucent soul and let it wrap around a piece of gravel. In the blink of an eye, the gravel disappeared from its spot and blinked into the sky above the dark cloud. Then it plummeted uncontrollably and sank into the sea of clouds. Teleportation won't work either, Lovia said in a slightly deep voice. Klein pressed down on his abdomen, bent over, and chuckled. Then, he said, "It looks like we can only enter from the main entrance." He immediately turned around and prepared to head back. Colin Iliad and Lovia looked at each other and nodded indiscernibly. The group of four demigods quickly returned to the huge, grayish-white stone staircase and looked up ahead. On the silent staircase that was very tall, the majestic city wall was covered in burn marks. There were even arrows as thick as ordinary trees stuck in certain spots. In the middle of the city wall was a door that was dozens of meters tall. It was grayish-blue in color, and its surface was embedded with golden nails. On both sides of the door stood a 5 to 6 meter tall guard who exuded an extremely oppressive aura. They wore exquisite and sturdy silver full-body armor. One held a great sword, while the other held a giant axe. Behind their masks, there was an orange-red glow. Silver Knight. These were 2 Silver Knight guards. Colin Iliad didn't waste any time. He quickly retracted his gaze and said to German Sparrow, "I'll hold back one of the Silver Knights. You guys deal with the other one as soon as possible." He wasn't too sure of German Sparrow's strength, but from Derek Berg's admiration and the fact that he had opened the Giant King's residence, he determined that this demigod who was favored by the fool wasn't inferior to him. Under such circumstances, be it German Sparrow or Colin Iliad himself, it wasn't difficult for them to quickly kill a Silver Knight guard with the cooperation of Lovia and Derek. After all, it wasn't a living demigod, but a special golem with no intelligence. Just as Colin Iliad finished his sentence, he saw German Sparrow bend down and laugh out loud. "Why do you value these 2 toys? If they were still alive and could think and were true Silver Knights, I would definitely be as cautious as you. But now, watch." As he spoke, Klein used his left hand, which had many worms of spirit crawling on it, to press down on his top hat. He straightened his body and quickly walked up the stairs. Then, under the escort of the strong winds, he went up 1 level at a time and approached the main entrance of the Giant King's court. During this process, he casually raised his right hand and shook it a few times, as though he was stretching his wrist or grabbing at the air. At the last moment, Klein's shoulders sank slightly as though it had frozen, but nothing appeared in the void. Colin Iliad originally wanted to witness the strength of German Sparrow, so he didn't stop him. He only gestured for Lovia to follow to prevent her from making any mistakes. But at that moment, he suddenly slowed down and frowned slightly, as though he had smelled something. As for Derek, he watched with slight admiration, believing that Mr. World could quickly finish off the guards. Chapter 12, 87. It wasn't until he was about to walk down the stone staircase that the two Silver Knight guards outside the Giant King's court's main entrance reacted. They turned their heads as the orange-red blob of light behind their visors flickered twice, as though they were confirming the identity of the visitor. Furthermore, there was a moment of confusion. On Klein's half-normal, half-terrifying face, the right corner of his mouth curled up in an exaggerated manner. The transparent maggot on his left slowly twisted, revealing a horrifying and indifferent smile. "Huh!" His right foot stepped over the last step and arrived at the platform where the Giant King's court's main entrance was. Suddenly, a silver-white crack split open on Klein's forehead as countless silver beams burst out from his body. His entire body was instantly torn apart as he was diced into pieces of flesh and blood. These fragments floated up and quickly thinned, turning into paper shreds. Klein's figure in his silk top hat and black trench coat appeared in different spots, but they were all shattered by the silver sword beams. They either degenerated into phantoms or turned into paper figurines. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared outside the main entrance of the Giant King's court, where the two guards had disappeared. It was a gigantic doll wearing a dark and complicated dress with sinister vines wrapped around it. Rionette Tynker. When Klein climbed the stone staircase, he had summoned this Miss Messenger. However, she had appeared in the form of a wraith, preventing Colin Iliad, Lovia, and Derek from seeing her appearance. At that moment, the two Silver Knights, who had used the light to hide their malice, instinctively chased after Klein. They had exposed their whereabouts in front of the angel-level powerhouse who had been secretly observing for quite some time. Rionette Tynker's bright red eyes immediately reflected a seemingly blank area. There was a faint flash of light as a white rabbit suddenly jumped out of thin air. It hopped around and circled around, its eyes abnormally glazed over. Right on the heels of that, Miss Messenger took a step forward and suddenly vanished. In another area, the remaining knight in silver armor stood out. His movements were stiff and slow. He had been possessed by a wraith. Klein, who had used himself as bait, stopped blinking. He pressed his hand to his chest and bowed in a very ceremonial manner. "I found you. Good luck." He straightened his body, raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers. Bang! The rabbit suddenly exploded, its flesh and blood splattering all over the ground. Then he walked towards the Silver Knight guard who was struggling with all his might to no avail. When the two figures crossed paths, Rionette Tynker's historical projection returned to the fog. As for the Silver Knight, he followed closely behind Klein and very obediently returned to the edge of the stone steps with him. He had already become Klein's marionette. "You can enter now," Klein said to Colin Iliad and the others below the stone steps with a smile. Derek's eyes lit up as he marveled inwardly. Mr. World is really impressive. He managed to finish off two Silver Knight guards alone so quickly. Colin Iliad turned his head to glance at Lovia and read the heavy look in her eyes. The City of Silver's chief didn't have a change in expression. With two swords that emitted the light of dawn, he steadily walked up the stone steps and came to Klein's side. "Mutant." Klein pressed back a worm of spirit that formed the eyeball of his left eye, smiled, and didn't answer. After Derek and Lovia finished walking down the steps, the group of 4 demigods and a marionette arrived at the main entrance of the Giant King's court. During this process, Klein put away the Silver Knight Beyonder characteristic that the rabbit had produced. This was Rionette Tynker's reward. According to the agreement between man and angel, the spoils of war that Klein obtained from summoning the historical projection had to be split equally with Miss Messenger. This time, Rionette Tynker obtained the Beyonder characteristic, while Klein obtained the Silver Knight marionette. Looking up and observing the main entrance, Klein made the Silver Knight guard, who was much taller than him, take a few steps forward and insert the broadsword in his hand into the crack in the ground. Then the Silver Knight lowered his body, stretched out his hands, and pressed them on the main door that was dozens of meters tall. Amidst a heavy creaking sound, the door with many golden nails slowly opened. At this moment, the sun in the sky leaped, and the entire giant king's court froze in the orange-red light of dusk. The huge main door opened faster and faster, and the scene inside was gradually revealed to Klein and company. A grayish-white staircase that was covered in orange-red light led up from behind the door, extending all the way to the tallest and most magnificent residence of the giant king. There were no obstacles along the way, and both sides were lined with palaces and towers. Giant statues covered in iron-colored armor with halberds in hand stood in front of different buildings, guarding the path that led to the deity's residence. "Begin your performance." Klein turned his head and said to Colin Iliad and Lovia with an exaggerated smile. The former demon hunter Colin nodded, slightly without any objections. Behind Lovia, an illusory figure that was several meters tall appeared. It was dressed in silver armor, and its eyes were dark red like fire. Pa! 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 The giant statues on both sides of the Divine Kingdom's staircase emitted a sharp silver-white glow as the sound of shattering sounded from within. The blooming silver flowers constantly spread upwards, as though they were welcoming important guests. Before long, the three silver knights, Colin Iliad, Lovia's grazed soul, and Klein's marionette, had cleared the giant statues guarding the Divine Kingdom staircase. All that was left was the portion near the giant king's residence. Out of caution, they didn't attempt it. At this moment, two figures flew out of the giant king's palace area and landed where the three silver knights were. One of them had a face covered in shadows. His black hair reached his shoulders and was slightly curled. A pair of black wings grew out from his back. The other was a pure shadow that would occasionally twist left and right. They were Inuni, who had undergone some unknown mutation due to the Dark Angel, and a shadow that originally belonged to Klein. In the fog-filled battlefield, grayish-white dragon scales suddenly appeared on Audrey's body. This was the effect of seeing something she shouldn't have seen. Even with the fog blocking them, high-level creatures at the angel level could still corrupt or harm living beings who saw them. As a demigod of the spectator pathway, Audrey immediately retracted her gaze, calmed her mind, and controlled the signs of losing control. As her thoughts raced, she took a few steps back and used psychological invisibility to hide in the thick fog. She wasn't in a hurry to infiltrate the Intis and Fasak alliance's camp. She was waiting for an opportunity that she believed would definitely appear. Time ticked by, so slow that Audrey thought it had stopped. After an unknown period of time, she finally saw the fog above the Alliance's camp turn dark. It was as though the sun had fallen into the horizon, and night had begun to rule over the world. Silently, the soldiers and officers of Intis and Fasak closed their eyes and fell asleep. This included many Beyonders. Audrey, who was hiding not far away, had also fallen asleep. However, as a dreamwalker who had hinted herself in advance, she managed to stay awake very well. Then, she seized the opportunity that she didn't know how long she could maintain and used dream traversal to enter the Alliance's camp. She wandered among the soldiers and secretly left behind mental plague seeds. This plague would make the infected panic, and have an emotional breakdown. It was difficult to be calmed by normal means. Whoosh! A horn pierced through the gap between reality and the dream, shattering the gray world and awakening the soldiers and officers. Audrey didn't hesitate. At the instant before the dream completely shattered, she traversed to the other side of the camp, distancing herself from the crowd that had been planted with mental plague seeds. In the next second, the world of dreams completely collapsed. She was forced back to reality and appeared at the edge of the Alliance's camp. Pa! A silver-white sharp light lit up, erupting from Audrey's side, tearing apart the thick fog. Audrey didn't panic, because she had expected to be discovered and attacked. After entering the Alliance's camp, She knew that her psychological invisibility could very well be seen through other clues. For example, she couldn't completely conceal her malice. Therefore, in addition to psychological invisibility, she had also used similar techniques in the chaos brought about by Hand of Terror to create an additional fake version of herself to mislead the possible attackers. In other words, there was a layer of illusion hidden under her psychological invisibility. And the facts proved that Audrey's grasp of the enemy's psychology was correct. The faker had indeed encountered a sudden attack. Seizing this opportunity, she retreated into the depths of the fog. Then, a grayish-white dragon that still maintained its human form appeared. Its huge scales were engraved with mysterious and three-dimensional symbols. They eroded inward and extended outward, as though they were interwoven into an indescribable, unrealistic object. It made one go insane just by looking at it. Their thoughts would be distorted and they would go crazy. At the same time, a figure dressed in the uniform of a FASAC general appeared where Audrey had been standing. His face, neck, and palms were covered in silver armor, giving off a cold feeling. Inuni and Klein's shadows landed on a step covered in orange-red light. The three silver knights retreated and returned to Inuni and Klein's side. Klein raised his hand to cover his left cheek and laughed at Shadow and Inuni. It looks like you can't leave that area. He took a few steps forward, spread out his palms, and clicked his tongue. What a pity. This way, you won't be able to hit me. Bang! Shadow opened his mouth and shot out an air cannon. Nine Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 1288. Bang! When the Shadow blasted out the air cannonball, Klein seemed to have sensed it long ago. His body suddenly leaned back, somersaulted in the air, and he landed steadily several steps away. During this process, his right hand kept pressing down on the half-top hat on his head, appearing rather relaxed. Seeing that Inuni and the Shadow didn't attempt to chase after him or attack continuously, Klein's smile became even more obvious. It's really impolite to interrupt others. I originally wanted to discuss how to deal with you in front of you, but now I can only avoid you. As he spoke, the left side of his face, which was formed from transparent maggots, trembled twice, as though he was winking at his former marionette and his shadow. Then he walked back to Colin Iliad, Derek, and Lovia with a beaming smile. He shrugged and said, "The owner of this place doesn't welcome us. The owner of this place doesn't really welcome us. We can only go out and discuss how to solve their problem." Colin Iliad didn't underestimate this expert who had exaggerated actions and didn't seem to be able to control his emotions. This was because the other party had previously shown a grasp of the details when dealing with matters. This wasn't something a demigod who had lost his mind could do. All right, the City of Silver's chief responded to Klein's suggestion. Derek naturally didn't have any objections. Lovia remained silent and didn't say a word. Hence, the four demigods and the Silver Knight marionette retraced their steps and walked out of the giant king's court's door. In the end, Klein even got the guard, who was several meters tall and covered in silver armor, to pull the huge door and slowly close it. He appeared very polite. During the entire process, Inuni, who had layers of black wings on his back, and the pure Shadow, only watched without attempting to stop them. It was as though an invisible wall was restricting their movements. After a while, dusk passed and darkness descended, waiting for the light of dawn to illuminate everything. In this quiet and dead world, a ray of light finally rose, bringing with it the long-awaited dawn. At this moment, Inuni and the Shadow heard knocking sounds coming from the door of the giant king's court. Someone was knocking on the door. Tuck, tuck, tuck. After a few repetitions, the door creaked open heavily. Klein, who was wearing a black trench coat, maintained the right corner of his mouth curling up. He was the first to enter the giant king's court and walk up the stairs. Colin Iliad and the other demigods and his marionettes were one step behind as they followed by the side. After walking halfway up the stairs, Klein stopped and said to Inuni and Shadow, who were more than 10 meters away, "Please forgive me for not waiting for you to say please come in. Perhaps it's because this place is too far away from the gate that you didn't hear my knocking. You know, as a gentleman, I only know how to tap with my fingers, not with my palms." Just as he said that, Inuni, who had not spoken since the beginning, spoke. Next, you will deal with Shadow yourself. Let the people from the city of Silver hold me back. Klein's smile was exaggerated as he let out a loud nasal sound, as though he was waiting for Inuni to explain further. At the same time, he raised his left palm and pressed it against his face. The transparent and distorted maggots suddenly swam about. Some crawled in, while others crawled out, quickly completing the exchange. Inuni, whose face was covered in shadows, continued in a deep voice with his slightly curled black hair that hung down to his shoulders. You didn't summon the projection from the historical void ahead of time, because you knew that Shadow could summon the projection of the staff of the stars and simulate the powers of the Angel of Time to accelerate the flow of time and disperse your angel helpers. Similarly, he didn't make any preparations because of this reason. And if you summon a saint who can last longer, he can do the same. They cancel each other out. I hate playing cards with myself the most. Klein nodded heavily, expressing his agreement, and laughed out loud. Inuni, whose face was blurry, swept his gaze at him and the three demigods from the city of Silver. Therefore, you transformed your marionette into the Silver Knight, guarding the door ahead of time, planning on using it as a weight to tip the scales. This problem is with him, not me. He actually doesn't have a target to make a marionette. Why don't you sacrifice yourself? The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he said to his former marionette, Inuni. Inuni retracted his gaze and turned to scrutinize Colin Iliad, Derek, and Lovia. You and Shadow cancel each other out. The premise of relying on a marionette to win is that they can hold me back. Just as he said that, the shoulders of the marionette, which had been corrupted by the power of the dark angel's slumber, squirmed as a head grew out from each of them. They were covered in shadows and had shoulder-length black curly hair, but they gave off the feeling that one was young and the other was old. Before Klein and the other demigods could react, the right side of Inuni's body suddenly ruptured, allowing the old head to take away a third of his body. The split body squirmed rapidly and instantly became complete. A pair of eyes protruded from the shadow on the surface of the head. The pupils were vertical and suffused with a pale gold color. Suddenly, the magnificent staircase that led to the ancient god's residence collapsed, turning into a desolate plain. At the end of the plain was a city with pitch-black walls and weeds growing all over it. The city of Silver. Such a scene was so real that Derek's heart tightened. He was worried that an unknown enemy would drag him and the other demigods to the city of Silver and destroy it. When Inuni grew two heads, Lovia's gaze froze. Her body trembled as though she had sensed the aura of a high-ranking person who had severed her relationship with him. Colin Iliad looked around and crossed the two swords in his hands that were covered in the light of dawn. He said in a deep voice, "This is fake." At this moment, Klein covered his mouth with his left palm that was made of transparent maggots. He yawned and smiled as he asked Inuni's main body. He smiled and asked Inuni's main body, "Will you be stronger in a dream?" He smiled and asked Inuni's main body, or, "Can this allow you to cross the boundary and launch an attack?" Yes, if it were me, I would definitely consider using a dream to lure the enemy and make them enter my attack range. Just as he said that, the desolate plain and the distant castle dissipated at the same time. The magnificent staircase that was bathed in the light of dawn appeared again. At this moment, the left side of Inuni's body also ruptured. The young head took away a third of his flesh and blood. The shadow on his face was quickly replaced by a brilliant golden glow. It was as though there were two miniature suns in his eyes. "Son," Klein first asked a question before he laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. "Haha. You want to use the Unshadow domain to break the Silver Knight's light concealment?" "Yes, we do have 3 Silver Knights on our side. They are worthy of your attention. But have you considered the feelings of the Shadow? You didn't. You only thought about yourself. He's just a pure shadow. Do you know how much will be weakened in the Unshadow domain?" At this point, Klein laughed even louder, causing the worms of spirit on his transparent left face to crawl much faster. "Haha. Also, Have you thought about your beyonder powers and the aspects of filth, degeneration, and darkness? Have you seriously considered the negative effects that the unshadowed domain will bring to you? After laughing, Klein straightened his back and asked seriously, "What should I call you now? What should I call you now? A little one? A little one? A little one?" And Nuni, whose face was still covered in shadows, slowly took a deep breath. If you had chosen the hunter pathway, you would definitely be stronger than you are now. Before he could finish his sentence, the layers of black wings on his back suddenly spread open. They constantly expanded, covering the sky and enveloping the entire magnificent staircase. The area was immediately covered in a faint shadow. Then, Inanni directly crossed the invisible boundary and descended in front of Colin Iliad, Lovia, and Derek. He actually had a way to break through the obstruction. The young him, who was also the saint of sun that he had split off, raised his arms on the spot. The light of dawn turned intense, illuminating every corner of the magnificent staircase. It didn't leave any shadows behind, nor did it allow anything to be hidden. Unshadowed domain. However, the shadow boundary around him didn't fade. The black wings that enveloped Inuni's body helped him block out the pure sunlight. As for the shadow, it seemed to be draped in a cloak. Although it was much dimmer, it didn't show any signs of weakness. At the same time, the elderly body that Inuni had split off pushed out his right palm at Klein. A violent but illusory wind surged around him, bringing with it an invisible and various thoughts. It whistled towards Klein and his Silver Knight marionette. Mind deprivation. It could make the target feel shock, fear, frenzy, or lose a portion of their rationality. And because Klein's spirit had lost its integrity, he was on the verge of losing control. He couldn't even control his emotions and reactions well. If he were to suffer the effects of mind deprivation, there was a high chance that he would lose control on the spot and collapse into a monster. And Nuni understood what had happened to him and understood his weakness. From the beginning, he had made the spectator saint that he had split off use an area of effect attack that was difficult for him to defend against or withstand. The gale that was tainted with all kinds of emotions and willpower instantly engulfed Klein, but the crazy adventurer whose body was half normal and half terrifying didn't show any distortion in his expression, the protrusion of his godhood, or the collapse of his body. Instead, his right eye, which had an exaggerated smile on it, became extremely calm. While waiting for the City of Silver's expedition team, he had already summoned Miss Justice and gotten her to give him a virtual persona that stemmed from his lampooning state, a clown-like virtual persona, allowing his spirit to become complete for a certain period of time. This was the reason why Klein was still rather rational when he left the Guardian's residence, but he was so exaggerated and crazy when he saw the City of Silver's expedition team. Furthermore, this virtual persona could help him withstand several attacks from the mind domain. The coldness in his eyes quickly faded, and the right corner of Klein's mouth curled up. It was symmetrical with the worm of spirit that was crawling on his left. It was a sincere smile. P.S. Recommend a book written by a fellow reader. The rise of everything began with a blade of pillar destruction. After transmigrating, Yi'in was defeated by the weak before he could carry out his grand plans. The arrival of an ancient mirror broke his original trajectory, and he began his journey as a nesting doll. However, can anyone tell me why a script of my former planet would appear in a completely different universe? Chapter 1289. As a sincere smile appeared on Klein's face, silver cracks suddenly appeared on the spectator saint's face. They crisscrossed and intersected with each other, appearing abnormally messy. Klein seized the opportunity and used the silver rapier condensed by his Silver Knight marionette to launch a surprise attack. A sharp beam burst forth, tearing the figure into countless tiny pieces. However, these tiny pieces were abnormally illusory and didn't feel corporeal. The spectator saint had used the technique of psychological invisibility to create an illusion to conceal his existence. Silver-white beams of light shot towards the spectator saint that Inuni had manifested at high speeds, where they directly leaped out of the target's location and erupted from within. The spectator's saint relied on the speed and agility of his powerful body to constantly change positions and dodge, preventing himself from suffering any damage. As he had a precise grasp and control of his mind and psyche, Klein's intuition for danger was unable to form a picture in his mind. It made it difficult for him to predict his actions and make the silver rapier wait at the spot he was about to arrive. Tap, tap, tap. The gigantic knight, who was covered in sturdy silver armor, raised his great sword and charged towards his target, as though he could collapse a mountain. Due to the existence of the unshadowed domain, Klein's Silver Knight marionette couldn't use the light to hide. All he could do was attack head-on. Upon seeing this, the spectator saint's body suddenly expanded, turning into a ferocious dragon with grayish-white scales that were covered in shadows and had godhood. The dragon's body was massive, and its gray scales were firm. Its claws were powerful as it forcefully blocked the Silver Knight's slash. Amidst the sounds of collisions, the giant and dragon shattered the bricks of the ancient god's divine kingdom. The palace collapsed, leaving it in a mess. Klein maintained his exaggerated smile as he seriously controlled his marionette. He didn't care about the shadow. No, he still interfered to a certain extent. He controlled the spirit-body threads of himself, his marionette, the City of Silver's chief, Lovia, and little son, preventing the shadow from successfully controlling them. From time to time, he would extend his palm to summon the historical void projection that the shadow was attempting to summon, negating the efforts of both parties. Other than that, Klein didn't even look at the shadow. The shadow wandered around for a while before it helplessly opened its mouth and let out a bang. An air cannonball shot out and struck the Silver Knight marionette, causing it to explode. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the marionette only shook slightly before returning to normal. The silver full-body armor he wore didn't have any cracks. Ha! Seeing this scene, Klein laughed out loud, making people feel like they were about to bend over. How could he not know just how weak his attack and defense were? When the two core skills of controlling spirit-body threads and summoning historical void projections couldn't be used, Shadow, who didn't have a marionette, could only watch from the sidelines in the demigod battle. Be it air cannonball, flame controlling, illusion creation, or the combat abilities of a clown, they were only embellishments or support. Similarly, the reason why Klein didn't attack the shadow was because he knew how disgusting paper figurine substitutes, flaming jump, damage transfer, and illusion creation were. He knew that he wouldn't be able to finish him off in a short period of time, so he might as well let it be a spectator. After all, it wouldn't affect the battle. Upon hearing the mocking laughter, the pitch-black shadow paused for a moment before pouncing forward. It approached Klein and attacked him. Elsewhere, when Enuni's true body descended in front of the three demigods of the City of Silver, Colin Iliad quickly glanced at him before retracting his gaze. He crossed his swords in front of him to form a cross. At the same time, the clothes of the City of Silver's chief were torn apart by his rapidly expanding muscles. In the blink of an eye, Colin Iliad turned into a 6-meter-tall giant with a grayish-blue body and bluish-black muscles. There was a dark crack on his forehead that seemed to attract the souls around him, but his two eyes were gone. Every inch of the giant's skin and flesh contained immense power, endless mystery, and a strange mental influence. It made everyone who saw it feel an unavoidable stabbing pain in their psyche. They felt irritable and wanted to destroy everything, including themselves. In the unshadowed domain, Colin Iliad didn't need to worry about the divine kingdom suppression preventing him from controlling his incomplete mythical creature form, resulting in him completely losing control. The invisible barrier around him shrank inwards, turning into a silver, sticky, metal-like stream of water that covered his entire body, solidifying into an unshakable armor. At that moment, the shadow on Enuni's body condensed into something corporeal, turning him into a giant that was several meters tall, wearing black full-body armor and holding a black greatsword. Black Knight. Clang! The black greatsword cleaved down vertically, but it was stopped in midair by the two swords formed by the light of dawn. The shadow beneath Inuni's feet and the black wings on his back extended forward in an attempt to envelop Colin Iliad. Almost at the same time, a storm of light, formed by the first rays of dawn, was raised around Colin and swept forward. The storm, which was filled with pure fragments, engulfed Inuni's shadow and was blocked by his black wings. Clang, 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 bang, bang. The silver night that Colin Iliad had transformed into and the black night that Inuni had transformed into clashed violently, causing the light and shadows to vanish and the tower to break. After receiving a signal from the chief, he had already leaped out with Thunder God's roar and headed straight for the Sun Saint. Amidst the howling wind, he swung the gigantic hammer that had a dark blue surface and was wrapped in lightning. He acted like a sailor of the storm pathway, not a beyonder of the sun domain. The Sun Saint didn't expect the Unshadowed to be so rash and choose to engage in close combat. He was momentarily taken aback and could only instinctively dodge to the side. With a snap, a silver-white beam burst forth where he was about to step, quickly engulfing him and tearing his body apart. The Silver Knight, evil spirit that Lovia grazed, also attacked the Sun Saint. A tidal wave of golden light suddenly surged out of the Sun Saint's body, melting the silver-white beams and condensing into a layer of armor of light and a huge spiked mace. Bang! The spiked mace blocked Thunder God's roar, causing lightning bolts and spots of light to splatter everywhere. At the same time, the Sun Saint's body emitted circles of warm light, causing the Silver Knight, evil spirit that was affected, to suddenly turn incorporeal, as though it was evaporating. It made the black-armored Lovia's figure turn white, and the depravity quickly dissipated. Klein's Silver Knight marionette was suppressed and weakened significantly. Cleanse. This was the core power of an Unshadowed. It was extremely effective against dead spirits, degenerates, and corruptors. Faced with purification, Lovia could only recall the Silver Knight evil spirit and stop grazing it. She only used the corresponding beyonder powers to alleviate her weakness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Silver-white beams of light flashed from time to time, sometimes flying at high speeds, forcing the Sun Saint to block and dodge in defense. Derek took a glance and didn't brandish Thunder God's roar again, nor did he continue pestering the Sun Saint. He took a few steps back and cast his gaze at the battlefield where the pitch-black greatsword and the twin swords of dawn clashed repeatedly. He cast his gaze at the battle between Colin Iliad and Inuni. His expression suddenly turned solemn as he spread his arms halfway, as though he was embracing a gift from a god. The Unshadowed domain immediately became brighter, as though sunlight had penetrated the barrier and shone in. Right on the heels of that, a ball of pure light with countless holy flames swirling around it descended out of thin air, enveloping Colin Iliad and Inuni without distinguishing between friend and foe. Flaring Sun. Unshadowed's Flaring Sun. This was the theurgical spell that Klein had used to kill Magos and the fetus in her womb. It could cause great damage to creatures in the domains of corruption, and undying. It could even directly destroy them. Inside the ball of light, surrounded by holy flames, a faint mist rose from the black wings on Inuni's back. The pitch-black armor that covered his body melted and cracked. The dissipating aura of depravity was ignited. Colin Iliad also suffered damage, and the silver full-body armor on his body turned into a flowing metallic liquid. Derek didn't care about this as he used Flaring Sun again, enveloping Inuni and Colin Iliad once again. He believed that compared to enemies in the domains of corruption, the chief of the warrior pathway would suffer much less damage from Flaring Sun, and he would be able to last a lot longer. And once the main enemy was dealt with, Mr. World could summon Life's Cane to heal the chief. This was the fastest way to get rid of Inuni. This wasn't something that Derek had come up with, nor was it a plan formulated by Klein. It was suggested by Colin Iliad himself. Previously, when they were discussing outside the door, Klein had only introduced the possible abilities of Inuni and Shadow. He hadn't given any plans and had left the leadership to the city of Silver's chief. This was because he knew that Shadow understood him very well. Whatever he could think of, Shadow could also think of. If he were to follow his own train of thought, it would be very easy for him to be targeted. Therefore, trusting an experienced former demon hunter was the best solution in the current situation. Colin Iliad didn't decline modestly. He set his first target as Inuni, who had been corrupted by the Dark Angel. Then, he came up with a plan to exchange injuries for victory. He wasn't afraid of suffering injuries, but he was worried that he wouldn't have such a chance. The ball of light that was surrounded by countless holy flames descended, illuminating the surrounding area. It made Klein's shadow dim significantly, causing Inuni's black wings to become fainter and fainter. It was getting closer and closer to an illusion. At this moment, a pair of black wings suddenly separated from Inuni and turned into a deep ocean. Chapter 1290. The deep sea instantly devoured the brilliant ball of light, causing the entire unshadowed domain to darken significantly. Bolts of silver lightning burst out from within, turning the area where Inuni and Colin Iliad were fighting into a forest of lightning. Amidst the sizzling sounds, countless bolts of lightning darted across the surface of Colin Iliad's silver armor. They surged upwards and drilled into the gaps in the visor. This silver knight, who had revealed his incomplete mythical creature form, immediately stiffened, as though he had been paralyzed by the lightning. As for Inuni's black armor, which seemed to be formed from the power of degeneration, he had completely absorbed the lightning, preventing his main body from being affected by his disintegration. Seizing this opportunity, Inuni, who was constantly falling black fragments, held the heavy greatsword with both hands and slashed diagonally forward. And at this moment, Colin Iliad hadn't completely recovered from his paralyzed state. With a piercing sound, a deep crack appeared on his left shoulder. The sturdy silver armor seemed to have lost its defense as it was cleaved apart by the heavy, straight greatsword. This was the Black Knight's blade of spirit and flesh. Not only could it corrode flesh and blood, obliterate souls, and slash through barriers, but could also render any creature with degeneration defenseless. It was the core, beyonder power of a Black Knight, and it originated from the degeneration domain. Seeing that the blade of spirit and flesh had sliced through the silver armor on Colin Iliad's left shoulder, causing the crack to rapidly deepen and head straight for his heart, Derek tensed up. He immediately condensed a spear that seemed to be formed from pure sunlight as it crackled. He waved his arm and threw it at Inuni. Unshadowed spear. Inuni didn't give up on attacking, nor did he dodge. All he did was raise his remaining black wings and use them to cover himself. Sizzle. The unshadowed spear pierced through the 2 layers of black wings and erupted with a blinding white light, making it seem as though a miniature sun had risen. At the same time, Colin Iliad's entire body melted, turning into a pool of silver metal liquid. The liquid quickly flowed and reformed Colin Iliad's body in the distance. He was still in the form of a giant and was still wearing silver armor. However, half of the city of Silver's chief's left shoulder and arm had fallen to the ground. The cut was clean and no blood flowed out. Relying on mercury transformation, Colin Iliad paid the price of an arm to dodge Inuni's fatal strike. His gaze behind the visor did not waver in the slightest. Holding the remaining Sword of Dawn, he once again charged towards his target. He was like an unusually terrifying steam train that exceeded its own speed limit. On the other side, Derek quickly condensed the unshadowed spear and sent the spears of light flying at Inuni. In the process, he opened his mouth and said solemnly, "God said the purification is effective." This was the manifestation of a notary's beyonder powers at the unshadowed stage. It was so compatible with the unshadowed domain created by the Sun Saint that the battlefield became much brighter, causing the depraved aura on Inuni and Lovia to weaken once again. God said it's ineffective. The Sun Saint immediately denied Derek's words, causing the purification effects of the unshadowed domain to return to its previous state. Amidst the crackling sounds, the unshadowed spears flew towards Inuni. As for the black wings on the Black Knight's back, They had already faded and disappeared under the illumination of the miniature sun. Less than half of them were left. Seeing the dazzling, pure spears of light coming at him one after another, while he was entangled by Colin Iliad, making it difficult for him to effectively dodge, Inuni spread out his pair of illusory black wings and disintegrated into a swath of darkness. As soon as the unshadowed spears came into contact with the darkness, they were stained with a layer of viscous, pitch-black darkness. They were either instantly corroded and broke apart, penetrating into the magnificent staircase, or drawing an arc in midair before turning around and rushing towards Derek Berg. At that moment, all of them had fallen. Upon seeing this, Derek followed his combat intuition, which he had developed from his long training and patrolling. He suddenly leaped forward and continued rolling. Sizzle, sizzle. Pitch-black spears landed behind him, corroding a large portion of the staircase. At this moment, the Sun Saint was also throwing the unshadowed spears and creating pure white rays, forcing Lovia to use one of the souls she grazed to constantly flash and begin attempting to approach the enemy. What made her regret was that in such a state, she could only use the powers of one soul at a time. She couldn't flash and condense the silver rapier to slash at the Sun Saint from afar, to create an opportunity for herself. On the other side, Klein and his shadow were engaged in an abnormally intense battle. Amidst the sounds of air cannons, scarlet flames soared up one after another. Pieces of paper scattered in all directions as the illusions turned into bubbles. The Silver Knight marionette had basically suppressed the Spectator Saint. After all, no matter how powerful the Mind Dragon's body was and how powerful it wasn't a match for a demigod of the giant pathway in close combat. Of course, the Spectator Saint wasn't in danger either. After all, he had revealed an incomplete mythical creature form. If not for the fact that his opponent was only a marionette, and that Klein had already digested the Sequence 3 potion and had seen many high-level creatures, he could have used the prominent godhood to interfere with his opponent's thoughts, making him gradually turn irritable and lose his rationality. Without the advantage of the godhood's influence, the Spectator Saint could only use the hypnotist's combat hypnosis to force the target to do abnormal actions, such as attacking the wrong spot. Then, he could use this to escape the entanglement and enter the psychological invisibility state again to attempt a sneak attack on Klein. The hypnotist's combat hypnosis could forcefully hypnotize the enemy in battle, making them do all kinds of abnormal actions. However, this action couldn't directly harm the hypnotized person, nor could it be maintained for too long. The target would quickly wake up. Of course, the target of the Spectator Saint's combat hypnosis was definitely not the Silver Knight marionette. This was because it was essentially a dead person immune to all mental influences. The target of his interference was the thoughts Klein transmitted through the spirit-body threads, so as to make the marionette receive an error in the information it received, making it do something that didn't match Klein's intentions. In fact, this was already mental interference and not mental hypnosis. The effects were undoubtedly inferior to the original version, but not every sane of the Spectator pathway could grasp such an application. It was a result of digging deep into one's beyonder powers and experimenting. To the Spectator Saint, this was something that couldn't be helped. This was because, be it mind deprivation, mind storm, or mind breath, none of them were effective on a marionette. This grayish-white dragon with a shadow covering its head had attempted to approach Klein several times or use area of effect beyond her powers, but it was stopped by the Silver Knight marionette. It was forced to dodge by the silver rapier that could explode within its body. As Klein controlled his marionette, he distanced himself from the Spectator Saint and dealt with his shadow. It wasn't too easy, but it wasn't too much of a burden either. Suddenly, his spiritual perception stirred as he entered a lucid state after his dream and mind were secretly invaded. With this lucidity, Klein allowed a portion of his consciousness to rise under the spirituality sky and look down at his mind island. Then he saw the shadowy Inuni, who gave off an aged vibe, walk out of the illusory and boundless sea of collective subconscious and open the door to his body of heart and mind. This spectator saint didn't attempt to modify the consciousness in Klein's mind island. All he did was pinch out a dark ball of light with tentacles growing outwards, turning it into an undetectable seed that landed on the ground. The source seed of mental plague. Without any hesitation, Klein immediately switched positions with the Silver Knight marionette, preventing the seed of mental plague from taking root in his mind island. The spectator saint sensed this change, but not only was he not disappointed, he even revealed a smile. This was because he had long used his virtual persona to secretly plant the seed of mental plague in the Silver Knight marionette's dead island of consciousness. Although it couldn't affect the marionette, it could unknowingly corrupt the enemy who had switched positions with the marionette, as well as the other targets in the surrounding area. This was a kind of corruption and infection that targeted the island of consciousness and the mental world. It wasn't a direct attack, so it was difficult to use virtual persona to offset it. When the time came, the problems that Klein had temporarily hidden with his virtual persona would completely erupt. He would quickly lose control, and there would be no way to reverse it. Shadow was no stranger to such a situation, because Vin Rambus had once used a similar method. As he snickered at how his true body had become crazy, rash, arrogant, and resembled a clown, forgetting the lessons of the past, he snapped his fingers, summoning a scarlet stream of flames. He used it to leap over and hold back Klein. This was another intense battle in which paper fragments flew everywhere as illusions were destroyed. Before long, Klein suddenly stopped. He raised his left palm, which was formed from the twisting, translucent maggots, and covered the left side of his face in a similar state. Ha 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 ha! He let out a maniacal laugh as he controlled the spirit-body threads around him like a madman, no longer distinguishing between friend and foe. On his right cheek, light-colored flesh protruded, as though they were worms of spirit that were about to drill out. Seeing that Klein had gone crazy and was about to lose control, Shadow was worried that he would be infected by the mental plague. He hurriedly made a scarlet flame leap up and engulf himself. In the distance, his figure leaped out of a stream of flames that had yet to extinguish. At this moment, the Silver Knight marionette would occasionally attack or dance in a convulsive manner. It was obvious that it was under abnormal control. He was powerless to stop the mind dragon that the spectator saint had transformed into. He allowed it to extend its wings that were covered in skin and fly above Klein, preparing to spew out mind breath. The spectator saint didn't wish to give his enemy, who had been infected by the mental plague, a chance to catch his breath. He planned on making him lose control immediately. Suddenly, the mind dragon's actions turned sluggish, as though every joint had been injected with paste. In the next second, a silver-white beam erupted from his body, slicing through his flesh and tearing apart his spirit body. Klein, who was laughing with his back bent, instantly calmed down. He slowly straightened his body, released the palm that was covering his left cheek, and curled up the corners of his mouth at the distant Shadow. Behind him, the mind dragon was torn apart by wave after wave of silver-white beams, turning into pieces of raven-black flesh and blood that fell to the ground. The knight marionette in silver armor immediately retracted the broadsword in his hand and looked coldly at Shadow. Klein looked at the slightly confused Shadow. The few worms of spirit on the left side of his face curved and extended, simulating the curl of his lips. You don't seem to have noticed that there's something that I have that you don't. Chapter 1291. As he spoke, Klein raised his right hand. At some point in time, a blob of pitch-black, filthy flesh had appeared in his palm. It was filled with indescribable madness. The answer is the corruption of the hanging man, Klein said to Shadow with a smile. He had what Shadow didn't have. It was the corruption left behind by the true creator. This was an influence that even the powers of Sapphira Castle couldn't remove for the time being. And Klein was certain of one thing. Before meeting Dark Angel Sassurer, the true creator wouldn't let himself easily lose control or die. Therefore, he deliberately allowed the corrupted portion of his body to be infected by the mental plague, pretending that he was about to lose control. Then, by controlling the spirit-body threads without distinguishing between friend and foe, he concealed the fact that his target was the spectator saint. When the other party launched a further attack, he successfully made him enter a sluggish state, creating an opportunity for the Silver Knight marionette. Just as Klein had expected, the corrupted portion of him contained the seed of the mental plague, preventing the negative effects from erupting. During this process, Shadow had distanced himself from Klein ahead of time because he was worried about the effects of the mental plague. He failed to detect the abnormality of the spectator saint's spirit-body threads in time. How could Klein not know how cautious and careful he was? Of course, when he met Dark Angel Sassurer, Klein had no way of predicting what kind of changes would occur to the corruption. Would the mental plague contained within leak out and cause certain effects? All he could do was focus on resolving the problem at hand. Upon hearing his words, scarlet flames suddenly surged out from the pure Shadow's body and instantly enveloped him. At the edge of the unshadowed domain, near the giant king's residence, a cluster of flames rapidly rose up as Shadow appeared. Without any hesitation, he chose to flee towards the palace where the Dark Angel was sleeping. He completely ignored Inuni and the Saint of Sun. Klein, who was using his virtual persona, was a little stunned when he saw this scene. He couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth and the worm of spirit. He shook his head and said with a smile, "So I'm that timid?" He suspected that the shadow that had been sliced out had taken away most of his cautiousness and carefulness, leaving him with more impulsiveness and recklessness. "Ha!" A sharp, silver light lit up and slashed the crimson flames that fell out of nowhere outside the unshadowed domain, shattering the pitch-black shadow that had just protruded from it. Klein didn't waste any time by muttering to himself. He had already controlled the Silver Knight marionette, and based on the distribution of the flames and his own habits, he predicted where Shadow would jump to next. Then, he condensed the silver rapier ahead of time, and the moment he discovered the descent of the flames, he slashed out across space. The unshadowed domain didn't have any physical barriers or boundaries. Anyone could directly leave or exert influence on the outside. However, the shredded shadow eventually turned into thin pieces of paper and quickly disappeared. Another few burning crimson flames flew down. The pitch-black shadow used them to jump and approach the open door of the Giant King's residence. As for the silver beams that lit up one after another, they only tore apart his paper figurine substitutes. From Sequence 5 onwards, the warrior pathway had the ability to see through illusions. Without the help of psychological invisibility, paper figurine substitutes were clearly better than illusion creation. Only when two seers fought each other would their illusion shatter. In just 2 to 3 seconds, scarlet pillars of fire soared outside the Giant King's residence, as though they were releasing fireworks to welcome guests. In the next instant, Shadow jumped into one of the fire pillars and hid in the Dark Angel's slumber. But at this moment, a figure quickly outlined itself in front of the scarlet pillars of fire. He wore a long black trench coat and a half-top hat. The right side of his face was normal, while the left side was formed from transparent and twisted maggots. It was none other than Klein's true body. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up once again as he snapped his fingers with his right hand that had long been raised. "Ha!" The scarlet pillars of fire were completely extinguished, and the pitch-black shadow was forced to appear midway, returning to the steps that were illuminated by the light of dawn. Flame controlling. The reason why Klein was able to rush outside the Giant King's palace ahead of time and stop Shadow from arriving was that after the other party had decisively fled, it was no longer able to affect his summoning of the historical void projection. He easily took out creeping hunger and switched to the traveler's soul. "It's not a good thing to be too careful," Klein said to Shadow with a beaming smile as he bent his knees and bent his back. As he bent his back and knees, his figure suddenly transformed into the silver-armored knight. The knight stabbed the greatsword in his hand into the crack in the ground, creating an invisible barrier that sealed the door to the Dark Angel's slumber. At that moment, Klein had switched positions with his Silver Knight marionette. He gave his Shadow the impression that as long as he could destroy the barrier that originated from the Guardian, he would allow him to enter the Giant King's palace. Of course, his true body interfered with Shadow's summoning of the historical projection and controlled the spirit body threads. As the battle situation reversed, the battle between the three demigods of the city of Silver, Inuni, and the Sun Saint also changed. When Colin Iliad once again held back Inuni, who had lost his black armor, he repeated his previous strategy. At times, he would use Flaring Sun to deal area of effect damage, using the chief's injuries in exchange for victory in battle. At other times, he would condense a pure and dazzling, unshadowed spear to carry out a precise attack. This wasn't often used because it was easy for Inuni to dodge it and even accidentally injure Colin Iliad. After 3 rounds of Flaring Sun, Inuni finally couldn't hold on any longer. He once again spread out one of his last 2 pairs of black wings, turning it into a pitch-black sea that devoured all light. It also drowned Colin Iliad, causing the City of Silver's chief to have a layer of sticky black liquid on his body. His movements were clearly hindered. Seizing this opportunity, Inuni escaped from the entanglement and avoided the subsequent unshadowed spear. He transformed into a shadow and quickly swam towards the Giant King's residence in an attempt to cooperate with Shadow to break through the barrier. At this moment, a sharp silver-white light burst out from his body and tore him into pieces of dark red flesh and blood. This sudden and precise attack came from Lovia. This elder of the 6-member council had actually given up on dodging the Sun Saint's attack. At the instant Inuni left the battlefield, she decisively switched the Gray's soul to the Silver Knight evil spirit, dyeing the black armor on her body silver-white. Sizzle. The pure and dazzling unshadowed spear hit the lady, causing her to be completely devoured by a miniature, blazing sundae. Inuni's blobs of flesh and blood hadn't lost their vitality. They quickly gathered together in an attempt to reassemble his body. But at that moment, Colin Iliad, whose movements were restricted by the black sticky liquid, burst out with spots of light. They turned into a storm that tore through the obstruction, allowing the silver-white armor to reappear. Right on the heels of that, the giant-like Silver Knight took a step forward and waved the Sword of Dawn in his hand, allowing the storm of light to continue. It swept forward and enveloped the blobs of dark red flesh and blood. A pair of black wings appeared and dissipated, calming the storm of light. However, Derek's Flaring Sun continued, using holy flames to ignite every blob of flesh and blood, melting everything with pure light. When the Sun Saint saw this scene, he knew that his true body couldn't escape the fate of being destroyed. He couldn't be bothered to deal another blow to Lovia as he turned around to leave his unshadowed domain. Suddenly, he heard a voice filled with malice and filth. Slow down. Lovia forcefully escaped the remnant power of the unshadowed spear and teleported to a spot not far from the Sun Saint. Then, she switched the Gray's soul to a devil and used the language of foulness. At that moment, the black armor on her body had completely shattered. There were many tears on her purple-patterned black robe, revealing the slowly squirming flesh and blood that had melted away. Her aura was rather weak. A slow that wasn't at the level of a demigod couldn't affect the Sun Saint for too long, but to Colin Iliad, this was enough. He condensed a silver rapier and teleported in front of the enemy. This silver rapier randomly mutated, directly piercing through the Sun Saint's holy armor and exploding in his body. Silver light bloomed as the Sun Saint was sliced into countless pieces. Pa! 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 The flesh and blood landed on the ground and instantly disappeared, as if they had returned to history. After the battle ended, the 3 demigods of the City of Silver immediately approached the Giant King's residence, blocking the Shadow in the middle. The Shadow leaped up in an attempt to hide in the fog of history. However, just as he saw the grayish-white fog, he was pressed down by a palm formed from transparent maggots. He and Klein didn't rush to the time before the first epoch because they knew that the other party would definitely stop them or wait there. With nowhere to hide, the Shadow was immediately surrounded by the 3 demigods of the City of Silver. His various abilities had been neutralized by Klein, and even Flaming Jump was affected by flame control. It was difficult for him to escape his predicament. More than 10 seconds later, after the paper figurines shattered one by one, the shadow finally had no substitute to use. He was stabbed in the abdomen by an unshadowed spear. A blazing white, miniature sun exploded as the pitch-black shadow rapidly faded away and completely melted away. Klein felt a stabbing pain in his head as his mind, which was on the brink of losing control, suddenly relaxed. He instinctively looked at his feet and saw a faint black shadow extending out under the light of dawn. Too weak, Klein bent his back slightly and couldn't help but mock himself. After all, without the powers of a scholar of yore, a marionette, or the ability to control spirit-body threads, a seer was truly very weak compared to a demigod. His spirit had been restored, but he hadn't canceled the virtual persona. Furthermore, he didn't plan on immediately summoning Miss Justice's historical projection to do this. This was because Inuni, who had been corrupted by the Dark Angel, had displayed the characteristics of the Sun, Spectator, Storm, and Secret's suppliant pathway. If he wanted to enter the Giant King's residence, he had to be wary of mental influences. Virtual persona was a very good defensive measure. At that moment, the transparent maggots on the left side of Klein's face and body quickly settled down, returning to flesh and skin. However, due to the influence of the madness contained in the virtual persona, the surface remained translucent, allowing others to see the worms of spirit hidden beneath. When Derek, Lovia, and company cast their gazes over, Klein straightened his back and reached out to grab his life's cane. He pointed at the open door to the Giant King's residence and said with a smile, "Hurry up, hurry up. The Dark Angel is waiting for us inside." Chapter 1292. On the surface, Klein urged her, but in fact, he threw Life's cane to the bottom of the magnificent staircase at Lovia, allowing her to treat his and Colin Iliad's injuries. As a former Rose Bishop, Lovia was the least afraid of the negative effects of Life's cane. No matter what changes her body underwent, as long as it didn't involve her spirit, she could recover. At the same time, he quickly ran to the collapsed battlefield in the middle of the staircase and picked up the chief's severed arm. As long as the severed limb wasn't lost, Life's cane could heal the injury. Klein nodded at Colin Iliad with an exaggerated smile. With a leap, he entered the fog of history, ran to the first epoch, and hid in a particular fragment of light. Then, with a thought, he returned to Sapphira Castle and sat in the seat belonging to the Fool. With the help of the crimson star that corresponded to Sun, which was constantly shrinking and expanding, he checked the situation inside the Giant King's residence. However, under his true vision, it was dark inside. There was a faint tremor, preventing him from seeing through it. As expected of the left hand of God, the deputy of heaven, a king of angels suspected to be related to Chaos C. Klein sighed silently as he frowned slightly. He now suspected that even if Little Sun entered the palace and prayed inside, it would be difficult for him to see through the darkness and see the exact situation unless he had already become an angel and truly grasped Sapphira Castle. In addition, Klein's spiritual intuition told him that there were still many unknown influences hidden in the Dark Angel's slumber. He definitely couldn't be careless. He then reined in his thoughts and observed his surroundings, searching for high-level existences like Adam and Amon who might be hiding, but he didn't discover anything abnormal. After exhaling, Klein busied himself shattering the Miracle Invoker bonder characteristic that had separated from the curtain, allowing the Sequence 9 to Sequence 3 to condense again, making Sequence 2 pure. Then, he returned to the historical fragment and was once again affected by virtual persona, becoming more like a clown. In the next second, he left the grayish-white fog and appeared in front of the open door of the Giant King's residence. The Silver Knight marionette, who had stabbed the broadsword into the crack and created an invisible barrier, immediately stood up. At this moment, Colin Iliad's severed arm had already been reattached, and Lovia's injuries had also recovered. However, at some point in time, a few golden ears of wheat had grown out from the back of her head, swaying there. They walked to the door with Derek and returned Life's cane to Klein. After Klein took it, he shook his hand and removed the maintenance on the historical projection, making it disappear into thin air. Right on the heels of that, he grabbed forward with his right hand, planning to summon the historical void projection of Miss Messenger in her perfect state. At this moment, Colin Iliad suddenly asked, "Are you going to summon that angel? It doesn't have to be him. I have too many choices." Klein used a slightly exaggerated tone to state the truth. Colin had already dispelled his giant form and returned to his original height of more than 2 meters. After all, maintaining an incomplete mythical creature form was still a huge burden for him. At this moment, he was wearing the condensed silver armor and holding the 2 swords of dawn that had returned to their normal size. He said calmly, "That corrupted monster just now showed the characteristics of making living beings fall. The place where the dark angel sleeps should have similar effects. Does the chief mean that the angelic projection summoned by Mr. World might rebel after entering the Giant King's residence? And a fallen angel, even if it's just a projection, can make us pay a heavy price." Derek easily understood what the chief meant. On the other side, the flesh on Lovia's head squirmed, enveloping the few ears of wheat and fusing them with her body. "Makes sense." Klein smiled and nodded before gently snapping his fingers. Then he dragged out an ordinary crow from the fog of history and let it fly through the open door, entering a dark interior. When the crow's figure was engulfed by the dark environment, Klein's brows twitched slightly. He turned his head and smiled at the city of Silver's chief. "We've lost contact." Colin Iliad replied without any surprise, "That's right. This is a king of angels." Klein couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. This was rather troublesome for him. It meant that he couldn't summon a historical projection to replace his actual body. The fact that his shadow had been sliced off proved this point. "All right." Klein shook his palm a few times as though he was stretching his wrist, taking out a black cane embedded with many gems from the air. 0 to 62, Staff of the Stars. He could only try to see if the sealed artifact projection and marionette in his hand would fall and rebel. After making their preparations, Colin Iliad, Lovia, and Derek cast their gazes at the darkness behind the open door. Klein pointed with the Staff of the Stars in his hand and said with an obvious smile, "This will be a dangerous journey. Everyone can die. This is going to be a dangerous journey. Everyone has a chance of dying. It's the same for you and me." With that said, he pressed down on his top hat and followed behind the Silver Knight marionette. He passed through the open door and stepped into the deep darkness. Colin Iliad, Lovia, and Derek didn't say a word as they silently but firmly walked forward. Bakelent, the battlefield outside the city. Audrey, who had used lie to adjust her face in her dragon form, was engaged in an intense battle with the demigod in the Faceac general's attire, silver mask, and gloves. The other party's indestructible defense, the broadsword condensed by the light of dawn, the ability to hide using light, and a thin sword that could teleport, had left a deep impression on her. If she hadn't known that the upper echelons of Faceac and Intis were mostly silver knights, demon hunters, iron-blooded knights, war bishops, unshadowed, mentors of justice, alchemists, and arcane scholars, as well as having gathered intelligence on the tarot and done some homework, Audrey, who lacked sufficient combat experience, would have long been defeated. With this accumulation, Audrey recovered after enduring the initial attack. She relied on combat hypnosis, mind deprivation, mind breath, mind storm, and other abilities that were more focused on control and mental influence to turn the tide of the battle and escape from her predicament. Of course, the most important thing was that the godhood influence brought about by dragon form had interfered with the Silver Knight's mind and thoughts. It also allowed Audrey to have a body that could withstand damage and the strength to withstand attacks. Otherwise, she would only be able to barely maintain her state and would have been injured. And as a Sequence 3 saint of the warrior pathway, Admiral Faceac had a firm will and a unique ability to not be affected by illusions. He could effectively resist mental powers and reduce the negative effects he received. Therefore, he still had the upper hand. He used light concealment and silver rapier, to suppress Audrey in an attempt to create an opportunity to defeat the enemy and clinch victory. Audrey was very calm about this. This was because, while fighting, she had already virtual persona. She had diverted her attention to sow many seeds of mental plague into the surrounding environment. It wouldn't be long before that Admiral Faceac would be silently infected. At this moment, scarlet flaming spears were shot over from the Allied forces camp. They blotted out the sky and covered the earth in a dense barrage. The Silver Knight didn't dodge. He took a step forward and brandished his Sword of Dawn, dragging Audrey to the spot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The burning flaming spears descended one after another, blanketing the two demigods. Audrey's face couldn't help but contort. The grayish-white scales on her dragon-form body were covered in charred marks. As for the Silver Knight's armor, it still suffused a silvery white glow. It wasn't affected much. Compared to a giant whose specialty was defense, a dragon's ability to withstand attacks was clearly much weaker. It was only at this moment that Audrey felt like she was participating in a war and not a one-on-one duel. When another wave of flaming spears was about to strike, there seemed to be a commotion within the Allied forces camp. There was a certain degree of collapse. At this moment, the thick fog that enveloped the entire battlefield vanished, as though it had never existed. Audrey and Admiral Faceac stopped fighting at the same time. They felt abnormally weak, and it was difficult for them to even raise their arms. She saw an orange-red light surge over from the edge of the endless plains behind the Allied forces camp. Instantly, it occupied most of the sky and blotted out the sun. The area around Bakeland entered dusk. Thick darkness appeared on the other side of the sky, and it quickly collided with the orange-red dusk. All the soldiers and officers on the battlefield instantly fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Inside Bakeland, outside St. Hireland Cathedral, Leonard, who was wearing a red glove, raised his head and looked at the sky that was half dusk and half night. He let out a silent sigh, then cast his gaze at the entrance of St. Hireland Cathedral. The disheveled, brown-haired Ecancer Bernard and the other machinery hive mind members stood there, looking at the sky in a daze. Just a few months ago, they had a deep cooperation with Leonard's Red Gloves team. Together, they cleaned up the evil forces in Bakeland and searched for the secret organization that believed in the Fool and used tarot cards as a codename. Rorsted Archipelago, City of Generosity, Biome, on the bell tower of the Cathedral of Waves. Donis watched as the resistance entered the city and took over many places. He finally heaved a sigh of relief and turned to Alger. You see, in most parts of the city, they are very popular. Alger's gaze followed the dark-skinned locals and did not respond to Donis. Donis was very relaxed. He chuckled and said, "I didn't expect that our next meeting would be like this." Alger raised his head and was about to speak when his heart suddenly stirred, and he cast his gaze towards the northwest sky. As far as his eyes could see, the sky suddenly darkened. Layers of dark clouds piled up, and countless silvery white lightning snakes jumped out. Many deep blue waves surged up high, swept by the wind, all the way to the clouds, connecting the sky and the sea. At the border between the sea and the sky, beams of light lit up. They were not brilliant, not clear, and not colored, as if they were formed by a large number of illusory objects. Chapter 1293. On a battlefield near the capital of Lemberg, under the guidance of a flaming javelin, clusters of condensed crimson fireballs flew past the area filled with corpses, weapons, blood, and smoke. They landed in an area with simple fortifications and created a series of explosions. Looking at the rising smoke and the spreading flames, Anderson patted the dust off his hands and turned his head to smile at his deputy beside him. "I don't know how much longer we can hold on. Is there anything you want to say? I can help you write a suicide note." As he wished, he saw the angry eyes of the soldiers around him. Their thoughts were exactly the same. However, the soldiers didn't make a move. Their gazes turned to somewhere else. "You actually didn't respond to my provocation." Anderson raised his eyebrows. "This means that you are planning a conspiracy." Without waiting for the adjutant and the soldiers to respond, the hunter smiled and continued. "You want to surrender, right? You want to protect your family and friends? Anderson clicked his tongue and shook his head when he saw many pairs of eyes looking at him. It hasn't been long since you became Beyonders. You only became hunters, provokers, and pyromaniacs by relying on the outbreak of war to harvest the potion's main ingredients from the enemy. However, you are still too inexperienced when it comes to scheming. I'm curious. Why don't you try to convince me to surrender? I don't think I usually appear very firm, and I'm not a believer of the god of knowledge and wisdom. At this point, Anderson looked at his aide-de-camp with a thoughtful expression. Is it because the higher-ups on the other side are completely enraged by me and have given the order not to accept my surrender? The adjutant was silent for a few seconds. Since you already know, why do you still ask? With a swoosh, the soldiers nearby all raised their right hands and aimed their palms at Anderson. They seemed to have a tacit understanding. If I don't ask, how can I be sure that everyone is thinking the same thing? Anderson smiled calmly. He rubbed his stomach with his left hand and put his right hand into his pocket. No one knew what he was looking for. At this moment, the sun in the sky suddenly expanded and became extremely huge. The blazing golden sunlight made it so that Anderson and the others couldn't open their eyes at all and couldn't think of anything else. Then, an illusory tower appeared. Every level of it was made up of thick books, and every book had a brass eye on it. The higher it was, the darker it was, and the more it was filled with the aura of madness, destruction, inauspiciousness, and disaster. The tower extended into the sky, as if it had enclosed the entire world within itself, including the huge sun, Bakeland, Odora's luxurious villa. All the vampires in the city had gathered here to prepare for the outcome of the war. Emlyn White, who had become an earl, had his hands in his pockets as he stood by the window, bathed in the intertwining light of dusk and night. He watched his clansmen discuss current affairs uneasily. Suddenly, his spiritual perception was triggered, and he looked out the window. In the garden, clumps of withered weeds were dyed green again as they rapidly grew. Soon, they were as tall as a person. In other parts of the city, the trees that hadn't been affected by the previous bombardment frantically absorbed nutrients from an unknown source. One section after another rose up, and soon, they grew to dozens of meters tall. Their branches were thick, and their leaves were like umbrellas. These gigantic trees were connected to each other, covering half of Bakeland's sky. Many buildings had been crushed or were entangled by leaves and vines, as though they had been abandoned for decades or centuries. In just 7 or 8 seconds, many parts of Bakeland had turned into a primeval forest. After passing through the open door and entering the darkness inside the giant king's residence, Klein immediately noticed the Silver Knight marionette in front of him, the Staff of the Stars in his right hand, and Creeping Hunger in his left palm. They didn't show any abnormalities for the time being, and the corresponding spirit body threads didn't show any signs of degeneration. After confirming the situation, Klein cast his gaze around and observed the environment. This place was drowned in a dense, corporeal darkness. It was impossible to see anything beyond 5 meters. The ground was made of grayish-white stone bricks that looked like they were frozen at dusk. It didn't reveal anything special about the Beyonder level. After some thought, Klein, who had the corners of his mouth curled up, reached his hand into the void, grabbed at it, and attempted to summon an angel. In the next second, he laughed out loud because he had lost his clear connection with the fog of history. This was the reason why he had lost contact with the historical void projection he had summoned when he entered this area. As he laughed, Klein suddenly turned around and walked to the spot he had entered from. Mr. Sparrow, what are you doing?" Derek, who was also examining the restrictions he had encountered, asked in surprise. Klein replied with a beaming smile, "Now isn't the right time to explore this place. Now is not the right time to explore this place. I plan to come back later. You plan on summoning a sequence for historical projection and try and see if there will be any degeneration and betrayal after bringing it in." Colin Iliad said thoughtfully. Klein spread out his left palm. "No one says that you can't leave just because you came in, and you can't come back in just because you left." Although Mr. World's words sounded a little odd in such a situation, Derek still felt that it made sense. This was because the City of Silver had done the same when exploring the surrounding areas. Through repeated entering and exiting, through repeated attempts, they gradually accumulated information and details before finally resolving the problem. Lovia did not say anything, nor did she object. In her opinion, it was a good thing to be more prepared. In an exploration that concerned the future of the City of Silver, he absolutely couldn't be impatient. After taking a few steps back, Klein suddenly stopped and laughed. "Looks like the owner of this place doesn't want us to leave." It meant that the glimmer of light at the door had been swallowed by the deep darkness and disappeared. Colin Iliad looked around and said, "We can only move forward." Seeing the chief and Mr. World turn around at the same time, Derek took a deep breath, raised his left hand, and let it emit a golden halo that illuminated the surrounding darkness. Parts of the giant pillars that couldn't be seen from the top and couldn't be hugged by 5 or 6 people appeared. Some of them were outlined, while others were hidden in the depths, indistinct. Derek retracted his gaze and prepared to move forward with Mr. World and the chief. At this moment, he didn't see another familiar figure from the corner of his eye. Derek's pupils suddenly dilated. Then, he quickly turned his head to search for Elder Lovia, who had been standing beside him a moment ago. This demigod who believed in the true creator had disappeared. She had disappeared without a trace. Derek's abnormality was noticed by Klein and Colin Iliad. At the same time, they cast their gazes in that direction and discovered that Lovia, who was dressed in a purple-patterned black robe, had disappeared without a trace, as though she had evaporated into thin air. With a seer's spiritual intuition and a demon hunter's ability to detect the environment, they were unable to detect when or how Lovia had disappeared from a short distance of a few meters. The smile on Klein's lips widened. Without any hesitation, with a thought, he allowed his spirit body to enter above the gray fog and fuse with the crimson phantom in the fool's position. Right on the heels of that, he cast his gaze at the crimson star that symbolized the sun, hoping to find clues through his true vision. However, everything was still blocked by the deep darkness. Nothing appeared, just like what Klein had predicted before entering the Giant King's palace. Without any time to think, Klein immediately returned to the real world. In these 2 to 3 seconds, only Derek and the Silver Knight marionette were left beside him. The silver-armored City of Silver's chief had disappeared as well. "What happened just now?" Klein asked with a warm smile. Derek looked at him in shock, confusion, and panic. "Didn't you see it?" Just as he said that, the shadow beneath Derek suddenly came to life. It rapidly extended upwards, enveloping him and the sunlight he emitted. When the shadow completely enveloped Derek, it merged with the surrounding darkness and became indistinguishable. Klein had originally raised his black cane, intending to prevent the anomaly from happening. But in the end, he didn't do anything. All he did was watch with a smile. After a few seconds, he, who was in the deep darkness, noticed that his body was turning black and faint, as though he was being melted by the environment. Klein similarly didn't save himself. The corners of his mouth curled up as he watched with his head slightly swaying. After his figure completely disappeared, his line of sight instantly changed. The darkness was gone. The grayish-white stone bricks, the surrounding walls, and the huge pillars appeared clearly. They were covered in a layer of shadows that wasn't too thick or thin. Outside the window, there was no sun, moon, or stars. However, a faint light shone in, making the entire palace appear gloomy, dark, and cold. In the deepest depths of the palace stood a very faint shadow, like a curtain. Lovia, Colin Iliad, and Derek, who had disappeared previously, stood not far away. They carefully observed their surroundings, as though they had come to another world. "Unfortunately, my marionette can't enter." Klein waved the staff of the stars in his hand and said to Derek and company with a smile. His nonchalant attitude and the chief's calm performance quickly calmed Derek down. He was no longer as terrified and flustered. Colin Iliad nodded slightly. Just as he was about to voice his guess, he suddenly sensed something and turned to look into the deepest depths of the palace. Klein, Derek, and Lovia did similar actions one after another. In the deepest depths of the palace, the faint shadow disappeared, revealing the steps that belonged to the giant and the iron-black throne at the top of the steps. On the throne sat a man with shoulder-length black hair that was slightly curled. His eyes were covered in shadows, and his exact appearance was abnormally blurry, preventing anyone from seeing him clearly. Behind him, layers of illusory black wings drooped down, covering most of his body. His robe was black with silver threads twining around it. It was engraved with complicated patterns, and there were gorgeous accessories hanging from it. At that moment, the man's left elbow was propped on the armrest, and his palm was supporting the side of his face as though he was sleeping. Chapter 1294. There was no need for anyone to introduce him. The four demigods present clearly recognized a fact. The man sleeping on the iron-black throne, who was about the same height as the giant, was the left hand of God, the deputy of heaven, dark angel Sassurer. Among them, Lovia could clearly sense the pressure from an absolutely high-level figure. It was as though her prayers to the true Creator had received a response. It was an aura that could make one's thoughts turn chaotic, their soul plummet, and their body tremble. Suddenly, she heard a burst of laughter as she turned her head to the side in confusion. Klein bent his back slightly and laughed out loud. He is still sleeping. Should we wake him directly or wait for him to wake up? If we choose to wake him, how should we greet him? Hey, Your Highness Dark Angel, Rose Redemption's leader? These two questions sounded absurd and arrogant, but they allowed Colin, Iliad, and Derek to escape the influence of their environment and fall into deep thought. Just now, they had instinctively considered the first question. It was rather important and related to what they should do next. Colin, Iliad thought for a moment and said, "Don't wake him for now. Don't wake him up for the time being. Try to get closer, look for clues, and collect information." "That's my idea as well." Klein casually snapped his fingers with his left hand and was about to walk towards the iron-black throne. At this moment, he was rather glad that he had finished off Shadow and restored his spirit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to restrain his virtual persona. When he was simulating how to greet him, he nearly blurted out, "Hi, little Sa." Seeing that German Sparrow had already taken 2 steps forward, Lovia finally snapped back to her senses. "I'll give it a try with the Gray's soul." This was a relatively safer method that wouldn't endanger the exploration team. Klein nodded, held his black cane, and turned his body to the side with a beaming smile. A 3 to 4 meter tall phantom appeared in front of Lovia. On its head was a pair of goat horns covered in mysterious patterns. Its skin was dark and dull, filled with an evil vibe. It was a devil. Unlike the devils that Klein had seen before, there were signs of decay on the surface of its body, with yellowish-green pus hanging from it. It seemed to be mixed with the power of corruption. Just as Klein was casually sizing up the phantom, the demon spread open the huge bat-like wings on its back, causing the light blue flames on them to burn even more intensely and emit a strong smell of sulfur. It strode forward, slowly approaching the iron-black throne and the steps prepared for the giants. It used its sense of danger to detect any possible changes. While Colin, Iliad, Klein, and the other demigods were paying attention to it, they also examined the details of the Shadow Palace. They discovered that behind the iron-black throne where Sassurer was sleeping, there was a pair of grayish-blue, dim doors that depicted the scene of dusk. This might be the door that leads to the outside world. This thought flashed across the minds of the 3 cities of silver demigods, Colin, Iliad, Derek, and Lovia. At this moment, the demonic figure that was halfway through its journey suddenly stopped. It was shrouded by a mass of intertwining silver-white lightning. With a crackling sound, it was torn apart and quickly faded. A pillar of light entwined with holy flames fell from the sky, completely purifying the soul that belonged to the devil. Lovia did not feel any pain from losing her grazing target. She just frowned and could not think of a better way to explore. Klein looked around and said with an exaggerated smile, "That's right. As expected, you still have to rely on me." As he spoke, he slowly walked forward and took out a box of matches from his pocket. Then, he lit them one by one and casually threw them around. "I've always been a bit timid." After throwing half a box of matches, Klein turned around and explained with a smile. Even Derek Berg didn't quite believe this. Then, under the illumination of the scarlet flames, Klein continued to walk towards the iron-black throne that might have once belonged to an ancient god. When he came to the spot where the devil's soul had been destroyed, his left palm suddenly tightened. Klein looked down and saw that creeping hunger had returned to the state of a human skin glove. There was an exaggerated crack in his palm, and inside were 2 rows of illusory, white teeth. This sealed artifact was attempting to tear at Klein's flesh and blood, devouring both his body and spirit. Creeping hunger had fallen. Tisk! Klein let out an obvious sigh as he glanced at the staff of the stars in his right hand. He confirmed that the Grade 0 sealed artifact that didn't have any living characteristics hadn't experienced any abnormalities. He then raised his right hand and stuffed the other end of the staff of the stars into Creeping Hunger's mouth. Creeping Hunger chewed a few times, but due to the suppression of its level, it finally calmed down. After laughing twice, Klein took another step forward and advanced a few meters. At this moment, the shadows that covered the walls, pillars, and floor tiles cracked open one after another, and brass eyes grew out one after another. In front of Klein, who was being watched by countless eyes, a figure appeared. He first appeared as a black-haired, brown-eyed, and cold-faced German sparrow. Following that, he distorted into a black-haired, brown-eyed, ordinary facial features, and scholarly Klein Moretti. Then, he degenerated into a blurry phantom as a grayish-white fog emanated from his body. At this moment, the figure that seemed to reveal all of Klein's secrets came to a halt. Bang! He exploded, turning into countless illusory fragments that fell to the ground and vanished. Klein pricked up his brows and chuckled. The omniscient power that belongs to the reader pathway. Just as he said that, the brass eyes that grew out of the shadows around him and the ground shook in unison. They let out an ethereal voice that seemed to come from ancient times. Sapphira Castle's chi. Sapphira Castle, Sapphira Castle. Colin Iliad seemed to recall something as he came to a realization. I have to possess a Sapphira to get a response or approach Sasser. So, the Hanging Man clearly has a city of silver demigod believer, Lovia, but he still wants to force me into the palace to meet the Dark Angel. It wasn't easy for Klein to control his virtual persona's instincts. Before he could think of what to say, the brass eyes hidden in the shadows spoke again. Your fate intersects with Ammonize's, Leodoro, Adam, Amon, Haraburgen, Aucus's, Medici, Ouroboros, and Colin, Iliad, Derek, and Lovia weren't unfamiliar with the true names the brass eyes had mentioned. They knew that the first one was the Evernight goddess, followed by 7 of the 8 kings of angels. Furthermore, there was no lack of current sequence 0 true gods. This left them a little stunned. They couldn't believe that German Sparrow would have a fate that intersected with so many high-level existences that exceeded Sequence 1. Together with the sleeping Dark Angel, Mr. World has intersected with the 8 kings of angels. How impressive! Derek praised from the bottom of his heart. Klein wasn't in the mood to tease his divine exchange. With an obvious smile, he asked, "What's the matter?" Him. Klein believed that he was referring to the true creator. After all, he still had the corrupting powers left behind by him. The brass eyes on the shadow curtain fell silent for a few seconds before saying with an ethereal voice, "He is another me. Is the true creator really the other side of the ancient god of the sun, the side that was born from the god's corpse, the side that's filled with hatred and resentment, the side that wields depravity?" Klein gradually equated the gloomy, pitch-black infant sitting in the crack in the ancient god of the sun's chest and abdomen with the true creator. He also preliminarily confirmed that the one speaking to him was the psyche left behind by Dark Angel Sasser. He thought for a moment and couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curl up. Why did you establish Rose Redemption to assassinate the ancient god of the sun? The information revealed in this question was something that Colin, Iliad, and Lovia had long understood and guessed. However, when they heard it with their own ears from German Sparrow, they still felt a sense of sorrow and confusion. The shadow curtain that covered the walls, stone pillars, and floor tiles shook, but the sleeping dark angel remained motionless. The brass eyes stared at Klein and said, "The god of the sun was only my original honorific name. The sun god was just my first honorific name. You should now call me the Lord who created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God, or God. I can tell that you've been leaning in that direction all this while." Klein finally laughed out loud before feeling a lingering fear. This was because he was mocking heaven's deputy, the left hand of God, the king of angels among kings of angels, as well as his true body, in order to not give the other party any time to be angry. He quickly repeated the question from before. "So, why did you betray yourself and establish Rose redemption with the Evernight goddess and them to assassinate yourself?" The brass eyes fell silent again, and the curtain-like shadows that covered every part of the place swayed gently without stopping. After a few seconds, the ethereal and illusory voice slowly said, "That's right. The primordial one has awakened in my body." Upon hearing this answer, Klein's pupils dilated as he felt his hair stand on end and a chill run down his spine. It was very close to one of his guesses, but it was even more terrifying. At that moment, the shadows around him thickened, turning more eerie and gloomy, as though they were nurturing some kind of terrifying, unknown, and irresistible danger. Although Colin Iliad, Lovia, and Derek didn't quite understand the meaning behind Dark Angel Sasra's words, they were still affected by the gloominess, fear, and horror in his words. They felt a bone-chilling hallucination as their bodies and minds trembled. "The primordial one has awakened in my body." This sentence echoed for a long time without calming down. P.S. Update first. Chapter 1295. After a while, Klein asked, "Primordial One? Does Primordial One refer to the one who created this world and transformed into all things?" To be honest, Klein subconsciously wanted to ask if it was the primordial demoness, but after some thought, he eliminated this answer. Firstly, the primordial demoness didn't have the level to make the ancient god of the sun and the city of silver creator so afraid. Even the Evernight goddess couldn't do it. Secondly, after the dark angel fell into a deep slumber, this evil god was only born in the fourth epoch, which was influenced by the second blasphemy slate. It was unlikely that Sasra knew of her, and even if he understood her through omniscience, he wouldn't specially mention a Sequence Zero who didn't participate in the history of the third epoch. Behind the increasingly dense and eerie shadows, the brass eyes flickered at the same time. "Universe? What do you mean?" Upon hearing the illusory voice, Klein was momentarily puzzled. He felt that Dark Angel Sasra wasn't answering the question. But soon, he roughly understood what the other party meant. The primordial one didn't create this world, but the entire universe. Therefore, the primordial one refers to the original creator? Klein turned his body and glanced at the three City of Silver demigods, Colin Iliad, Derek, and Lovia, and realized that their faces were filled with puzzlement and confusion. They were frowning slightly as they pondered over the conversation. In the history of the City of Silver, the ancient god of the sun was equivalent to the original creator. After creating the world, he awoke from his long slumber and took back the authority of the ancient gods. Of course, in a sense, this wasn't wrong. It was just that the original creator's awakening was different from what the residents of the City of Silver had imagined. "Universe," Klein thought for a moment and said, "Because you've grasped Chaos C, the primordial one has awakened in your body? Then, what would he encounter in the future with his initial grasp of Sapphira Castle?" The brass eyes stared at Klein for a few seconds before saying, "That's not all. The higher the sequence, the closer it is to the primordial one. Therefore, every king of angels and Sequence Zero pathway has the possibility of the original creator awakening within them." Klein tensed up when he heard that, and his heart sank. He then thought of something else. The higher the sequence, the easier it was to be corrupted by the things underground. Combined with the fact that Chaos C is underground, can it be concluded that the higher the sequence, the easier it is to be affected by Chaos C, causing the original creator to awaken in their bodies. Dragon of Imagination Anquelt was sealed in Roselle's travels. What was sealed in the City of Miracles, Live Sidri, wasn't the underground corruption he suffered, but the awakening of his original will. Of course, this is the most powerful and terrifying corruption. And the source of all of this is that the source of all or most of the Beyonder characteristics is the original creator. It's a part of his body. Klein thought of many possibilities and made many guesses. Finally, he remembered Captain Dunn Smith's warning before he stepped onto the extraordinary path. We are guardians, but also a group of wretched people who are always fighting against danger and madness. At this moment, Klein deeply understood this sentence from another angle. Phew! He secretly exhaled and sighed in his heart. Beyonder characteristics are both a gift and a curse. Reining in his thoughts, he smiled. Will these matters be corrupted just by understanding them? No. The brass eyes looked at Colin Iliad and company and said, it only means that the chances of awakening the primordial one in your bodies are higher. Klein was alarmed when he heard that. On the one hand, he was glad that the City of Silver's chief and little son didn't know much about such matters, so they didn't make any connections. Just the fact that the higher the sequence, the closer it was to the primordial one, didn't bring about any corruption. On the other hand, he felt deep sympathy for himself. This was because he had grasped too much mysticism knowledge. Now that he had strung it all together, it was possible that something bad would happen to his body when he left the giant king's court, the ancient god's divine kingdom. Furthermore, this didn't seem like something that could be resolved by sealing his memories. After all, the Beyonder characteristic had already fused with his body and spirit. Consider using the Dragon of Imagination's method. Actually, there's no need to worry too much. Amon and his brother definitely know about these matters. It's fine now. As long as I don't approach Chaos C, a Sequence 3 like me doesn't need to worry about such problems. It's the same even if I advance to Sequence 2. Klein thought for a moment and gave up on probing further. The corners of his mouth curled up as he turned the question back to the mystery of the ancient sun god's death. So, under your tacit consent, you cooperated with the Evernight goddess and established Rose Redemption. You planned on assassinating yourself and escaping the primordial one through resurrection to truly grasp Chaos C and the corresponding 5 Beyonder pathways. On the eerie curtain of shadows, the brass eyes seemed to have some human emotions. Yes, not long after I walked out of Chaos C, I noticed this problem. I deliberately split off a portion of my personality and fused the authority of degeneration and the Beyonder characteristic of the Hanging Man pathway to create another version of myself. Its purpose was to control Chaos C and isolate it from my main body to prevent corruption and corruption. But in the end, the primordial one still awakened in my body. The Dark Angel is essentially the ancient sun god's firewall. The Hanging Man pathway refers to the secret's suppliant pathway. Back then, the Dark Angel was really powerful. He actually partially grasped Chaos C, as expected of a king of angels among kings of angels. As Klein sighed, he thought of how the ancient sun god had worked so hard to prevent the original creator from awakening in his body. He felt a sense of horror, not daring to imagine what his future would be like. Therefore, I gathered Leodoro, Aucus's Heraburgen, Medici, and Ouroboros, and the deities and kings of angels invited by Ammonizes to establish Rose Redemption. The voice left behind by Dark Angel Sassurer echoed in the air. It's no wonder it's in the name of redemption. It's no wonder that kings of angels like Medici and Ouroboros, who were completely loyal to the ancient sun god, would also participate. Klein couldn't help but ask with a smile, why didn't you invite Amon and his brother? In theory, they should have stood on the Dark Angel's side. Their birth was a result of my efforts to resist the primordial one. I was worried that inviting them would bring about accidents. The brass eyes cast their gaze back on Klein. These secrets left the 3 City of Silver demigods in a daze. Even Colin Iliad, The chief of the six-member council, who had read quite a number of ancient texts and was knowledgeable and experienced, felt his emotions stir. So that's how it is. I was wondering why the ancient sun god would have children for no reason. It took Klein great effort to control his virtual persona and prevent him from saying those words. Without waiting for him to raise another question, Dark Angel Sassur's remnant psyche seemed to fall into a reverie as he continued. After preparing everything, I entered this place and sealed the palace. After preparing everything, I entered this place, sealed the palace, and returned to my body through hibernation. I strengthened my own consciousness and formed a tug of war with the primordial, creating an opportunity for Ammonizes and the others. In the end, they successfully killed me. According to the original plan, I would have resurrected in the Giant King's court and used the correct method to accommodate the corresponding uniqueness and beyonder characteristics. However, Leodoro, Oscus, and Haraburgen betrayed me and devoured my body. I could only urgently fuse with the extreme emotions I had before my death and be reborn in my corpse. I took away the beyonder characteristics of the hanging man pathway and the authority of degeneration. It's about what I thought. The Lord of Storms, the eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom ultimately betrayed me. It's no wonder Hermit's fairy tale magic was effective. Klein came to a realization as he felt that most of the fog that enveloped the history of the Third Epoch had been cleared. Of course, this was only his innermost feelings and not reality. This was because he had no way of contacting the fog of history. After sighing, he suddenly thought of a question. Since Dark Angel Sassur has already returned to the ancient sun god and evolved into the true creator with his true body, who's the one sleeping on the iron black throne, why did the true creator force me to enter the Giant King's residence to meet Sassur? As his thoughts raced, Klein cast his gaze back at the iron-black throne and carefully observed Dark Angel Sassur's condition. The layers of black wings that covered most of Sassur's body gently undulated, revealing a hint of grayish-white. It was located on the iron-black throne, hidden to the right of the Dark Angel. It gave off an abnormally ancient feeling. Klein's eyes focused as he focused and sized up the area. He quickly confirmed that the grayish-white came from strange stone. Its vaguely revealed surface was mottled with the vicissitudes of life. It was engraved with a language that Klein had never learned, but he could understand it at a glance. This language seemed to be the source of all languages, including but not limited to Jotun, Hermes, ancient Fasak, and the southern continent's Dimnes. Sequence 3 Demon of Mysteries. Sequence 2 Master. Sequence 1 Light of Darkness. Sequence 0 Perfected. The small amount of information that he could currently see flashed across Klein's mind as he came to a realization. Blasphemy Slate. The first Blasphemy Slate. The first Blasphemy Slate born in the Chaos Sea. And this was very likely a key item for the Dark Angel to control Chaos Sea. Just as this thought surfaced, Klein suddenly felt his surroundings turn abnormally quiet. The brass eyes that were hidden on the surface of the shadowy curtain seemed to have vanished. Klein subconsciously looked up and happened to meet a pair of shadowy eyes. Dark Angel Sassur, who was sleeping on the iron-black throne, opened his eyes. With a bang, the body of Elder Lovia of the six-member council collapsed, turning into a huge shadow. Behind the shadow, a pair of blank but pained eyes could be vaguely seen. Chapter 1296. When he realized that the Dark Angel had woken up, Klein's heart only tightened. He was filled with wariness, but he didn't feel too terrified or nervous. After all, he had preliminarily confirmed that the true Dark Angel had already returned to the ancient sun's body. After being betrayed by the Lord of Storms, the eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom, he had mainly used negative and extreme emotions to be reborn on the corpse, transforming into the true creator. He hadn't returned here, and what was left was at most some psyche and will. Furthermore, he had just had a rather normal conversation with Dark Angel Sassur's remnant psyche. He didn't sense any obvious hostility from him. However, As the City of Silver's six-member council's elder Lovia lost control after the dark angel opened his eyes, she turned into a flowing shadow and eyes hidden behind a curtain of shadows. Klein couldn't help but widen his pupils as he curled up the corners of his mouth. Intense fear and despair surged in his heart. It was as though he was watching helplessly as he fell into an abyss without any life-saving straw to grab. Just by waking up from his slumber, without using any Beyonder powers or revealing his mythical creature form, he had made a sequence for demigod of the same pathway lose control on the spot. What level was this? How terrifying! At that moment, Klein's mind was filled with the title he had previously muttered: the left hand of God, the deputy of heaven, the king of angels among kings of angels. It wasn't that Klein hadn't interacted with a king of angels before. On the contrary, he had frightened Red Angel Medici, made a deal with Angel of Imagination Adam, obtained the key to this palace from Angel of Wisdom Harabergen, obtained the potion formula from White Angel Aucuses, and used the Wind Angel's true name to help him. He had cracked the Angel of Fate Ouroboros' cycle of fate, and had battled with the Angel of Time Amon many times. He could be said to be the one below Sequence 0 who had interacted with the kings of angels the most. However, in these interactions between deities, he either didn't fight with the kings of angels most of the time, or he relied on the power of Sapphira Castle to instantly escape or sever the connection. He didn't truly face the kings of angels and deities. The only exception was when he was captured by the Angel of Time Amon. In just a few days, they had multiple clashes. However, at that time, it was mainly a battle of wits and not a battle. The Angel of Time Amon mostly showcased the characteristics of the god of deceit and didn't fully reveal the level and strength of a king of angels. It was only at the final moment that it was revealed. However, the Evernight goddess had used the giant Amon to use the giant sun to stop, preventing Amon and affecting Klein. Even so, when the Angel of Time Amon occasionally revealed his prowess along the way, he had easily finished off the strongest helpers that Klein had summoned. It was something that Klein couldn't replicate now. It exceeded his peak strength. After all, if he wanted to summon Zeradol's historical void projection again, he would be the one in danger. And at that moment, Klein, Colin Iliad, and son Derek were facing the king of angels among kings of angels, the malicious-filled deputy of heaven, the left hand of God that had caused a sequence for demigod to collapse and lose control in an instant. Such an enemy, with such a level and strength, how could they not feel despair? For a moment, Klein wanted to give up on Derek and the chief of the City of Silver. With the summoning of Sapphira Castle, he could return above the gray fog with a single thought and rely on the final miracle and the deceit bullet to revive outside the forsaken land of the gods. As his thoughts raced, Klein raised the staff of the stars in his hand. At this moment, the shadow that Lovia had lost control stopped flowing. It let out a deep voice that was filled with pain, but not madness. "He isn't that strong." As she spoke, the curtain-like shadow parted, revealing what was hidden behind it. It was a lump of squirming flesh and blood that was nearly 2 meters tall. A pair of pale gray eyes appeared at the top, as though they were watching over the entire world. It was clear that there was a glow of rationality in them. In the other parts of the lump of flesh and blood, there were arms, forearms, thighs, and calves that didn't have any skin. They were flowing with sticky blood. They either propped up the body or shrank to the chest layer by layer, tightly hugging a milky white, rather large human skull. The shadow curtain fell again, covering the lump of flesh and blood, turning into her cloak. Then, a 5-meter-tall phantom wearing silver full-body armor appeared in front of Lovia. This was the Silver Knight that she grazed. She was still able to control herself and attack Dark Angel Sasser. Upon seeing this scene and hearing Lovia's words, Klein and Colin Iliad didn't need her to explain much to quickly understand what she was trying to express. Dark Angel Sasser wasn't as strong as he appeared to be. He only used the authority of degeneration and the influence of a high-sequence Beyonder of his pathway on a lower-sequence Beyonder to make Lovia's body degenerate, betray, and collapse on the spot. As for her spirit, it still maintained its lucidity and rationality. it could still control her own strength to a certain extent. Of course, as her body lost control, large amounts of corruption would corrode Lovia's spirit. It wouldn't take long for her to completely go mad unless the battle could be quickly and timely resolved. They could think of a way to transform her into an evil spirit and use another form to survive. With this understanding, combined with the first blasphemy slate he had seen and his own guesses, Klein had a preliminary judgment of who the enemy he was facing was. He was a product of the spirit, will, and aura left behind by the Dark Angel, and the power of chaos brought about by the first blasphemy slate. He might have a little bit of the primordial one, which was the awakened consciousness of the original creator. A small amount of it was crazy and filled with evil thoughts. This was equivalent to an unconventional evil spirit that might or might not be considered a complete angel. And this might be the reason why high-level existences like the true creator, the god of knowledge and wisdom, and Amon's brother didn't personally enter the Giant King's palace. Once they approached the primordial one or chaos sea, the higher the sequence, the more dangerous it was. Back then, Amon, who was known as an error, had used his avatar to ambush Klein in Chernobyl. He didn't dare to really enter Chaos Sea. All he did was climb down the cliff and hide near Chaos Sea, pretending to have come out from inside. Otherwise, it might affect his true body. As for low-sequence Beyonders, they were unable to resist the erosion that had accumulated for more than 2,000 years after opening the door to the Giant King's residence. Even if those high-level existences carefully selected suitable Sequence 3 and Sequence 4 demigods to indirectly help them defeat the effects of the erosion and enter the land of slumber, hidden in the shadows, without the Sapphira aura to resist the negative effects of the leaking power of Chaos Sea, it was impossible for them to truly approach the figure left behind by Dark Angel Sassurer and obtain the first blasphemy slate. Therefore, the true creator had repeatedly tolerated Klein, only finding an opportunity to corrupt him and force him to meet Dark Angel Sassurer. It was because he was the only candidate. By the same logic, the god of knowledge and wisdom, Heraburgen, angel of imagination, and the other deities and kings of angels who cared about this matter had more or less made some arrangements around Klein, giving him certain gifts. Without any hesitation, Klein, who had already raised the staff of the stars, quickly outlined a scene in his mind. Colin Iliad took a step forward and bent down. The body of the City of Silver's chief rapidly expanded, once again revealing his incomplete mythical creature form. He became a silver knight that was 5 to 6 meters tall, covered in silver armor, and wielded 2 gigantic swords of dawn. Derek was half a beat slower than the 2 experienced demigods. He quickly spread out his arms, as though he wanted to embrace the void in front of him. At this moment, the awakened Dark Angel Sassurer's eyes burned with 2 pitch-black flames. He, who was about the same height as the giant, immediately lowered his left arm and pressed his palm against the armrest. He slowly stood up, and the gorgeous accessories on his body drooped down one after another as the black wings on his back spread out one layer after another. During this process, the shadow cloak outside the squirming mass of flesh and blood that Lovia had transformed into came to life. It suddenly tightened, firmly binding her to the spot. At the same time, in front of Dark Angel Sassurer's black robe that was covered in silver threads and engraved with mysterious patterns, silver-white lightning snakes leaped out of thin air. They rapidly grew, crackling as they tangled together. They quickly extended forward, forming a resplendent sea of lightning that attempted to drown the entire Shadow Palace. Gong! An illusory bell sound came from the long history, echoing melodiously in the Shadow Palace. In front of Klein, a mottled, ancient stone bell appeared. Its dial was separated into 12 unequal regions by grayish-white and bluish-black. Each region had different, mysterious, and asymmetrical symbols. The 3 needles, which seemed to be formed from worms of time, were of different lengths. Then they bounced lightly. The bell's gong reverberated once again, and the sea of lightning that rapidly spread out in the Shadow Palace clearly came to a halt. Klein had successfully used the Staff of the Stars to reproduce the beyonder powers of the Angel of Time, Amon. Furthermore, the effects were much better than his previous attempts. This made him suspect if he had obtained the permission of the god of deceit, or even directly obtained a certain level of blessing. It wasn't that a simple reproduction of Amon's beyonder powers would be noticed by him, but that this king of angels was almost equivalent to the Marauder pathway's uniqueness. He was the ruler of the corresponding domain, and he was the wielder of the corresponding authority. He could make certain adjustments to certain powers in advance, adding or deleting certain things. From the looks of it, Amon seemed to be looking forward to Klein entering the Giant King's residence and meeting Dark Angel Sassurer. Therefore, he had adjusted some of the beyonder powers in his domain in advance and lowered the authority in certain aspects, allowing a simple reproduction to obtain a better effect. Taking advantage of the pause in the Sea of Lightning, the Silver Knight soul that Lovia controlled and Colin Iliad stabbed the great swords in their hands into the ground, creating two invisible barriers. As for Klein, his figure faded and vanished. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes for Monday, PS2. Recommending a book, I transcended 999 Heavenly Tribulations. After transcending 999 Heavenly Tribulations, Jun Hichu led junior sister Qingming to rebuild the immortal sect. Chapter 1297. After a brief pause, the brilliant silver continued to extend forward amidst the crackling sounds, completely drowning the spot where Colin Iliad, Derek Berg, and Lovia were. However, they were blocked by two invisible barriers, preventing them from entering. The barrier that was crawling with silver lightning snakes shook violently as cracks appeared like tree branches. It was unknown how long it could last in the lightning storm. At this moment, behind Dark Angel Sassurer, to the side of the iron-black throne, in an area that wasn't covered by the lightning forest, Klein's figure in a half-top hat and a long black trench coat appeared. He was like a precise and cold machine. Without any hesitation, he aimed the Staff of the Stars at the side of the special evil spirit and quickly outlined all sorts of content related to a particular beyonder power in his mind. Klein had previously experimented that he couldn't use the Staff of the Stars to roam too far inside the Giant King's court. He could only blink in a small area. Therefore, he gave up on the idea of sending Dark Angel Sassurer outside the Giant King's court and taking the opportunity to take the first blasphemy slate to open the door to leave. As the various gems embedded in the Staff of the Stars lit up, Sassurer's eyes, which were burning with pitch-black flames, suddenly closed again. He had been forcefully dragged into a dream by Klein. This was a beyonder power that belonged to a Sequence 7 of the Evernight pathway, but what Klein had recreated was the version used by the matron of the Evernight cloister, the servant of concealment, Ariana, a forceful dream entry at the angel level. In the gray world of dreams, Dark Angel Sassurer wore a black robe that was wrapped in silver threads, engraved with complicated symbols, and hung with gorgeous accessories. He appeared in the wilderness. His eyes remained cold, unlike most beyonders who were in a daze when they entered a dream. Spectator also belonged to a pathway related to Chaos C, and its Sequence 5 was Dreamwalker. Sequence 3 was Dreamweaver. In an instant, Sassurer's eyes turned golden and vertical. His towering figure faded as an abnormally thick shadow curtain appeared in front of him. The shadow completely blocked Sassurer. He could only vaguely make out a pair of eyes hidden behind the curtain. In the blink of an eye, the curtain parted, revealing an ocean of indescribable color that seemed to contain all the secrets. Boom! Klein, who was in charge of the dream, saw this scene. Before he could examine the details, the thoughts in his mind exploded like boiling oatmeal. The corners of his mouth curled up instinctively. Most of his virtual persona had disintegrated, and he nearly let out a tragic cry. The transparent maggots that could vaguely be seen burrowed out from under the skin on the left side of his face. The granulation on the right side of his face increased in number, becoming more obvious and fainter. It was getting closer to a worm of spirit. The forcefully created dream disintegrated as Dark Angel Sassurer's consciousness returned to reality. However, The second this special evil spirit fell into a deep slumber, the three demigods of the city of silver simultaneously counterattacked as the lightning sea faded away. Colin Iliad straightened his body and slashed forward with the sword of dawn in his right hand, causing the silver-white condensed beam to flash onto the surface of Sasra's body. As Lovia resisted the restrictions of her shadow cloak, she made the Silver Knight evil spirit she grazed swing its greatsword upwards, bringing about a terrifying storm formed from spots of light. Derek condensed a dazzling white unshadowed spear and made it fly towards the Dark Angel. At this moment, Sasra's figure erupted with endless pure light, as though he had become the sun that had descended into reality. Under the sun's illumination, the unshadowed spear melted and the storm of light calmed down. The silver-white beam dimmed, and it could only shatter the target's aura, unable to harm his body. This scene that resembled the descent of a true god shocked Lovia and Derek. They couldn't help but lower their heads and worship him. As for the Silver Knight evil spirit, it quickly melted under the blazing sunlight and completely evaporated. Suddenly, Sasra's eyes closed once again. Behind him, Klein tenaciously endured the scorching sun's scorching heat as the worms of spirit on his body constantly evaporated and disappeared. He pointed the staff of the stars at the evil spirit that the King of Angels had manifested. He had reproduced the Beyonder power from before, forcefully pulling Dark Angel Sasra into a dream once again. However, unlike before, the moment Klein entered the dream, he immediately revealed the aura of Sapphira Castle. He transformed into the strange door of light that was stained with bluish-black colors. The door of light was formed from countless layers of illusory balls of light. Each ball of light was essentially a transparent and translucent twisted maggot. Just like him, Dark Angel Sasra revealed the uniqueness of the Chaos Sea. He first turned into a thick shadow before pulling open the curtains, allowing the sea that contained all colors that couldn't be described with human language to appear in the dream. Silently, Sasra and Klein opened their eyes at the same time and raised their bodies slightly in opposite directions. One of them was covered in a faint shadow, while the other's expression became distorted and ferocious. Many worms of spirit were crawling all over his body. Klein's virtual persona completely shattered at that moment. Taking advantage of the opportunity, when Sasra was affected, Lovia, who was wearing a shadow cloak, her light gray eyes flickered. She used the 2-meter-tall blob of squirming flesh that had no skin and flowed with bright red mucus to stomp on the ground at the same time. With the help of a strong gust of wind, she pounced at the Dark Angel. There was a hint of madness in her eyes. It looked like it wouldn't take long for her spirit body to be completely corrupted and lose control. However, at that moment, Lovia's eyes were filled with rationality and determination. She knew what she was doing, and she also knew her current state and the outcome. Amidst the howling wind, her collapsed body and the shadow cloak landed on the surface of Dark Angel Sasra's body. The squirming flesh and blood corroded as a thick shadow rapidly expanded, binding the two figures together. Without needing Lovia to say a word, Colin Iliad understood her intentions. He immediately growled, "Don't worry." He immediately roared in a deep voice, "Attack!" Bang! His two swords of dawn slashed through the void at the same time, causing the silver light to explode around the entangled Lovia and Dark Angel Sasra. Upon hearing the chief's words, he didn't hesitate. He bit his lip and half opened his arms. The palace that was shrouded in a sinister shadow lit up. A huge ball of light filled with holy flames appeared out of thin air, enveloping the Dark Angel and Lovia. It quickly melted them and ignited their flesh and blood. Flaring sun, amidst the resplendent light, Lovia's pale gray eyes revealed corporeal pain. Her illusory voice echoed, "I didn't betray the city of silver." Before she could finish her sentence, the flesh and shadow cloak that covered Dark Angel Sasra's body swelled up at the same time. Bang! Lovia's collapsed body was sent flying and fell to the ground. As for the shadow that belonged to her, it was torn apart, turning into illusory veils that slowly drifted down. Dark Angel Sassurer turned into a pitch-black, sticky sea filled with the aura of depravity. It swallowed the remaining silver-white beams and flaring sun, causing them to vanish into nothingness. He immediately returned to his previous appearance. He was still like a giant, wearing a gorgeous black robe with silver threads. However, the black wings on his back had become much thinner. At the same time, his eyes turned vertical and golden. A violent but unreal wind surged around him, bringing with it all kinds of thoughts that blew towards every corner of the Shadow Palace. Mind deprivation. The unshadowed spear that had just condensed suddenly vanished as he stood rooted to the ground in shock. Although Colin Iliad's willpower was extremely firm, the madness, cruelty, and bloodthirst that came with his incomplete mythical creature form had been awakened. All he could do was divert some of his attention to resist the influence to prevent himself from losing control. Klein had just calmed down and allowed the worms of spirit to burrow back when he encountered the intense horror brought about by mind deprivation. His body trembled slightly, making it difficult for him to use the Staff of the Stars. Lovia, whose body had already collapsed and whose soul was about to be completely corrupted, was in an even worse state. She rolled and struggled on the ground, leaving behind blood-colored mucus. At this moment, Dark Angel Sassurer raised his left palm. The golden light in his eyes was replaced by two blinding white Sunday beams of light that swirled with holy flames descended one after another, striking Lovia's body, obliterating her soul, and purifying her flesh and blood. Lovia's aura rapidly dissipated as her pale gray eyes quickly lost their luster. Her body, which had collapsed into a mass of flesh and blood, curled up. She used her skinless arms that were covered in bright red mucus to hug the milky white, rather large human skull tightly to her chest and pressed it under her body. Amidst the blazing sunlight and the holy flames, Lovia maintained this posture, not allowing herself to move at all. She didn't allow the human skull to be exposed and harmed. Another pillar of light descended. Lovia's body couldn't help but bounce, but she still trembled violently as she curled up. Finally, the twisted, disgusting, and squirming mass of flesh and blood stopped moving. It covered the surface of the human skull, dark, lusterless, and dilapidated. During the process of Dark Angel Sassurer killing Lovia, Klein relied on his uniqueness and past experiences to quickly recover from the effects of mind deprivation. He felt an uncontrollable sense of despair towards this battle. They had used all their strength, but all they had done was slightly injure this evil spirit. Now that they had lost a demigod, the situation would probably worsen. What should I do? As he used creeping hunger to change his position, his thoughts raced as he searched for any possible weaknesses his opponent might have. That's essentially an evil spirit. An evil spirit. Just as his figure flashed to the other side, he suddenly had an idea. He cast his gaze at the grayish-white stone slab on the iron-black throne. Some evil spirits had beyonder characteristics, but most didn't. Their powers came from other places, such as the spirit world. An evil spirit needed something to exist. This might be the territory he was born in, or it might be something special. The common point was that evil spirits could use them to connect to the spirit world or even the underworld to obtain the power to maintain their existence. And now, this evil spirit that originated from Dark Angel Sassurer might even have a bit of the primordial mixed with it. Where did his power come from? This was the forsaken land of the gods. The connection with the spirit world had been sealed and was almost completely severed. It was very difficult to use it effectively. Klein's ability to teleport relied on the uniqueness of a divine kingdom or a nascent divine kingdom. As for the giant king's court, it was clearly unable to provide the evil spirit with the powers of the spectator, sun, the hanging man, reader, and tyrant pathway. The characteristics that the Dark Angel once possessed clearly belonged to the true creator and weren't here. Therefore, the answer to the source of the evil spirit's power was very simple: Chaos Sea. In the Shadow Palace, The thing that had a direct connection to Chaos C was the blasphemy slate. When Klein looked at the iron-black throne, he noticed that the City of Silver's chief, Colin Iliad, had also swept his gaze over. P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1298. There was no need for any communication. Just from the instant their gazes collided, Klein knew that Colin Iliad had the same thoughts as him. Without any hesitation, he flipped the black cane that was embedded with many gems and pointed it at himself. In the next second, Klein's body was like a sketch that had met an eraser. He was erased inch by inch, quickly vanishing from his spot. This was the power of concealment, and it also came from the ascetic leader of the Church of Evernight, Ariana. As the power of concealment that was recreated through the Staff of the Stars was definitely much weaker than before, and the evil spirit's level was rather high, Klein didn't attempt to use it on Dark Angel Sassurer. Instead, he targeted himself. At the same time that he was concealed, Colin Iliad held the two swords of dawn and fused into the faint light that illuminated everything in the Shadow Palace. Around Dark Angel Sassurer, who was dressed in a silver-threaded black robe, silver beams lit up one after another. They cleaved at the evil spirit from different positions and sides, almost forming a tornado that swept upwards. During this process, the gigantified Colin Iliad didn't appear at all. Furthermore, he had effectively concealed his malice, preventing the enemy from determining where his next attack would come from. Derek Berg recovered from his shock and hurriedly condensed pure white, unshadowed spears and threw them over in a frenzy. Amidst the crackling sounds, the unshadowed spears were either blocked by the black armor formed by the aura of depravity, or they were neutralized by the layers of silver-white balls of lightning. They failed to truly harm Dark Angel Sassurer, but they effectively affected his movements. While the two City of Silver demigods were holding back the special evil spirit, Klein, who was in a concealed state, approached the iron-black throne. In his concealment state, the real world he saw was covered in a dark fog. He could only roughly tell where he was and what the surrounding objects were. He was unable to exert any influence on the outside world. If not for this, he could enter a concealment state and secretly control Sassurer's spirit-body threads. It would be an almost unsolvable method. After rapidly approaching the iron-black throne, Klein ended his concealed state, allowing his figure to instantly appear to the right of the target. Then, he aimed the Staff of the Stars at the gray, ancient stone slab. Without bothering to read the content, Klein quickly outlined a beyonder power that he was very familiar with. Rumble. Silver bolts of lightning shot out, bringing with them an intense aura of destruction as they struck the first blasphemy slate. This was lightning storm from the sea god scepter. Rumble. Amidst the silver light that illuminated the surrounding area, an illusory, nearly invisible light of indescribable color appeared between the first blasphemy slate and Dark Angel Sassurer. Under the terrifying lightning's tearing, they evaporated and broke apart. Rays of pure light burst out from Sassurer's body, causing the entire Shadow Palace to no longer have a trace of darkness, and nothing could hide. Unshadowed Realm. Colin Iliad, who was nearly 6 meters tall, appeared in his silver armor. Together with Klein, he was forcefully pushed into the distance by the blazing halos. His unshadowed spear and flaring sun attacks were similarly blocked by these corporeal halos. Right on the heels of that, Dark Angel Sassurer's eyes were dyed with a brass luster. Inside each of them was an illusory river that shimmered with light, surrounding the area between the first blasphemy slate and his figure. The river flowed from downstream to upstream, and the evaporated and broken illusory light appeared once again, connecting together. The damage that Klein had gone to great lengths to create was quickly restored to its original state. The cycle of fate, the restart of all things. Sassurer raised his left hand and condensed a dark black scepter. He swept his brass eyes across the demigods present and said in a deep voice that gave off a majestic vibe, "I'm an omniscient and also an omnipotent." As his voice echoed, Klein and Colin Iliad didn't waver at all. They either blinked or moved at high speeds, not giving the terrifying evil spirit a chance to lock onto them. They also attempted to launch a new round of attacks. However, Klein didn't dare to continue forcefully pulling the Dark Angel into a dream. This was because if he were to be struck by the aura and power of Chaos Sea again, he might very well lose control. On the other side, Derek covered his body with a layer of holy armor formed from pure light. At that moment, pitch-black flames ignited in Sasra's brass eyes. His voice also turned sinister, with a strong sense of depravity. Blaspheme or die. Klein's body, heart, and soul suddenly sank as he felt like he was rapidly dying. His consciousness turned blurry as his energy evaporated. His flesh and blood withered inch by inch. Colin Iliad was slightly better than him. He only felt his body turn heavy as his life flowed uncontrollably. The madness that came with his incomplete mythical creature form intensified. Dazzling rays of sunlight burst out from Derek, who was furthest from Dark Angel Sasra, helping him quickly escape from his dazed state. He opened his mouth and said, "God says it's ineffective." The feeling of death immediately dissipated a little as Klein and Colin Iliad barely found themselves. Tap, tap, tap. The giant-like Colin Iliad ran towards Dark Angel Sasra. Along the way, he constantly changed his position and dodged the dark, sharp beams that seemed unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, he approached his target. Dark Angel Sasra immediately pointed the pitch-black scepter in his hand forward, making Colin Iliad's body drag out a shadow in the unshadowed domain. It made the shadow come to life and devour the city of Silver Chief's legs. Gong! A distant bell reverberated, as though it had penetrated through history. The ancient, mottled stone bell phantom appeared in front of Klein once again, bringing about a temporary pause. Seizing this pause, Klein used the Staff of the Stars to recreate the unshadowed spear and threw it at Colin Iliad's shadow. A blazing and resplendent light immediately erupted, dispersing the shadow like the sun. Colin Iliad's face, hidden behind his visor, contorted, but he didn't hesitate at all. He suddenly jumped up and jumped above Dark Angel Sasra, slashing down with two swords of dawn. Gong! Sasra seemed to understand Colin Iliad's intentions. He raised his pitch-black scepter and blocked the other party's slash. Suddenly, Colin Iliad's body melted. He turned into a sticky, heavy mercury that surged down like a tidal wave. Instantly, it drowned Dark Angel Sasra, making him seem as though he was wearing a full-body silver armor that didn't reveal any gaps. It was a silver armor that wanted to suffocate the wearer to death. Sasra's actions were immediately restricted. Klein seized this opportunity, and his figure suddenly turned transparent as he appeared beside the iron-black throne. Teleport. Then he raised the Staff of the Stars in his hand and conjured a certain beyonder power in his mind. It was one of the core powers of the Marauder pathway, Steel. Just as Klein had expected, the theft this time went rather smoothly. It was as though the current sequence 2 Palazuros had personally taken action. The light that connected the Dark Angel to the first blasphemy slate left Sasra and transferred to Klein. At that instant, Klein's thoughts nearly exploded. Once again, the indescribable color and shape appeared in front of him. It was abnormally illusory, as though it contained all the secrets within it. Just as he was about to lose control from the aura and power of Chaos Sea, the parts of his body that had been corroded by the true creator suddenly stirred. They seemed to be strongly attracted as they rapidly gathered together and began to take over the nearly invisible illusory light, causing Klein to stop at the edge of the cliff. Indeed, as Klein sighed, he tried his best to restrain his mind that had been impacted, temporarily immobilizing him. Bang! 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 Dark cracks appeared on the silver armor that covered Dark Angel Sasra's body. These beams of light that originated from the blades of spirit and flesh pierced through, turning the mercury into tattered pieces before throwing it far away. With a smack, the mercury fell to the ground and reformed into Colin Iliad. The city of Silver Chief had one gaping hole after another. Inside, there was a black, depraved, and illusory aura. At this moment, Sassurer's figure, which had layers of illusory black wings on his back, had dimmed significantly. His eyes once again looked like they were made of brass. There was a faint outline of an illusory river that shimmered with light. When Colin Iliad saw this scene, he instinctively recalled what had happened previously. Almost at the same time as the corresponding thought flashed through his mind, he relied on his intuition to charge forward. He was firm and unwavering. A transparent flame ignited on his body, emitting the bright light of dawn. This light came from his soul, his body, and his beyonder characteristic. It fused with the two swords he swung out, transforming into a turbulent, violent storm that swept out. At that moment, Colin Iliad's eyes were filled with the light of dawn that he had created, and the tall figure in the gorgeous black robe with illusory black wings on his back. With the light, he ran towards Sassurer. The terrifying storm of light enveloped the dark angel and tore at his body, interrupting his beyonder powers that he was about to use. It made the evil spirit, who had lost the ability to maintain his strength and whose level had clearly dropped, rapidly fade away amidst the fragments of light. When the light dissipated, holes appeared on dark angel Sassurer's body. The layers of wings on his back spread out, but he didn't borrow any strength. Colin Iliad immediately turned into sticky mercury, once again covering more than half of the evil spirit's body, restricting his movements. Then, just like how he had faced Lovia, the City of Silver Chief shouted at Derrickburg in a deep voice, "Attack!"